Single and Single by John le Carré. Read by Michael Jayston. Chapter 1. This gun is not a gun. Or such was Mr. Windsor's determined conviction when the youthful Alex Hoban, European Managing Director and Chief Executive of Transfinance Vienna, St. Petersburg and Istanbul, introduced a pallid hand into the breast of his Italian blazer and extracted neither a platinum cigarette case nor an engraved business card, but a slim blue-black automatic pistol in mint condition, and pointed it from a distance of 6 inches at the bridge of Mr. Windsor's beakish, but strictly non-violent nose. This gun does not exist. It is inadmissible evidence. It is no evidence at all. It is a non-gun. Mr. Alfred Windsor was a lawyer, and to a lawyer facts were there to be challenged. All facts. The more self-evident a fact might appear to the layman, the more vigorously must the conscientious lawyer contest it. And Windsor at that moment was as conscientious as the best of them. Nevertheless, he dropped his briefcase in his astonishment. He heard it fall. He felt the pressure of it linger on his palm, saw with the bottom of his eyes the shadow of it lying at his feet. My briefcase, my pen, my passport, my air tickets and traveller's checks, my credit cards, my legality. Yet he did not stoop to pick it up, though it had cost a fortune. He remained staring mutely at the non-gun. This gun is not a gun. This apple is not an apple. Windsor was recalling the wise words of his law tutor of 40 years ago, as the great man spirited a green apple from the depths of his frayed sports coat and brandished it aloft for the inspection of his mostly female audience. It may look like an apple, ladies. It may smell like an apple, feel like an apple. Innuendo. But does it rattle like an apple? Shakes it. Cut like an apple. Hauls an antique bread knife from a drawer of his desk. Strikes. Apple translates into a shower of plaster. Carols of laughter as the great man kicks aside the shards with the toe of his sandal. But Windsor's reckless flight down memory lane did not stop there. From his tutor's apple, it was but a blinding flash of sunlight to his greengrocer in Hampstead, where he lived, and dearly wished himself at this moment. A cheery, unarmed apple purveyor in a jolly apron and straw hat, who sold, as well as apples, fine fresh asparagus that Windsor's wife Bunny liked, even if she didn't like much else her husband brought her. Green, remember Alfred, and grown above ground, never the white, pressing the shopping basket on him. And only if they're in season, Alfred. The forced ones never taste. Why did I do it? Why do I have to marry people in order to discover I don't like them? Why can't I make up my mind ahead of the fact instead of after it? What is legal training for, if not to protect us from ourselves? With his terrified brain scouring every avenue of possible escape, Windsor took comfort in these excursions into his internal reality. They fortified him, if only for split seconds, against the unreality of the gun. This gun still does not exist. But Windsor couldn't take his eyes off it. He had never seen a gun so close, never been obliged to take such intimate note of colour, line, markings, burnishment and style, all perfectly pointed up for him in the glaring sunlight. Does it fire like a gun? Does it kill like a gun? Extinguish like a gun? Removing face and features in a shower of plaster? Bravely, he revolted against this ridiculous possibility. This gun does not, absolutely does not, exist. It is a chimera, a trick of white sky, heat and sunstroke. It is a fever gun brought on by bad food, bad marriages, and 2 exhausting days of smoky consultations, unsettling limousine rides through sweltering, dusty, traffic-choked Istanbul, by a giddying early morning dash in the Transfinance private jet above the brown massifs of central Turkey, by a suicidal 3-hour drive over switchback coast roads and hairpin bends under red rock precipices to the world's utter end, this arid, boulder-strewn promontory of buckthorn and broken beehives, 600 feet above the eastern Mediterranean, with the morning sun already turned to full, and Hoban's unblinking gun still there and still a phantasm, peering like a surgeon into my brain. He closed his eyes. "See?" he told Bunny. No gun. But Bunny was bored as usual, urging him to have his pleasure and leave her in peace. So instead he addressed the bench, a thing he hadn't done for 30 years. "My lord, it is my pleasant duty to advise the court that the matter of Windsor versus Hoban has been amicably resolved. Windsor accepts that he was mistaken in suggesting that Hoban brandished a gun during a sight conference in the southern Turkish hills. Hoban, in return, has provided a full and satisfactory explanation of his actions." And after that, out of habit or respect, he addressed his chairman, managing director and Svengali for the last 20 years, the eponymous founder and creator of the House of Single, the one and only Tiger Single himself. "It's Windsor here, Tiger." "Very well indeed, thank you, sir. And how about your good self?" "Delighted to hear it." "Yes, I think I can say that everything is exactly as you wisely predicted, and the response to date has been entirely satisfactory. Only one small thing, water under the bridge now, not a break point. Our client's man Hoban gave the impression of drawing a gun on me. Nothing in it, all a fantasy. But one does like to be forewarned." Even when he opened his eyes and saw the gun exactly where it had been before, and Hoban's childlike eyes contemplating him down its barrel, and his child's hairless forefinger crooked round the trigger, Windsor did not abandon the remnants of his legal position. "Very well, this gun exists as an object, but not as a gun. It is a joke gun, an amusing, harmless, practical joke. Hoban purchased it for his small son. It is a facsimile of a gun, and Hoban, in order to introduce some light relief into what for a young man has no doubt been a lengthy and tedious negotiation, is flourishing it as a prank." Through numb lips, Windsor contrived a species of jaunty smile, in keeping with his newest theory. "Well, that's a persuasive argument, I must say, Mr. Hoban," he declared bravely. "What do you want me to do? Waive our fee?" But in reply he heard only a hammering of coffin-makers, which he hastily converted to the clatter of builders in the little tourist port across the bay, as they fixed shutters and roof tiles and pipes in a last-minute rush to make ready for the season, after playing backgammon all winter. In his longing for normality, Windsor savoured the smells of paint-stripper, blow-torches, fish cooking on charcoal, the spices of street vendors, and all the other lovely and less lovely scents of Mediterranean Turkey. Hoban barked something in Russian to his colleagues. Windsor heard a scramble of feet behind him, but dared not turn his head. Hands yanked his jacket from his back. Others explored his body, armpits, ribs, spine, groin. Memories of more acceptable hands momentarily replaced those of his assailants, but provided no solace as they groped their way downward to his calves and ankles, searching for a secret weapon. Windsor had never carried a weapon in his life, secret or otherwise, unless it was his cherrywood walking stick to fend off rabid dogs and sex maniacs when he was taking a turn on Hampstead Heath to admire the lady joggers. Reluctantly, he remembered Hoban's too many hangers-on. Seduced by the gun, he had briefly imagined it was just Hoban and himself alone here on the hilltop, face to face, and nobody in earshot, a situation any lawyer expects to use to his advantage. He now conceded that ever since they had left Istanbul, Hoban had been attended by a gaggle of unappetizing advisers. A Signor d'Amelio and a Monsieur Francois had joined them on their departure from Istanbul airport, coats over their shoulders, no arms showing. Windsor had cared for neither man. Two more undesirables had been waiting for them at Dalaman, equipped with their own hearse-black Land Rover and driver. From Germany, Hoban had explained, introducing the pair, though not by name. From Germany they might be, but in Windsor's hearing they spoke only Turkish, and they wore the undertaker suits of country Turks on business. More hands grabbed Windsor by the hair and shoulders, and flung him to his knees on the sandy track. He heard goat bells tinkling, and decided they were the bells of St. John at Hampstead, tolling out his burial. Other hands took his loose change, spectacles and handkerchief. Others again picked up his treasured briefcase, and he watched it as in a bad dream. His identity, his security, floating from one pair of hands to another. £600 worth of matchless black hide, rashly bought at Zurich airport with cash drawn from a funk money bank account Tiger had encouraged him to open. "Well, next time you're in a generous mood, you can bloody well buy me a decent handbag," Bunny is complaining in the rising nasal whine that promises there is more to come. "I'll flit," he thought. "Bunny gets Hampstead. I buy a flat in Zurich, one of those new terraces on a hillside. Tiger will understand." Windsor's screen was suffused with a vibrant yellow wash, and he let out a shriek of agony. Horned hands had seized his wrists, dragged them behind him, and twisted them in opposing directions. His shriek hurtled from one hilltop to the next, on its way to extinction. Kindly at first, as a dentist might, more hands raised his head, then yanked it round by the hair to meet the sun's full blast. "Hold it right there," a voice ordered in English, and Windsor found himself squinting up at the concerned features of Signor D'Amelio, a white-haired man of Windsor's age. "Signor D'Amelio is our consultant from Naples," Hoban had said, in the vile American-Russian twang that he had picked up God knew where. "How very nice," Windsor had replied, using Tiger's drawl when Tiger didn't want to be impressed, and granted him a tepid smile. Hobbled in the sand, his arms and shoulders screaming bloody murder, Windsor wished very much that he had shown respect to Signor D'Amelio while he had the opportunity. D'Amelio was wandering up the hillside, and Windsor would have liked to wander with him, arm in arm, chaps together, while he put right any false impression he might have given. But he was obliged to remain kneeling, his face twisted to the scalding sun. He pressed his eyes shut, but the sun's rays still bathed them in a yellow flood. He was kneeling, but straining sideways and upright, and the pain that was entering his knees was the same pain that tore through his shoulders in alternating currents. He worried about his hair. He had never wished to dye it. He had only contempt for those who did. But when his barber persuaded him to try a rinse and see, Bunny had ordered him to persist. "How do you think I feel, Alfred, going round with an old man with milky hair for a husband?" "But, my dear, my hair was that colour when I married you." "Worse luck me, then," she had replied. I should have taken Tiger's advice, set her up in a flat somewhere, Dolphin Square, the Barbican. I should have fired her as my secretary and kept her as my little friend, without suffering the humiliation of being our husband. Don't marry her, Windsor. Buy her. Cheaper in the long run, always is, Tiger had assured him. Then given them both a week in Barbados for their honeymoon. He opened his eyes. He was wondering where his hat was, a snappy Panama he had bought in Istanbul for $60. He saw that his friend D'Amelio was wearing it, to the entertainment of the two dark-suited Turks. First they laughed together. Then they turned together and peered at Windsor from their chosen place, halfway up the hillside, as if he were a play, sourly, interrogatively. Spectators, not participants. Bunny, watching me make love to her. "Having a nice time down there, are you? Well, get on with it. I'm tired." He glanced at the driver of the jeep that had driven him the last leg from the foot of the mountain. "The man's got a kind face. He'll save me. And a married daughter in Izmir." Kind face or not, the driver had gone to sleep. In the Turk's hearse black Land Rover further down the track, a second driver sat with his mouth open, gawping straight ahead of him, seeing nothing. "Hoban," Windsor said. A shadow fell across his eyes, and the sun by now was so high that whoever was casting it must have been standing close to him. He felt sleepy. Good idea. Wake up somewhere else. Squinting downward through sweat-matted eyelashes, he saw a pair of crocodile shoes protruding from elegant white ducks with turn-ups. He squinted higher and identified the black, inquiring features of Monsieur Francois, yet another of Hoban's satraps. Monsieur Francois is our surveyor. He will be taking measurements of the proposed site, Hoban had announced at Istanbul airport. And Windsor had foolishly granted the surveyor the same tepid smile that he had bestowed on Signor D'Amelio. One of the crocodile shoes shifted, and in his drowsy state, Windsor wondered whether Monsieur Francois proposed to kick him with it. But evidently not. He was offering something obliquely to Windsor's face. A pocket tape recorder, Windsor decided. The sweat in his eyes was making them smart. He wants me to speak words of reassurance to my loved ones for when they ransom me. Tiger, sir, this is Alfred Windsor, the last of the Windsors, as you used to call me. And I want you to know I'm absolutely fine, nothing to worry about at all, everything ace. These are good people, and they are looking after me superbly. I've learned to respect their cause, whatever it is, and when they release me, which they've promised to do any minute now, I shall speak out boldly for it in the forums of world opinion. Oh, and I hope you don't mind. I've promised them that you will too, only they're most concerned to have the benefit of your powers of persuasion. He's holding it against my other cheek. He's frowning at it. It's not a tape recorder after all. It's a thermometer. No, it's not. It's for reading my pulse, making sure I'm not passing out. He's putting it back in his pocket. He's swinging up the hill to join the two German Turk undertakers and Signor D'Amelio in my Panama hat. Windsor discovered that in the strain of ruling out the unacceptable, he had wet himself. A clammy patch had formed in the left inside leg of the trouser of his tropical suit, and there was nothing he could do to conceal it. He was in limbo, in terror. He was transposing himself to other places. He was sitting late at his desk of the office, because he couldn't stand another night of waiting up for Bunny to come home from her mother's in a bad temper, with her cheeks flushed. He was with a chubby friend he used to love in Chiswick, and she was tying him to the bedhead with bits of dressing-gown girdle she kept in a top drawer. He was anywhere, absolutely anywhere, except here on this hilltop in hell. He was asleep, but he went on kneeling, skewed upright and racked with pain. There must have been splinters of seashell or flint in the sand, because he could feel points cutting into his kneecaps. Ancient pottery, he remembered. Roman pottery abounds on the hilltops, and the hills are said to contain gold. Only yesterday he had made this tantalizing selling point to Hoban's retinue, during his eloquent presentation of the single investment blueprint in Dr. Mirski's office in Istanbul. Such touches of colour were attractive to ignorant investors, particularly boorish Russians. Gold, Hoban, treasure, Hoban, ancient civilization, think of the appeal. He had talked brilliantly, provocatively, a virtuoso performance. Even Mirski, whom Windsor secretly regarded as an upstart and a liability, had found it in him to applaud. "Your scheme is so legal, Alfred, it ought to be forbidden," he had roared, and with a huge Polish laugh, slapped him so hard on the back that his knees nearly buckled. "Please, before I shoot you, Mr. Windsor, I am instructed to ask you a couple of questions." Windsor made nothing of this. He didn't hear it. He was dead. "You are friendly with Mr. Randy Massingham?" Hoban asked. "I know him." "How friendly?" "Which do they want?" Windsor was screaming to himself. "Very friendly? Scarcely at all? Middling friendly?" Hoban was repeating his question, yelling it insistently. "Describe, please, the exact degree of your friendship with Mr. Randy Massingham. Very clearly, please, very loudly." "I know him. I am his colleague. I do legal work for him. We are on formal, perfectly pleasant terms, but we are not intimate," Windsor mumbled, keeping his options open. "Louder, please." Windsor said some of it again, louder. "You are wearing a fashionable cricket tie, Mr. Windsor. Describe to us what is represented by this tie, please." "This isn't a cricket tie." Unexpectedly, Windsor had found his spirit. "Tiger's the cricketer, not me. You've got the wrong man, you idiot." "Testing," Hoban said to someone up the hill. "Testing what?" Windsor demanded, gamely. Hoban was reading from a Gucci prayer book of maroon leather that he held open before his face, at an angle not to obstruct the barrel of the automatic.
"Question,"
he declaimed, festive as a town crier.
"Who was responsible, please, for arrest at sea last week of SS Free Tallinn out of Odessa, bound for Liverpool?"
"What do I know of shipping matters?" Windsor demanded, truculently, his courage still up. "We're financial consultants, not shippers. Someone has money, they need advice, they come to Singles. How they make the money is their affair, as long as they're adult about it." Adult, to sting. Adult, because Hoban was a pink piglet, hardly born. Adult, because Mirski was a bumptious Polish show-off, however many doctors he put before his name. Doctor of where, anyway? Of what? Hoban again glanced up the hill, licked a finger, and turned to the next page of his prayer book.
"Question. Who provided informations to the Italian police authorities concerning a special convoy of trucks returning from Bosnia to Italy on March 30th this year, please?"
"Trucks? What do I know of special trucks? As much as you know of cricket, that's how much. Ask me to recite names and dates of the kings of Sweden, you'd have more chance." Why Sweden? He wondered. What had Sweden to do with anything? Why was he thinking of Swedish blondes, deep white thighs, Swedish crisp bread, pornographic films? Why was he living in Sweden when he was dying in Turkey? Never mind. His courage was still up there. Screw the little runt, gun or no gun. Hoban turned another page of his prayer book, but Windsor was ahead of him. Like Hoban, he was bellowing at the top of his voice. "I don't know, you stupid idiot! Don't ask me, do you hear?" Until an immense blow to the left side of his neck from Hoban's foot sent him crashing to the ground. He had no sense of travelling, only of arriving. The sun went out. He saw the night, and felt his head nestled against a friendly rock, and knew that a piece of time had gone missing from his consciousness, and it was not a piece he wanted back. Hoban, meanwhile, had resumed his reading.
"Who implemented seizure in 6 countries simultaneously of all assets and shipping, held directly or indirectly by First Flag Construction Company of Andorra and subsidiaries? Who provided information to international police authorities, please?"
"What seizure? Where? When? Nothing has been seized. No one provided anything. You're mad, Hoban. Barking mad, do you hear me? Mad!" Windsor was still recumbent, but in his frenzy he was trying to writhe his way back onto his knees, kicking and twisting like a felled animal, struggling to wedge his heels under him, half rising, only to topple back again onto his side. Hoban was asking other questions, but Windsor refused to hear them. Questions about commissions paid in vain, about supposedly friendly port officials who had proved unfriendly, about sums of money transferred to bank accounts days before the said accounts were seized. But Windsor knew nothing of such matters. "It's lies!" he shouted. "Singles is a dependable and honest house. Our customers' interests are paramount."
"Listen up and kneel up,"
Hoban ordered. And somehow Windsor, with his new-found dignity, knelt up and listened up, intently, and more intently still, as intently as if Tiger himself had been commanding his attention. Never in his life had he listened so vigorously, so diligently, to the sweet background music of the universe as he did now, in his effort to blank out the one sound he absolutely declined to hear, which was Hoban's grating Russian-American drone. He noted with delight a shrieking of gulls vying with the distant wail of a muezzin, a rustle of the sea as a breeze blew over it, a tink-tink of pleasure boats in the bay as they geared themselves for the season. He saw a girl from his early manhood, kneeling naked in a field of poppies, and was too scared, now as then, to reach a hand towards her. He adored with a terrified love that was welling in him all the tastes, touches and sounds of earth and heaven, as long as they weren't Hoban's awful voice booming out his death sentence.
"We are calling this exemplary punishment,"
Hoban was declaring, in a prepared statement from his prayer book.
"Louder!"
Monsieur Francois ordered, laconically from up the hill. So Hoban said the sentence again.
Sure, it's a vengeance-killing too, please. We would not be human if we did not exact vengeance. But also we intend this gesture will be interpreted as formal request for recompense.
Louder still, and clearer.
And we sincerely hope, Mr. Windsor, that your friend Mr. Tiger Single and the International Police will read this message and draw the appropriate conclusion.
Then he bawled out what Windsor took to be the same message in Russian, for the benefit of those members of his audience whose English might not be up to the mark. Or was it Polish, for the greater edification of Dr. Mirsky? Windsor, who had momentarily lost his power of speech, was now gradually recovering it, even if at first he was capable only of such half-made scraps as "out of your wits," and "judge and jury in one," and "single not a house to mess with." He was filthy. He was a mess of sweat and piss and mud. In his fight for the survival of his species, he was wrestling with irrelevant erotic visions that belonged to some unlivable underlife, and his fall to the ground had left him coated in red dust. His locked arms were a martyrdom, and he had to crane his head back to speak at all. But he managed. He held the line. His case was that, as previously stated, he was de facto and de jure immune. He was a lawyer, and the law was its own protection. He was a healer, not a destroyer, a passive facilitator of unlimited goodwill, the legal director and a board member of the House of Single, with offices in London's West End. He was a husband and father who, despite a weakness for women and 2 unfortunate divorces, had kept the love of his children. He had a daughter, who was even now embarking on a promising career on the stage. At the mention of his daughter, he choked, though no one joined him in his grief.
"Keep your voice up,"
Monsieur Francois, the surveyor, advised from above him. Windsor's tears were making tracks in the dust on his cheeks, giving the impression of disintegrating makeup, but he kept going. He still held the line. He was a specialist in preemptive tax planning and investment, he said, rolling his head right back and screaming at the white sky. His specialities embraced offshore companies, trusts, havens, and the tax shelters of all accommodating nations. He was not a marine lawyer, as Dr. Mirsky claimed to be, not a dicey entrepreneur like Mirsky, not a gangster. He dealt in the art of the legitimate, in transferring informal assets to firmer ground. And to this he added a wild postscript regarding legal second passports, alternative citizenship, and non-obligatory residency in more than a dozen climatically and fiscally attractive countries. But he was not, repeat, not, he insisted boldly, and never had been, involved in what he would call the methodologies of accumulating primary wealth. He remembered that Hoban had some kind of military past, or was it naval? "We're boffins, Hoban, don't you see? Backroom boys, planners, strategists. You're the men of action, not us. You and Mirsky, if you want, since you seem to be so hugger-mugger with him." No one applauded. No one said amen. But no one stopped him either. And their silence convinced him that they were listening. The gulls had ceased their clamour. Across the bay it could have been siesta time. Hoban was looking at his watch again. It was becoming a fidget with him, to keep both hands on the gun while he rolled his left wrist inwards till the watch showed. He rolled it out again. A gold Rolex. What they all aspire to. Mirsky wears one too. Bold talking had given Windsor his strength back. He took a breath and pulled what he imagined was a smile, communicating reason. In a frenzy of companionability, he began babbling tidbits from his presentation of the previous day in Istanbul. "It's your land, Hoban. You own it. $6 million cash. You've paid. Dollar bills, pounds, Deutschmarks, yen, francs, licorice all sorts. Baskets, suitcases, trunks full. Not a question asked. Remember. Who arranged that? We did. Sympathetic officials, tolerant politicians, people with influence. Remember? Singles fronted it all for you. Washed your grubby money Persil white. Overnight, remember? You heard what Mirsky said. So legal it ought to be forbidden. Well, it's not. It's legal. No one said they remembered. Windsor became breathless and a little crazy. A reputable private bank, Hoban. Us, remember. Registered in Monaco. Offers to buy your land. Lock, stock and barrel. Do you accept? No. You'll take paper only, never cash. And our bank agrees to that. It agrees to everything. Of course it does. Because we're you, remember? We're yourselves in another hat. We're a bank, but we're using your money to buy your land. You can't shoot yourselves. We're you. We're one. Too shrill. He checked himself. Objective is the thing. Laid back, detached. Never oversell yourself. That's Mirsky's problem. 10 minutes of Mirsky's patter and any self-respecting trader is halfway out of the door. Look at the numbers, Hoban. The beauty of it. Your own thriving holiday village. Account it any way you like. Look at the cleansing power once you start to invest. 12 million for roads, drainage, power, Lido, communal pool. 10 for your rental cottages, hotels, casinos, restaurants, and additional infrastructure. The merest child could get it up to 30. He was going to add, even you, Hoban, but suppressed himself in time. Were they hearing him? Perhaps he should speak louder. He roared. D'Amelio smiled. Of course, loud is what D'Amelio likes. Well, I like it too. Loud is free, loud is openness, legality, transparency. Loud is boys together, partners, being one. Loud is sharing hats. You don't even need tenants, Hoban. Not for your cottages, not for your first year, not real ones. Ghost tenants for 12 straight months, imagine. Notional residents paying 2 million a week into shops, hotels, discos, restaurants and rented properties. The money straight out of your suitcase, through the company's books, into legitimate European bank accounts, generating an immaculate trading record for any future purchaser of the shares. And who's the purchaser? You are. Who's the seller? You are. You sell to yourself. You buy from yourself, up and up, and singles there as honest broker to see fair play. Keep everything on course and above board. We're your friends, Hoban. We're not fly-by-night Mirskis. We're brothers in arms, buddies. There when you need us. Even when the rub of the cloth goes against you. We're still there. Quoting Tiger desperately. A burst of rain fell out of the clear heaven, laying the red dust, raising scents, and drawing more lines on Windsor's clotted face. He saw D'Amelio step forward in their shared Panama, and decided he had won his case, and was about to be lifted to his feet, slapped on the back, and awarded the congratulations of the court. But D'Amelio had other plans. He was draping a white raincoat over Hoban's shoulders. Windsor tried to faint, but couldn't. He was screaming, "Why, friends, don't!" He was blabbing that he had never heard of the Free Tallinn, never met anyone from the international police authorities. His whole life had been spent avoiding them. D'Amelio was fitting something round Hoban's head. Mother of God! A black cap. No, a ring of black cloth. No, a stocking, a black stocking. Oh God, oh Christ, oh Mother of Heaven and Earth! A black stocking to distort the features of my executioner. Hoban! Tiger, Hoban! Listen to me! Stop looking at your watch! Bunny, stop! Mirsky, wait! What have I done to you? Nothing but good, I swear it! Tiger! All my life! Wait! Stop! By the time he had blurted these words, his English had begun to labour, as if he were interpreting from other languages in his head. Yet he possessed no other languages. No Russian, no Polish, no Turkish, no French. He stared round him and saw Monsieur Francois, the surveyor, standing up the hill, wearing earphones and peering through the sights of a movie camera, with a sponge-covered microphone fitted to its barrel. He saw the black-masked and white-shrouded figure of Hoban, posed obligingly in the shooting position, one leg histrionically set back, one hand folded round the gun that was trained on Winsor's left temple, and the other clutching a cell phone to his ear, while he kept his eyes on Windsor, and softly whispered sweet nothings in Russian into the extended mouthpiece. He saw Hoban take one last look at his watch, while Monsieur Francois made ready, in the best tradition of photography, to immortalize that very special moment. And he saw a smear-faced boy peering down at him from a cleft between two promontories. He had big brown, unbelieving eyes, like Windsor's when he was the same age, and he was lying on his stomach, and using both hands as a pillow for his chin. Chapter 2.
Oliver Hawthorne, come up here immediately, if you please, at the double. You're wanted.
In the small South English hill town of Abbott's Quay on the coast of Devon, on a sparkling spring morning that smelt of cherry blossom, Mrs. Elsie Watmore stood in the front porch of her Victorian boarding-house and bawled cheerfully at her lodger, Oliver, 12 steps below her on the pavement, where he was loading battered black suitcases into his Japanese van with the assistance of her 10-year-old son, Sammy. Mrs. Watmore had descended on Abbott's Quay from the elegant spa of Buxton in the north, bringing her own high standards of decorum. Her boarding-house was a Victorian symphony of furled lace, gilt mirrors, and miniature bottles of liqueur in glass-fronted cabinets. Its name was the Mariner's Rest, and she had lived there happily with Sammy and her husband Jack until he died at sea within sight of his retirement. She was an abundant woman, intelligent, comely, and compassionate. Her Derbyshire twang, lifted for comic effect, resounded like a bandsaw over the plunging seaside terraces. She was wearing a rakish mauve silk headscarf because it was a Friday, and on Fridays she always did her hair. A mild sea breeze was blowing.
Sammy, darling, jab your elbow in Ollie's ribs for me and tell him he's wanted on the telephone, please. He's asleep as usual. In the hall, Ollie. Mr. Toogood from the bank. Routine papers to sign, he says, but urgent, and he's being very polite and gentlemanly for a change, so don't spoil it, or he'll be cutting down my overdraft again.
She waited, indulging him, which with Ollie was about all you could do. Nothing stirs him, she thought. Not when he's inside himself. I could be an air raid and he wouldn't hear me.
Sammy will finish loading for you, won't you, Samuel? Of course you will,
she added by way of further incentive. Again she waited, to no avail. Oliver's pudgy face, shadowed by the onion seller's beret, which was his trademark, was locked in a ferocious pout of concentration, as he passed Sammy another black suitcase for him to fit into the back of the van. They're two of a feather, she thought indulgently, watching Sammy try the suitcase all ways on, because he was slow, and slower since his father's death. Everything's a problem for them, never mind how small it is. You'd think they were off to Monte Carlo, not just down the road. The suitcases were of the commercial traveller's sort, Rexine covered, each a different size. Beside them stood an inflated red ball, 2 feet in circumference.
It's not, where's our Ollie? It's not like that at all, she persisted, by now convinced the bank manager had rung off. It's, kindly have the goodness to bring Mr. Oliver Hawthorne to the telephone, more like. You've not won the lottery, have you, Ollie? Only you wouldn't tell us, would you? Which is you all over, being strong and silent. Put that down, Sammy. Ollie will help you with it after he's spoken to Mr. Toogood. You'll drop it next.
Bunching her fists, she plonked them on her hips in mock exasperation.
Oliver Hawthorne! Mr. Toogood is a highly paid executive of our bank. We can't let him listen to a vacuum at £100 an hour. He'll be putting up our charges next, and you'll be the one to blame.
But by then, what with the sunshine and the languor of the spring day, her thoughts had taken their own strange turn, which with Ollie they tended to. She was thinking what a picture they made. Brothers almost, even if they weren't that similar. Ollie big as an Alp in his grey wolf overcoat that he wore all weathers, never mind the neighbours or the looks he got. Sammy, haggard and beaky like his father, with his cat's tongue of silky brown hair, and the leather bomber jacket Ollie had given him for his birthday, and Sammy had hardly taken off since. She was remembering the day Oliver first arrived on her doorstep, looking crumpled and enormous in his overcoat, 2 days' beard, and just a small suitcase in his hand. 9 in the morning it was. She was clearing breakfast. "Can I come and live here, please?" he says. Not, "Have you got a room?" or "Can I see it?" or "How much for a night?" Just, "Can I come and live here?" like a lost child. And it's raining, so how can she leave him standing there on the doorstep? They talk about the weather. He admires her mahogany sideboard and her ormolu clock. She shows him the parlour and the dining room. She tells him the rules and takes him upstairs, and shows him number 7, with its view of the churchyard, if he didn't find it too depressing. No, he says, he's got no objection to sharing with the dead. Which is not how Elsie would have put it, not since Mr. Watmore went, but they still manage to have a good laugh. Yes, he says, he's got more luggage coming, mostly books and stuff. "And a disgraceful old van," he adds shyly. "If it's a bother, I'll shove it down the road." "It's no bother whatever," she replies primly. "We're not like that at the Rest, Mr. Hawthorne, and I hope we never will be." And the next thing she knows, he's paying a month in advance. £400 counted onto the washstand. A gift from heaven, considering her overdraft. "You're not on the run, are you, dear?" she asks him, making a joke of it, but not quite when they're back downstairs. First he puzzles, then he blushes. Then, to her relief, he cracks a 5-star sunny smile that makes everything all right. "Not now, I'm not, am I?" he says. "And him over there's Sammy," Elsie says, pointing to the half-open parlour door, because Sammy, as usual, has tiptoed downstairs to spy out the new lodger. "Come on out, Sammy, you've been spotted." And a week later it's Sammy's birthday, and that leather jacket must have cost 50 quid, if a shilling. And Elsie fretted herself sick about it, because these days men got up to everything, never mind how charming they were when they needed to be. All night long she sat up beating her brains to guess what her poor Jack would have done, because Jack, with his years at sea, had a nose for them. He could smell them as soon as they came up the gangway, he used to boast. And she was fearful that Oliver was another, and she'd missed the signs. Next morning she was halfway to telling Ollie to take that jacket straight back to where he'd bought it. Would have done, in fact, if she hadn't been chatting to Mrs. Egger of Glenarvan in the checkout queue at Safeways, and learned, to her astonishment, that Ollie had a baby girl called Carmen, and an ex-wife called Heather, who'd been a no-good nurse up at the Freeborn, into bed with anybody who could work a stethoscope. Not to mention a plush house on Shore Heights that he'd made over to her, paid and signed, not a penny owing. Some girls made you sick. "Why did you never tell me you were a proud father?" Elsie asked Ollie reproachfully, torn between the relief of her discovery and the indignity of receiving sensational intelligence from a competing landlady. "We love a baby, don't we, Samuel? Baby mad we are. Just as long as they don't bother the lodgers, aren't we?" To which Ollie said nothing, just lowered his head and muttered, "Yeah, well, see you," like a man caught in shame, and went to his room to pace very lightly, not wanting to disturb, which was Ollie all over. Till finally the pacing stopped, and she heard his chair creak, and knew he'd settled to one of his books piled round him on the floor, although she'd given him a bookcase. Books on law, ethics, magic, books in foreign, all sipped at and nibbled at and put down again on their faces, or with bits of torn paper stuck in to mark the place. It made her shudder sometimes, just to wonder what a cocktail of thoughts he must have churning away inside that shambling body of his. And his binges. 3 there'd been till now. So controlled, they scared the wits out of her. Oh, she'd had lodgers who took a drop, shared a drop with them sometimes, to be friendly, keep an eye, but never before had a taxi pulled up at daybreak, 20 yards down the road so as not to wake anyone, and delivered a deathly pale, mummified 6-foot-something hulk, who had to be nursed up the steps like a bomb casualty, with his overcoat hung round him, and his beret straight as a ruler across his forehead, yet was still able to fish out his wallet, select a 20 for the driver, whisper, "Sorry, Elsie," and with only a little help from her, haul himself upstairs without disturbing a soul, except Sammy, who had waited all night for him. Through the morning and afternoon, Oliver had slept, which is to say, Elsie heard no creak or footfall through the ceiling, and listened in vain for the knocking of the water pipes. And when she went upstairs to him, taking a cup of tea as an excuse, and tapped on his bedroom door and heard nothing, and fearfully turned the handle, she found him not on his bed, but on the floor, and on his side, still wearing his overcoat, with his knees drawn up to his tummy, the same as a baby, eyes wide awake, staring at the wall. "Thank you, Elsie. Just put it on the table if you would," he said patiently, as if he had more staring to do. So she did, and left him, and back downstairs had wondered whether she should call the doctor, but she never did, not then, and not the other times that followed. What was burning him? The divorce? That ex-wife of his was a hard-nosed tart by all accounts, and neurotic with it. He was lucky to be rid of her. What was he trying to drink away that the drink only drove deeper down in him? Here Elsie's thoughts returned, as latterly they always did, to the night 3 weeks ago, when for a terrible hour she had believed she was going to lose her Sammy to a home, or worse, until Oliver rode up on his white horse to rescue them. I'll never be able to thank him. I'd do anything he asked me to, tomorrow or tonight. Cadgwith, the man called himself, and waved a shiny visiting card at her to prove it. P.J. Cadgwith, Area Supervisor, Friendship Home Marketing Limited, branches everywhere. Do your friends a favour, said the fine writing underneath. Earn yourself a fortune in your home. Standing where Elsie was standing now, with his finger on the doorbell at 10 o'clock at night, and his slicked back hair and Copper's polished shoes glistening in the fish-eye, and a Copper's false courtesy. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Samuel Watmore, if I may, madam. Is that your husband by any chance?" "My husband's dead," said Elsie. "Sammy's my son. What do you want?" Which was only the first mistake she made, as she realized when it was too late. She should have told him Jack was down at the pub, and due back any minute. She should have told him Jack would give him a good leathering if he so much as put his dirty nose inside her house. She should have slammed the door in his face, which Ollie afterwards told her she'd a perfect right to do, instead of letting him walk past her into the hall, then, almost without thinking, calling out, "Sammy, where are you, darling? There's a gentleman to see you." A split second before she glimpsed him through the half-open parlour door, on his tummy, with his bottom in the air, and his eyes closed, wriggling behind the sofa. After that she had only bits of memory, the worst bits, nothing whole. Sammy standing in the centre of the parlour, dead white and his eyes closed, shaking his head, but meaning yes. Mrs. Watmore whispering, "Sammy." Cadgwith, with his chin back like an emperor, saying, "Where? Show me, where?" Sammy groping in the ginger jar for where he'd hidden the key. Elsie with Sammy and Cadgwith in Jack's woodshed, where Jack and Sammy used to make their model boats together whenever Jack came home on leave. Spanish galleons, dinghies, longboats, all hand-carved, never a kit. It was what Sammy had loved doing best in the world, which was why he went and moped there after Jack died, till Elsie decided it was unhealthy for him, and locked the shed up as a way of helping him forget. Sammy opening the shed cupboards one by one, and there it all was. Heap upon heap of sales samples from Friendship Home Marketing, branches everywhere, do your friends a favour, earn yourself a fortune in your home. Except that Sammy hadn't done anyone a favour, or earned himself a penny. He'd signed himself on as agent for the neighbourhood, and he'd stored everything away for treasure to make up for his lost dad. Or perhaps it was a kind of gift to him. Costume jewellery, eternal clocks, Norwegian roll-neck pullovers, plastic bubbles to enlarge your TV image, scent, hairspray, pocket computers, ladies and gentlemen in wooden chalets who came out for rain or sun. 1,730 quid's worth, Mr. Cadgwith reckoned back in the parlour. which with interest and loss of earnings and travel time and overtime and the date added in, he rounded up to 1850. Then for friendship's sake down again to 1800 for cash, or up again to 100 a month for 24 months, with the first instalment due today. How Sammy had ever put his mind to such a thing, sent away for the forms and faked his date of birth and everything, all without anyone in the world to help him, was beyond Elsie's comprehension. But he had, because Mr. Cadgwith had the documentation with him, printed up and folded into an official-looking brown envelope, with a button and a cotton loop to fasten it. First the contract that Sammy had signed, giving his age as 45, which was how old Jack was when he died, then the impressive solemn undertaking to pay, with embossed lions on each corner for extra solemnity. And Elsie would have signed everything on the spot, signed away the rest and whatever else she didn't own, just to get Sammy off the hook, if Ollie, by the grace of God, hadn't happened to shamble in from his last gig of the day, still in his beret and grey wolf coat, to find Sammy sitting on the sofa, looking dead, with his eyes open. And as to herself, well, after Jack went, she thought she'd never weep again in her life. But she was wrong. First of all, Ollie read the papers slowly, wrinkling his nose and rubbing it, and frowning like somebody who knows what he's looking for and doesn't like it, while Cadgwith watched him. He read once, then frowned more fiercely still, and read again. And this time as he read, he seemed to straighten up, or shape up, or square up, or whatever it was that men did when they were getting ready for a scrap. It was a real coming out of hiding that she was watching, like the moment in a movie she and Sammy loved, when the Scots hero strides out of the cave with his armour on, and you know he's the one, although you knew it all along. And Cadgwith must have spotted something of this, because by the time Ollie had read Sammy's contract a third time, and after it the solemn undertaking to pay, he had gone a bit poorly looking. "Show me the figures," Ollie ordered. So Cadgwith handed him the figures, pages of them, with the interest added in, and everything at the bottom of the page printed red. And Ollie read the figures too, with a kind of sureness you only see in bankers or accountants. Read them as fast as if they were just words. "You haven't a bloody leg to stand on," he told Cadgwith. "The contract's a load of codswallop, the accounts are a joke. Sam's a miner and you're a crook. Pick up and piss off." And of course Ollie's a big fellow, and when he's not speaking to you through a wad of cotton wool, he's got the voice, a strong, upright, officer-class voice, the sort you get in courtroom melodramas. And he's got the eyes, too, when he looks at you properly, instead of at the floor 3 yards ahead of him. Angry eyes. Eyes like those poor Irishmen had after years in jail for things they'd never done. And being tall and big, Oliver stood close to Cadgwith and stayed close to him all the way to the front door, looking attentive. And at the door he said something to Cadgwith to help him on his way. And though Elsie never caught his words, Sammy heard them plainly, because over the next weeks while he was recovering his sparkle, he repeated them at any odd moment, like a motto to cheer him up. "And if you ever come back here, I'll break your dirty little neck," in a nice, low, measured, unemotional voice. No threat intended, just information. But it kept Sammy going through his recovery. Because all the time, while Sammy and Ollie were in the woodshed packing up the treasures to send back to Friendship Home Marketing, Sammy went on muttering it to keep his spirits up. "If you ever come back here, I'll break your dirty little neck," like a prayer of hope. Oliver had finally consented to hear her. "I can't talk to him now, thank you, Elsie. I'm afraid it's not convenient," he replied, manners perfect as always, from inside the darkness of his beret. Then he stretched himself, one of his writhes, arching his long back and shoving both arms down behind him, and his chin tucked in like a guardsman called to order. Standing his full height this way, and his full width, he was too tall for Sammy, and too wide for the van, which was red and upright, and had Uncle Ollie's magic bus painted on its side in pink bubble writing, defaced by bad parking and vandals. "We've got a 1 o'clock in Teignmouth and a 3 o'clock in Torquay," he explained, somehow cramming himself into the driving seat.
Sammy was already beside him, clutching the red ball, banging his head against it, impatient to be off. "And is Sally Army at 6? The engine coughed, but that was all. "They want bloody take that," he added, over Sammy's howl of frustration. He turned the key a second time, without success. "He's flooded it again," she thought. "He'll be late for his own funeral. If we haven't got take that, we're not to bother, right, Sammy?" Twisting the key a third time. The van's engine hobbled reluctantly to life. "So long, Elsie. Tell him I'll phone him tomorrow, please, morning, before work. And stop playing silly buggers, you," he ordered Sammy. "Don't bang your head like that, it's stupid." Sammy stopped banging his head. Elsie Watmore watched the van zigzag down the mid-levels of the hillside to the harbour front, then round the roundabout twice before Oliver took the ring road, fumes pouring from the exhaust. And as she watched, she felt the anxiety rise in her the way it always did. She couldn't hold it back. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Not on account of Sammy, which was the strange thing, but of Ollie. It was the fearing he'd never come back. Every time he walked out of the house or drove off in his van, even when he took Sammy down to the Legion for a game of billiards, she found herself saying goodbye to him for good, the same as when her Jack went off to sea. Still daydreaming, Elsie Watmore relinquished her sunspot on the front porch, and returning to her hall, discovered to her surprise that Arthur Toogood was still waiting on the telephone. "Mr. Hawthorne's got performances all afternoon," she told him disdainfully. "He won't be back till late. He'll telephone tomorrow if it's convenient to his schedule." But tomorrow wasn't good enough for Toogood. In immense confidence, he had to give her his ex-directory home telephone number. Ollie should please to ring him at whatever hour, never mind how late. "Elsie, are you with me?" He tried to make her tell him where Ollie was performing, but she remained aloof. "Mr. Hawthorne may have said something about a grand hotel in Torquay," she conceded airily, "and a disco at the Salvation Army Hostel at 6. Or maybe it was 7, she forgot. Or if she didn't forget, she pretended to." There were times when she had no wish to share Ollie with anyone, least of all a randy, small-town bank manager, who last time she had gone to him about her loan suggested they sort the details in bed. "Too good," Oliver repeated indignantly as he drove round the roundabout. "Routine papers, friendly chat, stupid tit. Damn!" He had missed the turning. Sammy let out a great honking laugh. "What's there left to sign?" Oliver demanded, appealing to Sammy as if they were equals, which was how he always spoke to him. "She's got the bloody house, she's got the bloody money, she's got Carmen. All she hasn't got any more is me, which is how she wanted it." "Then she's lost the best bit, hasn't she?" Sammy shouted, hilariously. "The best bit's Carmen," Oliver growled, and Sammy held his tongue for a while. They crawled up a hill. An impatient lorry carved them into the curb. The van wasn't very good at hills. "What are we giving?" Sammy asked, when he judged the moment safe. "Menu A. Bouncy ball, magic beads, find the birdie, windmills of the mind, puppy sculpture, origami, thuds and get out." "What's wrong now?" For Sammy had let out a horror film wail of despair. "No spinning plates?" "If there's time, we'll do plates. Only if there's time." Spinning plates were Sammy's best thing. He had practised them night and day, and though he had never succeeded in getting one spinning, he had convinced himself he was a star. The van entered a grim council estate. A threatening poster warned of heart attacks, but the remedy was unclear. "Watch out for balloons," Oliver commanded. Sammy was already doing so. Pushing aside the red ball, he was standing in his seat belt, his arm flung out. 4 balloons, 2 green, 2 red, drooped from an upper window of number 24. Bumping the van onto the verge, Oliver handed Sammy the keys to start unloading, and with the skirts of his grey wolf coat flapping round him in the crisp sea breeze, strode up the short concrete path. Pasted across the frosted glass front door
a lackluster streamer read, "Happy Birthday, Mary Jo." Smells of cigarette smoke, baby, and deep-fried chicken issued from indoors. Oliver pressed a bell, and heard it chiming above the war-whoops of demented children. The door was wrenched open, and two tiny breathless girls in party frocks stared up at him. Oliver removed his beret and performed a deep oriental obeisance. "Uncle Ollie," he declared with immense gravity, though not enough to scare. "Magician extraordinary, at your service, ladies, rain or shine. Kindly take me to your leader." A shaven-headed man appeared behind them. He wore a string vest and had tattoos on the first knuckle of each broad finger. Following him into the living room, Oliver took a reading of stage and audience. In his short recent life, he had worked mansions, barns, village halls, crowded beaches, and a promenade bus shelter in a Force 8 gale. He had practised in the mornings and performed in the afternoons. He had worked poor kids, rich kids, sick kids, and kids in care. At first he had let them push him into a corner with the TV set and the Encyclopaedia Britannicas, but these days he was able to speak up for himself. Conditions this afternoon were tight but adequate. 6 adults and 30 children were crammed into a tiny living room, the kids on the floor in a half-circle facing him, the adults in a group photograph on one settee, men on the lower deck, women perched above them on the backrest with their shoes off. Unpacking, Oliver did not remove his grey wolf coat. Swooping and rising, lugubriously piecing together with Sammy's help the birdcage with the vanishing canary and the Aladdin's lamp that filled with priceless treasure when you rubbed it, he used its folds for cover. And when he sank to his haunches to address the kids at their level, for it was a principle with him never to talk down, but only upwards or along, and his massive knees rose up beside his ears, and his spongy hands dangled ponderously forward of them, he resembled some sort of praying mantis, part prophet, part giant insect. "Hello, you lot," he began, in a surprisingly mellow voice. "I'm Uncle Ollie, man of mystery, skill, and magic." He was speaking middle-low English, not posh, but not too many H's either. His smile, released from its confinement, had become a friendly light. "And here on my right we have the great and not very good Sammy Watmore, my invaluable assistant. Sammy, take a bow, please. Ouch!" Ouch, for the moment when Rocco, the raccoon, bites him, which at this point Rocco always does, sending Oliver's huge frame bounding into the air and down again with unlikely ease, while, under the pretext of restraining him, Oliver surreptitiously works the clever spring in Rocco's tummy. And when Rocco is brought to heel, he too has to be formally introduced, then make a flowery speech of welcome to the children, singling out Mary Jo, the birthday girl, who is frail and very beautiful. And from here on it is Rocco's job to demonstrate to the kids what a truly awful magician his master is, which he does by poking his snout out of the grey wolf coat and exclaiming, "Oh boy, you should see what else is in here!" Then flinging out playing cards, all aces, and a stuffed canary, and a packet of half-eaten sandwiches, and a lethal-looking plastic bottle marked booze. And having trashed Oliver as a magician, though not quite, Rocco trashes him as an acrobat, by clinging to his shoulder, and squealing in fright, while Oliver, with unlikely grace, rides the bouncy red ball round the tiny arena of the living room, arms outstretched, and the skirts of his grey wolf coat billowing behind him. Almost, but never quite, he crashes into bookcases and tables and the television set, and squashes the toes of the nearest children, to the clamour of Rocco's backseat warnings that he is exceeding the speed limit, has overtaken a police car, is headed for a priceless family heirloom, is riding the wrong way down a one-way street. There's a shimmer in the room by now, and a shimmer in Oliver's bearing also. His flushed head is thrown back, his eyes are clear and young again, and he is laughing, and the children are laughing louder. He is the prince of shimmer, the unlikely rainmaker in their midst. He is a clumsy buffoon, and therefore to be protected. He is a nimble god who can call down laughter and enchant without destroying. "Now, Princess Mary Jo, I want you to take this wooden spoon from Sammy. Give her the wooden spoon, sport,
And Mary Jo, I want you to stir this pot very, very slowly and with tremendous concentration. Sammy, offer her the pot. Thank you, Sammy. Now, you've all of you seen inside the pot, haven't you? You all know the pot is empty, except for a few boring loose beads that are no good to man or beast. And they know it's got a false bottom too, you fat old fool, Rocco yells to huge applause. Rocco, you are a nasty, smelly little furry ferret. Raccoon, raccoon, not ferret, raccoon. Hold your tongue, Rocco. Mary Jo, have you ever been a princess before? A minuscule shake of Mary Jo's head tells us she has no previous experience of royalty. Then I want you to wish a wish, please, Mary Jo. A very big, splendid, very secret wish. As big as you like. Sammy, hold that pot very still now. Ouch! Rocco, if you do that again, I'll... But Oliver decides on reflection to give Rocco no second chance. Grabbing him by head and tail, he bends Rocco's midriff to his mouth and takes an enormous cathartic bite out of him. Then, to peals of laughter and cries of fear, spits out a convincing lump of fur conjured from the recesses of his coat. "Tee, didn't hurt, Rocco yells above the applause. But Oliver ignores him. He has gone back to his act. Boys and girls, I want you all to see inside that pot and watch the boring loose beads for me. Will you wish a wish for us, Mary Jo? A demure nod advises us that Mary Jo will wish a wish for us. Stir slowly now, Mary Jo. Give the magic a chance. Stir the boring loose beads. Have you wished, Mary Jo? A good wish takes time. Ah, superb. Divine! Oliver leaps back dramatically, fingers splayed to protect his eyes from the splendour of his creation. The birthday princess, decked over all, stands before us, a collar of silver beads round her neck, a silver diadem on her head. Oliver weaves his hands through the air around her, careful not to touch her, because touching is taboo. Once is all right for you, squire? The shaven-headed man inquires, counting £25 coins from a chamois leather bag into Oliver's open palm. Watching the coins collect, Oliver remembers Toogood and the bank, and his stomach turns without his knowing why, except that there is a stink of the unnatural about Arthur Toogood's behaviour, and it is getting stronger all the time. "Can we play billiards Sunday?" Sammy asks as they drive again. "We'll see," says Oliver, helping himself to a free sausage roll. Oliver's second engagement of that same Friday afternoon took place in the banqueting hall of the majestic Hotel Esplanade in Torquay, where his audience consisted of 20 upper-class children with voices from his childhood, a dozen bored mothers in jeans and pearls, and 2 supercilious waiters with grimy shirt fronts, who slipped Sammy a plate of smoked salmon sandwiches. "We absolutely adored you," said a fine lady, writing out a cheque in the bridge room. £25 seems frightfully cheap. I don't know anyone who does anything for £25 these days," she added, putting up her eyebrows and smiling. "You must be booked up the whole time." Uncertain of the purpose of her question, Oliver mumbled something unintelligible and blushed scarlet. "Well, at least 2 people rang for you during the show," she said. "Unless it was the same man twice. Desperate for you. I'm afraid I told the switchboard to say you were in flagrante. Was that awful?" The Salvation Army building at the bottom of the town was a contemporary red brick fortress with curved corners and arrow-slit windows to provide the soldiers of Jesus with an all-round field of fire. Oliver had dropped Sammy at the foot of West Hill because Elsie Watmore didn't want him late for his tea. 36 children, sitting at a long table in the assembly room, waited to eat potato chips out of paper boxes brought by a man in a beaver lamb coat. At the head of the table stood Robin, a red-headed woman in a green tracksuit and flyaway spectacles. "All raise your right hands like so," Robin ordered, whipping up her own hand. "Now
Raise your left hand like so. Put them together. Jesus, help us enjoy our meal and our evening of games and dancing, and not take it for granted. Let us not get out of order, and let us remember all the poor children in hospital and elsewhere who are not having any fun tonight. When you see me or the lieutenant wave our arms like so, you'll stop whatever you're doing and freeze, because it will mean we have something to say, or you are getting out of order. To clumping nursery music the children played Pass the Parcel, Galloping Elephants, and Statues When the Music Stops. They played Sleeping Lions, and a long-haired Venus of 9 became the last remaining lion to stay asleep. Draped at the centre of the floor, she kept her eyes pressed shut, while boys and girls reverently tickled her without visible effect.
"So it's on your feet for take that!" Oliver cried hastily, as Robin gave a roar of fury.
The children punched air, made conventional signs of ecstasy. Soon the strobes and the din were giving Oliver a headache, which they always did. Robin handed him a cup of tea and bawled at him, but he couldn't hear her. He thanked her in mime, but she still didn't leave. He yelled thanks above the uproar, but she went on talking until Oliver lowered the volume and tipped his head sideways to her mouth.
"There's a man in a hat needs to speak to you,"
she screamed, unaware the music had gone quiet.
"A green one and the brim turned up. Oliver Hawthorne. It's urgent."
Peering into the flickering haze, Oliver made out Arthur Toogood at the tea-bar, in the custody of the beaver lamb coat. He was wearing a curly trilby and an upholstered ski jacket over his suit. The strobes were making a podgy devil of him while he grinned and flapped his rainbow hands to show he wasn't carrying an offensive weapon. Chapter 3. The hospital supervisor clutched his hands in oriental supplication and regretted the refrigeration was deficient. A spectral doctor in a blood-stained white overall agreed with him. So also did the mayor, who had put on a black suit, either out of respect for the dead or in honour of the English diplomatic visitors from Istanbul. "The refrigeration will be replaced this winter," Her Majesty's consul translated for Brock's benefit, while the assembled company listened and nodded without comprehension. "A new apparatus will be installed regardless of expense, a British apparatus. It will be personally inaugurated by His Excellency the Mayor. A date has already been appointed for the ceremony. The Mayor has great regard for British products. He has insisted that only the best materials will be purchased." Brock acknowledged this intelligence with a hobgoblin's twinkly smile of complicity, while the Mayor energetically confirmed his commitment to things British, and his people, crowded uncomfortably round him in the cellar, nodded in energetic agreement. "The Mayor wishes you to know that it is a particular sadness to him that our friend is from London. The Mayor has been to London on a visit. He has seen the Tower of London and Buckingham Palace and many other attractions. He has great respect for British continuity." "I'm glad to hear that," said Brock, gravely, without lifting his white head. "Kindly thank the Mayor for his trouble, will you please, Harry?" "He asked who you are," said the consul in a lower voice, when he had done this. "I said Foreign Office, special line in dead Brits abroad." "That's quite correct, Harry. You spoke well. I thank you," Brock replied courteously. But a deal of authority in the voice, despite its meekness, the consul noted, not for the first time, and that Merseyside twang not always quite as homey as it meant to be. A man of layers, not all of them savoury, a predator in disguise. The consul was a timid soul who hid his sensitivity behind a wispy, off-hand elegance. When interpreting, he frowned into the middle distance in the manner of his father, a distinguished Egyptologist. "I shall puke," he had warned Brock as they drove up the hill. "I always do. I've only to see a dead dog at the roadside to bring up instantly. Death and I simply aren't made for one another." But Brock had merely smiled and shaken his head, as if to say it takes all sorts to make a world. The two Britons stood one side of the galvanized iron bathtub. The hospital supervisor and the chief doctor and the mayor and all his corporation stood above them on a raised stage on the other, their smiles bravely hoisted. Between them, naked, and with half his head blown off, reclined the late Mr. Alfred Windsor. He was in the fetal position, on a bed of ice pellets from the machine in the main square just down the hill. A part-eaten ring of sugared bread, somebody's unfinished breakfast, lay amid several cans of fly spray on a trolley at his feet. An electric fan whined uselessly in one corner, next to an ancient elevator, which the consul assumed was used for conveying bodies. Sometimes the wheels of an ambulance went past, sometimes a pair of busy feet, bringing hopeful news of the living. The air inside the mortuary stank of putrefaction and formaldehyde. It nipped at the consul's larynx and turned his stomach like a slow key. "The post-mortem will be conducted on Monday or Tuesday," the consul translated, frowning vigorously. "The pathologist is heavily engaged in Adana. He's the best in Turkey, etc. They always are. The widow must first make the identification. Our friend's passport isn't enough. Oh, and it was suicide." All this to Brock's left ear in murmured confidences, while Brock went on studying the corpse. "I beg your pardon, Harry." "He says it was suicide," the consul repeated. And when Brock showed no further sign of having heard, "Suicide? Honestly?" "Who does?" Brock asked, as if he were a little slow about these things. "Captain Ali. Now, which one's that, Harry? Refresh my memory if you'd be so kind." But Brock knew very well which one. Long before he asked the question, his innocent blue eye had singled out the grinning, lethargic figure of the local police captain in a pressed grey uniform and gold-rimmed dark glasses, of which he was clearly proud, lounging with a couple of plain-clothes acolytes at the edge of the mayoral party. "The captain says he has made extensive investigations and is confident the post-mortem will bear out his findings. Suicide while drunk. Case complete. He says your journey was unnecessary," the consul added, in the forlorn hope that Brock would see this as their cue to leave. "Suicide by what means now exactly, Harry, please?" Brock inquired, resuming his patient study of the corpse. The consul put this to the captain. "A bullet," he responded to Brock, after a staccato exchange. "He shot himself through the head." Brock again lifted his gaze, first to the consul and then to the captain. His eyes, being wrinkled at the corners, imparted at first sight benevolence, but to the consul they were also unsettling. "Well, well, yes. Thank you, Harry, I'm sure." Brock seemed at first uncertain whether to continue, then took the plunge. "Only if we're to view the captain's theory seriously, Harry, which I've no doubt we are, maybe he will start by telling us how a man shoots his brains out with his hands cuffed behind his back, which is the only way I can see to account for the sores on our friend's wrists. Will you ask him that for me, please, Harry? I must say your Turkish is first-rate." Consul to captain again, the captain very active with his hands and eyebrows, while his eyes remained blacked out by the gold-rimmed glasses. "The handcuff marks were on our friend's wrists when he landed at Dalaman Airport," the consul duly translated. "The captain has a witness who can testify to seeing them." "Landed what from, Harry, please?" The consul put Brock's question to the captain. "The evening flight from Istanbul to Dalaman," he said. "The commercial flights? The standard commercial flights?" "Turkish Airlines. Our friend's name is on the passenger list. The captain would be happy to show it to you." "And I would be happy to see it, Harry. I'm very impressed by his diligence. Tell him, please." The consul told him. The captain accepted Brock's compliment and resumed his testimony, which the consul translated. "The captain's witness is a nurse by profession who sat next to our friend on the flight. She is the best nurse in the region, the most popular. She was so concerned by the state of our friend's wrists that she begged him to let her take him to a clinic as soon as the plane landed and have them dressed. He refused, drunkenly. Shoved her drunkenly aside. Oh dear. From his raised stage, the other side of the bathtub, the captain was applying his histrionic skills to reenacting the scene that he depicted. Windsor slumped ungraciously in his passenger seat. Windsor brusquely waving away the well-intentioned nurse. Windsor lifting his elbow to menace her. A second witness who rode here with our friend on the bus from Dalaman Airport provides similar testimony, the consul explained to Brock, after the captain had again held forth. "Oh, he came by bus, did he?" Brock interjected happily, in the manner of one enlightened. "A commercial flight and a commercial bus, well, and him a top lawyer with a major finance house in the West End of London, using public transport. I'm very glad to hear it. I may buy their shares after all." But the consul would not be deflected. Our friend and the second witness were sitting on the rear bench of the bus and side by side. The second witness is a retired policeman, the most loved policeman in the community, a father to the peasants, which makes a change. He offered our friend a fresh fig from a paper bag he was carrying. Our friend threatened to assault him. The captain possesses sworn and signed testimony from both these important witnesses, also from the bus driver and the stewardess on the aeroplane. The captain had obligingly paused, in case the distinguished gentleman from London had a question. But Brock, it seemed, had none, and the smile on his face betrayed only a wordless admiration. Thus encouraged, the captain placed himself at Windsor's marbled feet and poked a punctilious forefinger at the lacerated wrists. Furthermore, these marks are not made by Turkish handcuffs, the consul announced, without the smallest hint of humour. Turkish handcuffs are distinctive because they are more humane, more considerate of the prisoner. Don't laugh. The captain deduces that our friend was arrested in another country, handcuffed, and either escaped or was ordered to run. The captain would like to know whether there is any record of our friend committing a crime abroad before he came to Turkey. Also, whether alcohol was a feature of the offence. He would like you to assist him with this line of inquiry. He has great respect for English police methods. He says that together there is no crime you and he can't solve. Tell him I'm very flattered, please, Harry. It's always nice to solve a crime, even if it's only suicide. However, as regards his line of inquiry, I regret to inform him that, on paper, our friend was lily-white in all respects. But the consul was spared the labour of translating this by a thump on the steel door. The supervisor leapt to open it, and a tired Kurd was admitted, bearing a bucket of ice and an enema tube. He poked one end of the tube into the bathtub and sucked the other. Melted ice splashed onto the floor and ran away in the gutters until the bathtub had emptied itself. The Kurd dumped the fresh ice into the bathtub and withdrew, his mules slapping the stone steps. The consul lurched after him, bent double, hand slammed over his mouth. "I'm not pale. It's just the light," he assured Brock in a drenched murmur as he slunk back into the room. As if provoked by the consul's return, the mayor burst out complaining in very broken English. He was a stocky man, by build a risen labourer, and he spoke fiercely, as to a group of fellow strikers, gesticulating with powerful forearms, now at the corpse and now at the barred window, beyond which lay the town entrusted to his care. "Our friend was suicide," he pronounced indignantly. "Our friend was thief. He's not our friend. He steal our boat. He float in boat dead. Was alcoholic. Whiskey bottle was also in boat. Was empty. Which gun make this hole?" he demanded, rhetorically, jabbing a stubby arm in the direction of poor Windsor's shattered head. "In this town, please, who has so big guns? Has nobody. Has all small guns. Was English gun. This Englishman drinks, he steals our boat, he shoots himself, is thief, is alcoholic, is suicide, finish." Brock's kindly smile absorbed this onslaught without flinching. "I wonder if we could go back a little, Harry," he suggested, "assuming you've recovered." "Please yourself," the consul muttered miserably, dabbing his mouth with a paper tissue. "Our friend came here on an internal commercial flight from Istanbul, we hear, and public bus from Dalaman. Then he shot himself, right? Now, why did he do that, I wonder? What caused him to come here in the first place? What did he get up to when he got off the bus? Did he have friends to meet? Did he book himself a room in one of the town's many fine hotels? Was there a suicide note? Most of our English suicides like to leave a line or two behind them when they go. Where did he get his gun from? Where is the gun now, I wonder? Or have they failed to show it to us? Suddenly everyone was speaking at once, the hospital supervisor, the chief doctor, the captain, and several members of the corporation, each anxious to outdo the other in the vigour of his denial. There was no suicide note, and the captain was not expecting one. The consul translated crisply, selecting the captain's voice from the hubbub. Nobody who steals a boat, takes a bottle of whisky out to sea and drinks it, is in a state to write notes. You ask about motive. Our friend was a mendicant. He was a degenerate. He was an escaped prisoner. Here it comes. He was a pervert. That too, was he, Harry? My goodness. What gives them that impression, I wonder? The police have taken the testimony of several handsome Turkish fishermen whom our friend encountered on the waterfront in the early evening and attempted to seduce. The consul explained, in an expressionless monotone. All refused him. Our friend was a rejected homosexual, an alcoholic, a fugitive from justice. He decided to end it all. He stole a bottle of whisky, waited till dark, pinched a boat out of spite against the men who had repulsed his advances, took the boat out to sea, and shot himself. The gun fell into the water. In due course, divers will be sent down to retrieve it. At present, with so many pleasure boats and cruisers in the harbour, diving would not be appropriate. Where did he have the gun from? The captain says it is immaterial where he had it from. Criminals are criminals. They seek each other out, they sell each other guns, it is well known. How did he manage to carry the gun on the internal flight from Istanbul? In his luggage. Where is his luggage? Inquiries are proceeding. In this country that means the next millennium but one. Brock resumed his study of Winsor's body. Only that looks to me like a soft-nosed bullet, you see, Harry. He objected mildly. That's not an exit wound. That's a splat wound. You'd need a dum-dum bullet to make a hole like that. I can't do splat, the consul warned Brock wretchedly. It doesn't translate, and glanced uneasily at the route of his previous escape. The mayor was having another tantrum. Perhaps with the shrewdness of a politician, he was more suspicious of Brock's equanimity than were his underlings. He began strutting up and down the cellar floor, taking the larger, more aggressive view. The English, he complained. Why did the English imagine they had a right to barge in here asking questions when they were themselves the cause of the town's misfortune? Why does this English pederast come to our town in the first place? Why doesn't he go to some other town and kill himself there? Kalkan, Kars. Why does he have to come to Turkey at all? Why doesn't he stay in England instead of spoiling people's holidays and giving our town a bad name? But Brock took even this tirade in good part. You could tell by his gently nodding head that he saw the force of the argument, respected the local wisdom and the local dilemma. And this sweet reasonableness gradually had its effect on the mayor, who first put a finger to his lips, and then, as an exhortation to himself to remain composed, patted the air with his palm, up and down, as if it were a cushion he was straightening. The captain, however, showed no such self-restraint. Arms raised in surrender, though he was surrendering nothing, he thrust a heroic leg forward, and orated in proud sentences kept brief for the benefit of the consul. Our friend is drunk, the consul translated impassively. He is in the boat, the whisky bottle is empty, he is depressed. He stands up, he shoots himself. His gun falls into the sea. He lies down because he is dead. In winter we shall find the gun. Brock heard all this with every show of respect. So can we take a look at the boat at all, Harry? The mayor was back, eyes blazing. Boat was dirty, was too many blood. Owner from this boat, very sad man, very angry, very superstitious of God. He has a burn boat. He don't care. Insurance, he spit. Brock pottered alone through the narrow streets, acting the tourist, as he paused to examine a display of carpets or Ottoman artifacts or reflections in a convenient shop window. He had left the consul in the mayor's office, drinking apple tea and thrashing out such technical matters as steel coffins and the regulations regarding the transportation of the dead once the post-mortem had been conducted. Pleading the necessity of finding a birthday present for a non-existent daughter, he had resisted the mayor's offer of luncheon, and had been obliged in consequence to listen to lengthy recommendations regarding the town's many superb shops, the best being undoubtedly an air-conditioned boutique belonging to the mayor's nephew. He felt no fatigue, no slackening of his habitual quest. In the last 72 hours he had slept at best for 6, on aeroplanes, in taxis, on his way to hastily called meetings. Whitehall in the morning, Amsterdam in the afternoon, and come evening, the twilit gardens of a drug lord's hacienda in Marbella, for Brock had informants everywhere. People of all kinds were drawn to him, and for all kinds of reasons. Even on his passage through this little town, hardened shopkeepers and restaurateurs, calling out to him to buy their wares, spotted something about him that gave them pause amid the hubbub. Some even lowered their prices in their heads. And when, in the act of crossing the road, to see who around him had faltered or abruptly changed direction, Brock gave a cheerful wave and an apologetic, "Next time, perhaps." They discovered their intuitions in some vague way, confirmed by his rejection, and followed him with their eyes, and kept a lazy lookout for him in case he should happen their way a second time. Reaching the little fishing harbour with its white-painted lighthouse, ancient granite mole and bustling taverns, he continued to display an open pleasure in everything he saw. The chandlers and jean shops, where, if he had had a daughter, he might have found what he was looking for. The pleasure cruisers and glass-bottomed safari boats, the little trawlers in their fishing net mantillas, the grimy ochre jeep, parked on a red dirt track cut into the hillside behind the harbour. 2 figures sat in it, 1 boy, 1 girl. Even from 60 yards off you could see they were as scruffy as the jeep. Brock entered a chandler's, handled a few things, glanced in mirrors, and settled for an amusing T-shirt that he paid for with the credit card he used for operational expenditures. Shopping bag in hand, he wandered out along the mole until he reached the lighthouse, where, quite alone, he drew a cell phone from his pocket, dialed his office in London, and at once the West Country voice of Tanby, his lieutenant, was providing him with a series of disjointed messages that were nonsense to anyone who did not know their inner meaning. Having listened to these in silence, Brock growled, "Got you," and rang off. A narrow wooden staircase led up to the dirt track. Brock climbed it as any tourist might. The ochre jeep had disappeared. Gaining the track, he skirted a row of half-built holiday houses, and climbed another flight of stairs to an upper level, where more houses had been staked but not yet started. This second track was strewn with builders' junk and empty bottles. Brock placed himself at the verge, a prospective buyer getting the feel of the place, picturing the view from the unbuilt houses. Siesta time was approaching. No vehicle, no pedestrian, not a dog. From the village below, 2 competing muezzins moaned their exhortations, the first peremptory, the second soft and winning. The ochre jeep appeared, throwing up red dust. The driver was a pebble-chinned girl with broad, clear eyes and a scruffy blonde mane. Her boyfriend, if that was who he was, sulked beside her in the passenger seat. He wore a 3-day beard and 1 earring. Brock looked up the road and down the hillside he had just ascended. He raised a hand. The jeep stopped. The tailgate was flung open from within. On the rear seat lay a pile of rugs, some rolled, some folded. Brock sprang aboard, and with an agility remarkable for his age, flattened himself on the floor. The boy threw the rugs over him. The girl drove the jeep at a steady pace up the zigzag track to a plateau high on the headland, and stopped. "All clear?" said the bearded boy. Brock emerged from the carpets and sat himself on the back seat. The boy turned on the radio, not too loud. Turkish music, clapping hands, tambourines. Ahead of them lay a red stone quarry, disused and marked dangerous by crumbling notice boards. There was a wooden bench, now broken. There was a turning place for lorries, overgrown, and a view of 6 small jagged islands, stepping in descending order out to sea. Across the bay, white holiday villages nestled in ravines. "Let's hear it," Brock ordered. They were Derek and Aggie, and there was no lover's bond between them, however much Derek might wish it otherwise. Derek was shaggy and thundery in the modern idiom. Aggie was straight-eyed and long-legged, and unconsciously elegant. Derek gave his story while Aggie watched the mirrors and seemed not to hear. They had taken a room at the Driftwood, Derek said, with an accusing eye for Aggie, an upmarket doss house with a tavern and a gay Irish barman called Fidelio, who could get you anything you wanted. "The whole town's buzzing, Nat," Aggie broke in, speaking in a trim Glaswegian accent. "There's only the one topic from morning till night, and that's Windsor. Everyone's got a theory. Most people have 2 or 3. The mayor featured in most of the rumours, Derek continued, as if Aggie had not spoken. One of the mayor's 5 brothers was a big wheel in Germany. Rumour had it that he owned a heroin ring and a team of Turkish construction workers. Aggie once more interrupted. "He owns a bunch of casinos, Nat, and a leisure centre on Cyprus. Gross turnover like millions. And get this, the rumours says he's in with one of the big Russian mobs." "Is he now?" Brock marvelled, and allowed himself a private smile which somehow emphasised his age and apartness. According to the rumours, Derek went on, this same brother was actually in town on the day of Windsor's death. He must have dropped in from Germany because he was seen driving round in a limousine belonging to the sister-in-law of the chief of police for the district. "The police chief's brother is married to a Dalaman heiress," Derek said. "It was her firm provided the limousines and that met the private jet from Istanbul. And Nat, Captain Ali rides point for the police chief." Aggie again, excitedly. "I mean, they're a sack full of cats, Nat. There's not one of them hasn't got a piece of the other one. Fidelio says Ali actually took Wednesday off, just so he could drive the limo for his chief sister-in-law. OK, Captain Ali's not exactly a mental titan, but he was there, Nat, at the murder, part of the action, a copper, Nat, taking part in a ritual gang murder. They're worse than ours." "Are they, though?" said Brock, softly, and for a moment everything stopped, for this was a subject dear to Brock's heart. "There's this ex-girlfriend of Fidelio's cook," Derek said, "freaked-out English sculptress, Cheltenham Ladies' College, 3 needles a day, and living with a bunch of lowlife in a commune out on the headland. Drops into the Driftwood to collect her junk." "She's got this little boy, Nat," Aggie cut in again, while Derek scowled and coloured. "Zach, his name is. He's hell in bare feet, believe me. The commune kids, they all run wild, hustling flowers to the tourists and draining the petrol out of their cars while they're away taking a look at the Ottoman fort. So Zach, he's up in the mountains among the goats, doing God knows what with a bunch of Kurdish kids, when a whole convoy of limousines and jeeps pulls up below them, and the fellows all get out and act a scene from a gangster movie." She broke off, as if expecting to be challenged, but neither Derek nor Brock spoke. "One man gets shot, while the rest of the gang film him. When they've killed him, they throw him in a jeep and drive down the hill and away into town. Zach says it was just great. Blood like real blood and everything." Brock's pale gaze was straining across the bay. Billows of white cloud rose behind the coxcomb ridges. Buzzards circled in the shimmering heat. "And deposited him in a dinghy with an empty whiskey bottle," he said, completing her story for her. "Lucky they didn't do the same to Zach. Anyone live up there apart from the goats?" "Rocks, and more rocks," said Derek. "Beehives, lot of tire marks." Brock's head turned until his eyes were feasting thoughtfully on Derek's, and his good smile seemed cast in iron. "I thought I told you not to go up there, young Derek. Fidelio's trying to flog me his old Harley-Davidson. He let me try it for an hour." "So you tried it?" "Yes." "And disobeyed orders?" "Yes." "And what did you see, young Derek?" "Car tracks, jeep tracks, footprints. Lots of dried blood. No attempt to clear up. Why bother to sweep everything under the carpet when you own the mayor and the police chief? And this?" He dropped into Brock's waiting hands one scrumpled bunch of cellophane with the words Video 8/60 printed in repeat. "You get out of here tonight," Brock ordered, when he had spread the cellophane on his knee. "The both of you. There's a 6 p.m. charter from Izmir. They're holding a couple of seats for you. And Derek—" "Yes, sir?" On this occasion, in the eternal struggle between initiative and obedience, initiative paid off, which makes you a very lucky young man, doesn't it, Derek? "Yes, sir." Estranged from each other in all but their work, Derek and Aggie returned to their attic at the Driftwood and packed their kit bags. While Derek went downstairs to pay the bill, Aggie shook out their sleeping bags and gave the room a tidy. She washed the remaining cups and saucers and put them away, wiped down the hand basin, and opened the windows. Her father was a Scottish schoolmaster, her mother a general practitioner, and visiting angel of the poorer Glasgow suburbs. Both had notions of decency that went beyond the ordinary. Her ministrations completed, Aggie trotted after Derek to the jeep, and they set off at speed along the winding coast road to Izmir, Derek driving with an air of injured manhood, and Aggie watching the hairpin bends, the valley beneath them, and the clock. Derek, still smouldering from Brock's rebuke, was silently vowing he would resign the service as soon as he got home, and qualify as a solicitor if it killed him. It was an oath he took once a month at least, usually after a couple of pints in the canteen. But Aggie, on a different tack entirely, was torturing herself with memories of the child Zack. She was remembering how she'd picked him up the day he came trotting into the taverna with his money to bargain for an ice. I pulled him, for God's sake. How she had danced with him, skimmed stones with him on the beach, and sat with him on the sea wall while he fished, one arm round his shoulder in case he slipped. And she wondered what she thought of herself, the 25-year-old daughter of her parents, worming secrets out of a kid of 7, who believed she was the woman of his life. Chapter 4. Perched like a royal coachman at the wheel of his over-polished rover, Arthur Toogood drove at a stately pace down the winding hill, while Oliver followed him in his van. "What's all the fuss about?" Oliver had asked in the Salvation Army forecourt, as Toogood helpfully handed up the wrong box. "There's no fuss, Ollie, that's not the tone at all," Toogood had retorted. "It's the searchlight, it can happen to anyone," he insisted, handing up the right one. "What searchlight?" "The beam that comes round, takes a look at us, finds no fault, and passes on," Toogood had said, heatedly, already dismissive of his own metaphor. "It's totally random. Nothing personal at all. Forget about it." "What's it examining us for?" "Trusts, as it happens. They're doing trusts this month. Trusts corporate, charitable, family, offshore. Next month it will be securities or short-term loans or some other branch of business." "Carmen's Trust?" "Among others. Many others, yes. What we call a non-aggressive dawn raid. They choose a branch, look at the numbers, ask some questions, move on. Routine." "Why are they interested in Carmen's Trust suddenly?" Toogood had by now become thoroughly cross with being questioned. "It's not just Carmen's, it's all trusts. They're doing a general inspection of trusts." "Why are they doing it in the middle of the night?" Oliver had persisted. They parked in the bank's cramped backyard. Intruder lights beat down on them. 3 steps led to a steel rear door. Toogood crooked a finger to type the entry code, changed his mind, and made an impulsive grab for Oliver's left biceps. "Ollie." Oliver shook his arm free. "What?" Were you expecting any movement on Carmen's account? Recently, say, over the last few months? In the near future, for instance?" "Movement? Money's in or out. Never mind what movement. Action." "Why should I be? We're both trustees. You know what I know. What's happened? Have you been playing games?" "No, of course not. We're on the same side in this, and you've no advance notice of anything. Independently, privately, from anyone. You're aware of no other factor affecting the Trust's position as of recent date? Not a dicky bird. Good. Perfect. Stay that way. Be exactly who you are, a child's magician, not a dicky bird. Toogood's eyes gleamed greedily under the brim of his hat. When they ask you their routine questions, say exactly what you just said to me. You're her father, you're a trustee, as I am, bound to do your duty. He typed a number. The door buzzed and opened. They're Pode and Langston from Bishopsgate, he confided, willing Oliver ahead of him into a steel-grey corridor with strip lights. Pode's small, but he's big. Big in the bank. Langston's more your type, heavy fellow. No. On you go. Youth before beauty, or whatever they say. It was a starry sky, Oliver noticed before the door closed on them. A pink moon hung above him, cut to pieces by the razor wire coiled along the courtyard wall. Two men sat at a conference table in the window bay of Toogood's office, both worried about their hair. Pode, small but big in the bank, was tweedy with rimless bifocals, and his exiguous hair was drawn over his scalp in tramlines, all starting from the same side of his head. Langston, the heavy fellow, was an old boy of somewhere, with bud-like ears and a tie adorned with golf clubs, and a news announcer's wig of brown wire wool. "You took some finding, then, Mr. Hawthorne," said Pode, not altogether playfully. "Arthur's been chasing around town after you like a man demented, haven't you, Arthur?" "My pipe bother you?" Langston asked. "Sure not. Take your coat off, Mr. Hawthorne. Chuck it over there." Oliver removed his beret, but not his coat. He sat down. A strained silence followed, while Pode fiddled with papers, and Langston gardened at his pipe, gouging sodden tobacco onto an ashtray. "White blinds," Oliver recorded glumly. "White walls, white lights. This is where banks go at night." "Mind if we call you Ollie?" Pode asked. "Whatever." "It's Reg and Walter, never Wally, if you don't mind," said Langston. "He's Reg." The silence came back. "And I'm Walter," he added, for a laugh he didn't get. "And he's Walter," Pode confirmed, and all three men smiled awkwardly. On Oliver, then on one another. You should have grey, silky side whiskers, Oliver thought, and purple noses tweaked with frost. You should have turnip watches inside your topcoats instead of ballpoint pens. Pode held a pad of yellow legal paper in his hand. Scribbles in more than one handwriting, Oliver noticed. Columns of dates and numbers. But Pode wasn't doing the talking. Langston was, ponderously through his pipe smoke. He would jump straight in, he said. No point in beating about the bush. "My particular bailiwick for my sins is bank security, Ollie. What we call compliance. That's everything from the night watchman who's been walloped on the nut, to money laundering, to the teller who is subsidizing his salary from the cash drawer." Still no one laughed. "And, as you will have gathered from Arthur here, trusts." He took a suck of his pipe. It was of the short-barrelled variety. In his childhood, Oliver remembered, he had had one not unlike it, made of china clay, for blowing bubbles in the bath. "Tell us something, Ollie. Who's Mr. Crouch when he's at home?" An abstraction, Brock had replied when Oliver had asked him the same question 100 years ago in a pub in Hammersmith. "We thought of calling him John Doe, but it's been done." "He's a friend of my family's," Oliver said, to the beret on his lap. "Dull," Brock had dinned into him. "Stay with dull. Don't turn up the lights. Us coppers like dull." "Oh, yes," said Langston, all puzzled innocence. "What sort of friend, I wonder, Ollie?" "He lives in the West Indies," Oliver said, as if that defined the friendship. "Oh, yes. A black gentleman, then, I dare say?" "Not as far as I know. He just lives there." "Where, for instance?" "Antigua. It's in the file." Mistake. Don't make him look a fool. Better to look one yourself. Stay with Dull.
Nice bloke. Like him, said Langson, eyebrows raised high in encouragement. I never met him. He communicates through solicitors in London. Langson frowns and smiles at the same time, indicating reluctant doubt. Puffs at pipe for solace. No soap bubbles appear. Makes rictual grimace, which among pipe smokers passes for a smile. You never met him, but he made a personal gift to your daughter Carmen's trust of £150,000, by way of his London solicitors, he suggested, through a noxious cloud of smoke. It's approved, says Brock, in a pub, in a car, walking in a wood. Don't be a fool. It's signed for. Oliver refuses to be swayed. He has refused all day. I don't care whether it's approved or not. It's not approved by me. Don't you find that a somewhat unusual way to carry on? Langson was inquiring. What way? To make such a large financial gift to the daughter of somebody you never met, through solicitors. Crouch is a rich man, Oliver said. He's a distant relative, some kind of cousin removed. He appointed himself Carmen's guardian angel. What we call the vague uncle syndrome, then, said Langson, and directed a smirk of heavy portent at Pode, and then at Toogood. But Toogood took umbrage at this. It's not a syndrome of any shape or kind. It's a perfectly normal banking practice. A rich man, a friend of the family, appointing himself a child's guardian angel. That is a syndrome, I grant you, and a very normal one, he ended triumphantly, contradicting himself at every turn, yet carrying his point. Am I not right, Reg? But little Pode, who was big in the bank, was too absorbed in his yellow pad to answer. He had found another angle for it, one less amenable to Oliver's line of sight, and he was questioning it earnestly through his bifocals, while the reading lamp made his striped pate glisten. Ollie, said Pode quietly. His voice was thin and circumspect, a rapier to Langson's bludgeon. What is it? Said Oliver. Let's go over this from the start, can we? Go over what? Just bear with me, please. I'd like to begin on the day of the trust's birth and reason forward, if you don't mind, Ollie. I'm a technician, interested in antecedents and modus operandi. Will you bear with me? Oliver the dullard gave a shrug of acquiescence. According to our records, you came to see Arthur here in this very room by prior appointment 18 months ago, almost to the day, and 1 week exactly after Carmen's birth, correct? Correct. Dull as mud. You had been a customer of the bank for 6 months, and you had recently moved into the area after a period of residence abroad. Where was that now? I forget. Ever been to Australia at all? Brock is asking. Never, Oliver replies. Good, because that's where you've been for the last 4 years. Australia, said Oliver. Where you had been... What? Drifting, sheep stations, serving fried chicken in cafes, whatever came along. You weren't into your magic then, not in those days? No. And you had been non-resident in the UK for tax purposes for how long, by the time you returned? We're disappearing you from Inland Revenue records, Brock had said. You resurface as Hawthorne, resident on return from Australia. 3 years? 4, Oliver replied, correcting himself for extra dullness. More like 4. So, when you went to Arthur, you were by then a UK tax resident, but self-employed. As a magician. Married. Yes. And Arthur gave you a cup of tea, I expected you, Arthur. A burst of hilarity to remind us how much bankers love the human touch, whatever tough decisions they are obliged to take. He hadn't got enough in his account, Toogood rejoined, to show how human he was, too. It's the antecedents I'm after, you see, Ollie, Pode explained. You told Arthur that you wanted to put some money in trust, right? For Carmen. Right. And Arthur here said,
Reasonably enough, assuming you were talking of a modest sum. Why not just go for national savings, or a building society, or an endowment policy? Why go through all the palaver of a formal legal trust? Correct, Ollie? Carmen is 6 hours old. Oliver stands in one of the old red phone boxes that the councillors of Abbott's Quay have insisted on preserving for the pleasure of our foreign visitors. Tears of joy and relief stream down his face. "I've changed my mind," he tells Brock between chokes. "I'll take the money. Nothing's too good for her. The house for Heather and whatever's left for Carmen. Just as long as it's nothing for me, I'll take it. Is that corruption, Nat?" "It's fatherhood," says Brock. "Correct," Oliver agreed. "You were adamant that it had to be a trust. I see." The yellow page again. "A full-blown trust." "Yes." "That was your position. You wanted to lock up this sum of money for Carmen and throw away the key, you told Arthur. You're a great note-taker, Arthur, I'll give you that. You wanted to be sure that whatever became of you, or of Heather, or anybody else, Carmen would have her nest egg." "Yes." "There, in trust, out of reach, waiting for her when she grew to woman's estate, got married, or whatever young ladies will be doing by the time she reaches the ripe age of 25. "Yes." Fussy adjustment to bifocals. Churchy pursing of lips. 2 fingertips to coax a tramline of black hair back into position. Resume. "And you had been advised, or so you told Arthur here, that it was possible to open a trust with a nominal amount and add to this amount whenever you or anybody else felt flush." An itch had formed on the tip of Oliver's nose. He rubbed it fervently with his big palm, fingers upwards. "Yes." "So who gave you that advice, Ollie? Who or what prompted you to come to Arthur that day, 1 week after Carmen had been born, and say, 'I want to open a trust, specifically a trust,' and talk quite knowledgeably on the subject too, according to Arthur's memo here?" "Crouch. Our same Mr. Geoffrey Crouch, residing in Antigua, and contactable through his London solicitors. It was Crouch who gave you the original advice to set up a proper legal trust for Carmen?" "Yes." "How?" "By letter." "From Crouch personally?" "From his solicitors." "His London solicitors or solicitors in Antigua?" "I don't remember. The letter's on file, or it should be. I gave everything relevant to Arthur at the time." "Who duly filed it." Toogood confirmed with satisfaction. Pode was consulting his yellow page. "Messrs. Dorkin and Woolley, a reputable city firm. Mr. Peter Dorkin has Mr. Crouch's power of attorney." Oliver decided to show a little temperament. Dull temperament. "Then why did you ask?" "Just checking the antecedents, Ollie. Just making sure." "Is it illegal or something?" "Is what illegal?" "Her trust, what's been done, the antecedents. Is it illegal?" "Not in the least, Ollie." Defensive now. "Not by any means. Nothing illegal or irregular about it whatever. Except it appears that Messrs. Dorkin and Woolley haven't met Mr. Crouch either, you see. Well, that's not unknown, I suppose." He considered the semantic point. "It's irregular, perhaps, but it's not unknown. He's very reclusive, I must say, as your Mr. Crouch." "He's not my Mr. Crouch, he's Carmen's." "Indeed he is. And her trustee as well, I see." Toogood was again taking umbrage. "Why shouldn't Crouch be a trustee?" he demanded, much aggrieved, of the 2 men from London together. "Crouch provided the cash. He's the settler. A friend of the family, part of the Hawthorne tapestry. Why shouldn't he want to make sure Carmen's money is handled in a proper manner? Why shouldn't he be reclusive if he wants to be? I'll be reclusive one day when I'm retired." Langson, the heavy fellow, had decided to return to the charge. Propped on one lumpy elbow, he leaned massively over the table, pipe in hand, and wire-wool forelock leading, every inch our security officer. "So, acting on Mr. Crouch's advice," he said, half closing his eyes for extra shrewdness,
You open the Carmen Hawthorne Trust with yourself and Mr. Crouch and Arthur here as trustees, and you pay in £500 of start money. 2 weeks later, this sum is increased by a further £150,000, thanks to the generosity of Mr. Crouch. Yes? He had quickened the pace. Yes. Did Crouch pay out any other moneys to your family that you're aware of? No. No, he didn't, or no, you're not aware of them. I haven't got any family. My parents are dead. I've no brothers or sisters. That's why Crouch adopted Carmen, I suppose. There was no one else. Except you. Yes. And he has given you personally nothing, directly or indirectly? You derive no benefit from Crouch? No. Never did? No. Never will, far as you know? No. Ever dealt with him? Had business dealings with him? Borrowed from him, even indirectly, through solicitors? No to all of it. Who paid for Heather's house, then, Oliver? I did. What with? Cash. Out of a suitcase. Out of my bank account. And how did you accumulate this cash, if I may ask? Through Crouch, perhaps? Through his associates? His shady business dealings? It was money I saved in Australia, said Oliver gruffly, and began to colour. Did you pay Australian tax on your earnings during your residence there? The earnings were casual. Maybe tax was deducted at source. I don't know. You don't know? And you kept no records, of course. He cast a knowing sideways glance at Pode. No, I didn't. Why not? Because I didn't fancy hitchhiking 10,000 miles with a set of records in my backpack, that's why. Oh, well, I don't suppose you would, Langson conceded, with another glance for Pode, not half so knowing. So how much did you bring back from Australia to UK and all, Ollie? How much had you saved up, put it that way? When I'd bought the house for Heather and the furniture and the van and the equipment, that was pretty much my lot. Did you ever follow any other occupation out there in Australia at all? Never dealt in any, what I might call, commodities? Let us say, substances? He got no further. Toogood saw to that. Toogood had taken the whole imputation on himself. Half rising from his chair, he aimed his piglet forefinger straight at Langson's heart. That's a bloody outrage, Walter. Ollie's my valued customer. You take that back right now. Oliver stared into the middle distance, while Pode and Toogood waited awkwardly for Langson to extricate himself, which he did by resorting to ponderous innuendo. So meanwhile, Langson suggested, it's Ollie and Arthur in charge of the trust. It's some funny solicitor in London, rubber-stamping whatever you decide to do, and it's reclusive Mr. Crouch, who as usual nobody can find, including his solicitors, crouching, out of sight, in his house in Antigua, West Indies. Oliver said nothing, just sat and watched him flail, as they all did. Ever been there? Langson demanded, louder still. Where? His house in Antigua, where do you think? No. I don't expect many people have they? Assuming there's a house to go to, of course. That's a travesty, that is, Walter, Toogood declared, now thoroughly incensed. Crouch isn't a rubber stamp. He's a sound financial mind, as good as the brokers any day, and sometimes better. Oliver and I agree strategy. We put it up to Crouch via his solicitors. We get his say-so. What could be more ship-shape than that? Swinging round in his chair, he appealed to Pode, who was big in the bank. All of this was reported to head office at the time, Reg. Legal department looked at it. We passed it pro forma to criminal intelligence and never heard a peep. Trustee department looked at it. The revenue didn't blink. Head office told us, well done and get on with it. And we did. Very effectively, if I may say so. Turned 150,000 into 198 in less than 2 years and rising. He swung back to Langson. Nothing's changed except the numbers. The trust's a regional matter to be handled locally. by Ollie here and by myself as local incumbent, which is fair and normal. It's only the size of the money that's altered, not the principle. The principle was established 18 months ago. Oliver slowly collected his limbs together until he sat upright. What numbers? How have they changed? He demanded. What haven't you told me? I'm Carmen's father. I'm not just her trustee. Pode took an age to answer. Or perhaps the delay was in Oliver's mind. Perhaps Pode answered straight out, and Oliver's mind, having recorded what Pode said, ran the tape slowly, over and again, until the monstrosity of the message had sunk in. A very large sum of money has been paid into your daughter Carmen's trust, Ollie. It's so immense that the bank assumed it must be a mistake. Mistakes can happen. Institutional money misrouted in error. A couple of digits transposed. Millions of pounds ending up in some unlikely private account till we get onto the remitting bank and sort it out. But in this case, the remitting bank is adamant that the right amount of money was sent to the right account, to the credit of the Carmen Hawthorne Trust. The donor anonymous, because that's what he, or she, wishes to be. You can't beat down the Swiss when it comes to banking confidentiality. The law's the law for them. The code's the code. From a customer, and you can sing for the rest. All they're prepared to tell us is the money comes from a well-conducted account of long-standing, and they've every reason to be confident of the integrity of the client. From there on in, it's a blank wall. How much? Said Oliver. Pode did not falter. £5,030,000. And what we'd all like to know is, where did it come from? We've inquired of Crouch's solicitors. Not from him, they say. We've asked them whether Mr. Crouch might otherwise be able to enlighten us regarding Carmen's benefactor. Mr. Crouch is travelling at present, they tell us. They will advise us in due course. Well, travelling. That's no excuse these days. So if Crouch didn't send it, who did? And how did he or she come by it in the first place? Who wants to give your infant daughter's trust £5,030,000 in cash, yet not be a trustee? Not inform the trustees in advance, and not reveal his or her name. We thought you might be able to tell us, you see, Oliver. Nobody else can, apparently. You're our one chance. Pode paused to allow Oliver to speak, but Oliver had nothing to say. He had retreated again. He was hunched inside the collars of his overcoat, long black hair swept back, wide brown eyes fixed on something distant, the tip of one large finger wedged to his lower lip. In his head he was watching clippings from the lousy film of his life so far. A flat-fronted villa on the Bosphorus, schools, all failures, a white-walled interviewing room at Heathrow Airport. Take your time, Ollie, Pode urged, in the tone of someone exhorting him to repentance. Think back. Somebody in Australia, perhaps. Somebody from your past or your family's past. A philanthropist, a rich eccentric, another Crouch. Did you ever buy a share in a gold mine or something? Did you ever have a business partner, somebody who might have struck lucky? No answer, not even a sign that he was heard. Because we need an explanation, you see, Ollie. A convincing one. £5 million sent anonymously from a Swiss bank. Well, that's more than certain authorities in this country are willing to swallow without a pretty good explanation. And 30, Oliver reminded him, and thought back, and further back, until his features acquired the solitude of a long-term prisoner. Which bank? He asked. One of the biggest, never mind. Which one? Cantonal and Federal of Zurich, C&F. Oliver gave a distant nod, acknowledging the rightness of this. It's a death, he suggested in a remote voice. Someone's left a will. We asked that, Ollie. I'm afraid we quite hoped it was the case. Then at least we'd have a chance of seeing documents. C&F assure us that the settler was alive and well and in possession of his mental faculties at the time of the transfer. They rather imply that they've been back to him and confirmed the instruction. They don't say it in as many words. The Swiss won't do that. But the implication is there. Then it's not a death, Oliver said, for himself rather than for them. Yet again Langston sprang into the breach. All right, suppose it was a death. Who's dead then? Or who isn't? Who's alive now? Who might be leaving Carmen £5,030,000 on his death?
Gradually, while they waited, Oliver's mood changed. It is said that when a man is sentenced to be hanged, a contentment descends over him, and for a while he performs all sorts of minor tasks with precision and diligence. Oliver now acquired that kind of friendly clarity. He stood up, smiled, and politely excused himself. He stepped into the corridor and made his way to the men's room, which he had observed on his passage to Toogood's office. Inside he locked the door and gazed into the mirror while he made an assessment of his situation. He stooped over the hand basin, turned on the cold tap, and with water from his great cupped hands rinsed his face, imagining he was washing away some version of himself that was no longer operative. There being no towel, he beat his hands with his handkerchief, which he then tossed into the waste bin. He returned to Toogood's office and placed himself in the doorway, filling it with the folds of his overcoat. He spoke courteously and directly to Toogood, ignoring Pode and Langson. "I'd like to talk to you alone, please, Arthur. Outside, if that's all right." And he stepped back to let Toogood go ahead of him down the corridor. They stood in the backyard again, under the stars, surrounded by the high wall and the razor wire. The moon had freed itself of earthly attachments and lay luxuriously above the bank's many chimney pots, washed by a milky haze. "I can't accept the 5 million, he said. "It's not appropriate for a child. Send it back to where it came from."
"No go," Toogood rejoined with unexpected force. "As trustee, I haven't the authority, nor have you, nor has Crouch. It's not up to us to say the money's clean. It's up to the authorities to say it's not. If they don't, the trust must keep it. If we refuse it, 20 years or so from now, Carmen can sue the bank, sue you, me, and Crouch to hell and back."
"Go to the courts," Oliver said. "Ask for a ruling. Then you're protected." Startled, Toogood began to say one thing, then changed his mind and said another.
"All right, we go to the courts. What have they got to work on? Hunch? You heard what Pode said. A well-conducted account, a client of integrity in full possession of his faculties. The courts will say the authorities are powerless unless they can put up a criminal case." He took a pace backward. "Don't look like that. What are you, anyway? What do you know about courts?"
Oliver had moved neither feet nor body. He had his hands deep in his overcoat pockets, and they stayed there. So it could only have been his bulk, and the expression on his great moist face in the moonlight, that had prompted Toogood to recoil so abruptly. The gathering grimness of Oliver's hollowed eyes against the stars, the despairing anger round the mouth and jaw. "Tell them I don't want to talk to them any more," he told Toogood, climbing into his van. "And open the gates, please, Arthur, or I'll have to smash them down." Toogood opened the gates. Chapter 5. The bungalow lay in a private unmade road called Avalon Way, huddled below the crest of the hill and out of sight from the town, which was one of the things that Oliver had liked about it. Nobody sees us, nobody thinks about us. We're in nobody's consciousness except our own. Its name was Bluebell Cottage, and Heather had wanted to change it, but Oliver, without giving his reasons, had overruled her. He preferred to re-enter the world as it stood, to be absorbed and hidden away and forgotten. He liked the summer when the trees were in leaf and you couldn't see the bungalow from the road. He liked the winter spells when Lookout Hill iced over and nothing went by for days. He liked the plain, boring neighbours whose predictable conversation never threatened him or went beyond the bearable. The Andersons in Windermere ran a sweet shop at Chapel Cross. A week after Christmas they had given Heather a box of liqueur chocolates with holly on it. The Millers in Swallow's Nest were retired. Martin, an ex-fireman, had taken up watercolours, every leaf a masterpiece. Yvonne read tarot cards for friends and was a sidesman in the church. To have their decent ordinariness on either side of him was a comfort, and to begin with he had felt the same way about Heather and her pathetic need to please everybody all the time. "We're both fragmented people," he had reasoned. If we put the fragments of ourselves together and have a baby to unite us, we'll be fine. Haven't you got any old family photographs or anything? She had asked him sadly. It's a bit one-sided, all my rotten lot, and none of yours, even if your lot are dead. Lost, he had explained, left behind in my kit in Australia. But that was all he told her. It was Heather's life he wanted, not his own. Heather's relations, childhood, friends, her banality, her continuity, her weaknesses, even her infidelities, which gave him a kind of absolution. He wanted everything he'd never had, at once, ready-made, backdated, warts and all. His pessimism was a gigantic impatience that required life to be set like a tea table for him by yesterday. Dull friends with silly opinions, bad taste, and all the commonest factors. Avalon Way was 100 yards long, with a turning bay and a fire hydrant at the far end. Cutting the van's engine, Oliver coasted down the dark road and parked. From the turning bay he walked back lightly, favouring the grass verge, scanning empty cars and darkened houses, because the curse of stealth was on him, and so were memories of other times. He was in Swindon, where Brock had trained him in useless furtive things. "We're lacking concentration, son," a kindly instructor told him. "It's not having your heart in it is the problem. I expect you're one of those do better on the night." The moon hung ahead of him, making a white ladder in the sea. Sometimes when he passed a bungalow, a burglar light plopped on, but the denizens of Avalon Way were frugal souls, and it soon went out again. Heather's parked Ventura, exaggerated by the moonlight, loomed vastly in the driveway. The curtains in her bedroom window were drawn shut. A light glowed behind them. She's reading, he thought. Bodice rippers, whatever her book club sends her. Who does she think of when she reads that stuff? How-to books. What to do when your partner tells you he doesn't love you, and never did. The curtains in Carmen's window were of gauze, because she needed to see stars. At the age of 18 months she had already learned how to make her wishes known. The small tilt window at the top, open because she liked air, but not a draught. Her Donald Duck nightlight on the table. The tape of Peter and the Wolf to send her to sleep. He listened, and heard the sea, but no tape. From the darkness of a copper beach he made a survey of the garden, and everything he saw accused him. The new Wendy house, or new last summer, when Oliver and Heather Hawthorne were buying everything, because buying was the only language left to them. The new climbing frame, with bits already missing. The new plastic children's slide, warped. The new paddle pool, clogged with leaves, half inflated, dying where it lay. The new shed for the new mountain bikes they swore they would ride religiously every morning of their new life, with Carmen riding pillion as soon as she was big enough. The barbecue. Let's have Toby and Maud round. Toby, her employer at the estate agent's, with a BMW, a maniacal laugh, and an espousing wink for the husbands he was cuckolding. Maud, his wife. Oliver walked back along the grass verge to the van and called the number on his car phone. First he got a languid bit of Brahms, then a shriek of rock music. "Congratulations! You have reached Heather and Carmen Hawthorne's ancestral pile. Hi, I'm afraid we're having too much fun to take your call at the moment, but if you'd like to leave a message with the butler—" "I'm down the road, in the van," Oliver said. "Have you got anybody with you?" "No, I bloody haven't," she retorted. "Then open the door. I need to talk to you." They stood facing each other in the hall under the chandelier they had bought together at Architectural Reclaim. The hostility between them was like a heat. Once she had loved him for making magic in the children's ward at Christmas, for his sloppy dexterity and warmth. She had called him her gentle giant, her lord and schoolmaster. Now she was contemptuous of his size and ugliness, and kept her distance while she looked for things to hate about him. Once he had loved her failings as a precious charge upon him. She is the reality, I am the dream. Her face in the light of the chandelier was bruised and shiny. "I need to see her," he said. "You can see her Saturday." "I won't wake her. I just need to see her." She was shaking her head and grimacing to show that he disgusted her. "No," she said. "I promise," he replied, not sure what he was promising. They were speaking in damped voices for Carmen's sake. Heather clutched her nightgown at her throat to block his view of her breasts. He smelt cigarette smoke. She's taken it up again. Her long hair, naturally dark brown, was dyed blonde. She had brushed it before letting him in. "I'm going to have it cut short. I'm sick of it," she'd say, to get him going. "Not an inch," he'd say, stroking it, folding it against her temples, feeling his lust collect. "Not half an inch. I love it as it is. I love you. I love your hair. Let's go to bed." "I've had a threat," he said, lying the way he'd always lied to her, in a tone to discourage question. "People I got mixed up with in Australia. They found out where I live." "You don't live here, Oliver. You visit when I'm out, not when I'm in," she retorted, as if he had propositioned her. "I need to make sure she's safe. She's safe, thank you, as safe as she can be. She's beginning to get used to the idea. You live in one place, I live in another place. Jilly helps me look after her. It's hard, but she's working it out." Jilly, the au pair. "It's these people," he said. "Oliver, ever since I've known you, there's been little green men who are going to come and get us in the night. It's got a name, you know. Paranoia. Perhaps it's time you talk to somebody about it." "Has anyone funny called? Strange inquiries? People coming to the door, asking questions? Offering you unlikely things to buy?" "We're not in a movie, Oliver. We're ordinary people, living ordinary lives. All of us except you." "Has anyone called?" he repeated. "Phoned. Asked for me." He caught the flicker of a hesitation in her eye before she answered. "A man telephoned. 3 times. Jilly got him." "For me?" "Well, it wasn't me, was it, or I wouldn't be telling you." "What did he say? Who was he?" "Tell Oliver to ring Jacob. He knows the number. I didn't know you'd got a Jacob tucked away. I hope you'll be very happy." "When did he call?" "Yesterday and the day before. I was going to tell you when we next spoke." "All right, I'm sorry. Go on then. Look at her." But he didn't move except to grasp her upper arms. "Oliver!" she protested, pulling angrily free of him. "A man sent you roses last week," he said. "You rang me." "That's right. I rang you and told you about it." "Tell me again." She heaved a theatrical sigh. "A limousine brought me some roses with a nice card. I didn't know who they were from, right?" "But you knew they were coming. The firm had rung up in advance." "The firm had rung up, correct. We're delivering some flowers for Hawthorne, and when will somebody be in?" "It wasn't a local firm?" "No, it was a London firm. It wasn't Interflora. It wasn't the Little Green Men. It was special blooms being sent all the way from London by a firm that specializes in special blooms. And when will I be in to receive them?" "You're joking," I said. "You've got the wrong Hawthorne." But they hadn't. It was us. "A Mrs. Heather and a Miss Carmen," they said. "And how about 6 tomorrow evening?" I still thought it was a joke or a mistake or a selling gimmick, even after I rang off. 6 o'clock on the dot next day, this limousine rolls up. "What kind?" "A shiny great Mercedes. I told you, didn't I? And a chauffeur in a grey uniform like one of the ads. You ought to wear gaiters," I said to him. He didn't know what gaiters were. I told you that bit too. "What colour?" "The chauffeur. The Mercedes. Metallic blue, polished like a wedding car. The chauffeur was white, his uniform was grey, and the roses were creamy pink, long-stemmed, scented, just opened, and a tall white china vase to put them in." "And a note?" "That's right, Oliver, a note." "Not signed, you said?" "No, Oliver, I didn't say it wasn't signed. I said it was signed to 2 beautiful ladies from their devoted admirer, on the firm's card, Marshall and Bernstein, Jermyn Street, W1. When I rang them to find out who the admirer might be, they said they weren't at liberty to reveal the name of the customer, even if they knew it. Lots of flowers went out that way from anonymous customers, particularly around St. Valentine's Day, which it wasn't, but their policy was the same all year. Right? Satisfied?" "Have you still got them?" "No, Oliver, I haven't. I had a little moment, as you know, when I thought they might have been from you. Not because I wanted them to be particularly, but you're the only person I know who's mad enough to make a gesture like that. I was mistaken. It wasn't you, as you were kind enough to tell me in very clear terms. I thought of sending them back or giving them to the hospital. But then I thought, to hell with it. At least somebody loves us. And I've never seen roses like that in my life. And they were sent to us. So I did everything I could think of to make them last. I bashed the ends of the stalks and mixed the little packet of powder into the water and kept them in a cool place. I put 6 in Carmen's room, and she loved them. And when I wasn't worried about mysterious sex maniacs, I was completely in love with whoever sent them. Did you throw away the note? The note was not a clue, Oliver. It was written by the firm to the sender's dictation. I checked. So it was no good me puzzling over the handwriting. So where is it? That's my business. How many roses were there? More than anyone's ever given me before. Didn't you count them? Girls count roses, Oliver. It's what they do. It's not that they're greedy. They like to know how much they're loved. How many? 30. 30 roses. £5,030,000. And you've heard nothing since? He asked, after a space. No phone call, letter? Nothing to follow them up? No, Oliver, nothing to follow them up. I have raked over my entire love life, which doesn't amount to a lot, thinking of all my men who might have struck it rich. And the only one I could come up with is Gerald, who was always going to win the Irish sweepstake. But in the interim, he was on the dole. However, I live in hopes. The days go by, but I still look out of the window now and then, in case there's a blue murk waiting to whisk us away somewhere. But it's usually raining. He stood at Carmen's bedside, peering down at her. He stooped over her until he could smell her warmth and listen to her breathing. She snuffled and appeared to wake as Heather grabbed his wrist and marched him into the hall, through the open doorway and down the path. "You've got to get out," he told her. She didn't understand him. "No," she said. "You have." He was glaring at her without seeing her properly. He was shaking. She could feel the shaking in his wrist before she let it go. "Away from here," he explained. "Both of you. Don't go to your mother or your sisters. They're too obvious. Go to Nora's. Nora, her friend. The one she talked to for an hour at full rates every time they had a row. Tell her you've got to get away for a bit. Say I'm driving you mad." "I'm a working woman, Oliver. What do I tell Toby?" "You'll think of something." She was scared. She was dreading whatever Oliver dreaded, even if she didn't know what it was. "Oliver, for Christ's sake." "Call Nora tonight. I'll send you money. Whatever you need. Someone will come and see you and explain." "Why don't you do the explaining yourself?" she screamed after him. It was his secret place, not 10 minutes' drive from the bungalow, at the end of a timber track cut into a hilltop. It was where he had come to practice his balloon sculpture and his plate spinning and the juggling he couldn't get his hands round. It was where he used to hide himself when he was afraid he would hit her, or smash up the house, or kill himself out of the rage at the deadness of his soul. Sitting up here in the van with the window down, he would wait for his breathing to settle, listening to the prickle of pine trees and the mewing of night gulls and the rumble of other people's worries coming up from the valley. Sometimes he would sit all night staring into the bay. Sometimes he saw himself balanced on the sea wall at high tide, kicking off his shoes before jumping feet first into the foam. Or the sea became the Bosphorus, and he imagined a constant crisscross of small and large boats nearly colliding. Parking in his usual corner, he switched off the engine and stabbed out Brock's number on the green digits of his car phone. He heard the altering tones as his call was rerouted, and knew he had dialed right because he heard a woman's voice reciting the number back at him, which was all she ever did. She was a recorded woman, an unattainable abstraction. "It's Benjamin for Jacob," he said. More atmospherics, followed by the voice of Tanby, Brock's emaciated shadow. Cadaverous Cornish Tanby, who drives Brock's car for him when he needs to catch an hour's kip, fetches Brock's Chinese take-in for him when he can't leave his desk, fronts for him, lies for him, hauls me upstairs when my feet are lame from drink. Tanby, the calm voice in the storm, the one you want to throttle with your sweating hands. "Well, there's a nice surprise at last, Benjamin," said Tanby, all jaunty. "Better late than never, I will say." "He's found us," Oliver said. "Yes, Benjamin, I fear he has, and the skipper would like a one-to-one with you in this regard as soon as possible. There's a fast train leaving your neck of the woods at 11:35 tomorrow morning, if that's convenient. Same place, same routine. And the skipper says to bring a toothbrush and a couple of your city suits and bits to match, especially the shoes. You've seen the newspapers, I dare say." "What newspapers?" "Then you haven't. Good. Only the skipper doesn't want you worried, you see. Everybody you care about is all right, he says to tell you. No losses within the family. Not as of now. He wants you reassured." "What newspapers?" "Well, I take the Express myself." Oliver drove slowly back into town. His neck muscles were aching. There was something odd going on in the big veins leading to his head. The newspaper kiosk at the railway station was closed. He drove to a bank, not his own, and took £200 cash out of the wall. He drove to the waterfront and found Eric at his usual corner table in the brasserie across the square, eating what he always ate now he was retired: liver, chips, and mushy peas, and a glass of the Chilean red. Eric had stooged for Max Miller, and understudied with the Crazy Gang. He had shaken hands with Bob Hope, and slept, he liked to say, with every pretty boy in the chorus. When Oliver was on a bender, Eric would drink along with him, apologizing that his years prevented him from keeping pace with Oliver's consumption. And if the need arose, Eric would take Oliver back to his apartment, which he shared with an ailing young hairdresser called Sandy, and open up the sofa bed in the lounge, so that Oliver could have a nice rest and baked beans for his breakfast in the morning. "How's tricks, Eric?" Oliver asked, and Eric at once thrust up the clown's hooped eyebrows that he darkened with Grecian formula. "They comes and they goes, my son, I'll put it that way. There's not quite the demand these days for a geriatric puff with origami and the bird noises. I expect it's the recession." On a page torn from his diary, Oliver wrote out a list of his engagements for the next few days. "It's my guardian, Eric," he explained. "He's had a heart attack and he's asking for me. And here's a bit of extra." He slipped him the £200. "Now, don't you go being too hard on yourself, my son," Eric warned, stowing the money inside his bright check jacket. "It wasn't you who invented death. God did. God's got a lot to answer for, you ask Sandy." Mrs. Watmore was waiting up for him. She looked pale and scared, the way she had looked when Cadgwith came to feel Sammy's collar. "If he rang once, he must have rung 12 times, she burst out. "Where's that Ollie? Tell him he'd had no cause to run out on me. Next thing I know, he's on my doorstep, ringing my bell and slamming my letterbox and waking up next doors." He realised she was talking about Toogood. "I can't have trouble, Ollie. Even for you. I'm in debt to my eyes. I've got neighbours, I've got lodgers, I've got Sammy. You're too much, Oliver, and I don't know why." She thought he hadn't heard her, because he was leaning over the hall table, reading her Daily Telegraph, which wasn't usual in him at all. He hated newspapers, would actually make a detour to avoid them. So she thought he must be fobbing her off, and was going to tell him to get his head out of that newspaper and give her a proper answer. Then she took a calmer look at him, and knew by his posture of alertness and her own intuition that what she had always feared would happen had happened, and that he was finished for her, and for Sammy too. It was over. And she knew, even if she couldn't put her knowledge into words, that all the time he had been with her he'd been hiding from something, not just his child or his marriage, but from himself as well, given what her late husband would have called his calibre, and that whatever it was he had been running away from, it was bigger than his wife and child, and it had come to find him. "Holiday lawyer shot dead in Turkey," Oliver read. "Photograph of Alfred Windsor described as chief legal officer to the West End finance house of Single and Single, and looking strictly legal in the horn-rimmed spectacles that he never wore unless he was interviewing a new secretary. Identification of body delayed while a nationwide search is mounted for the widow, who, according to her mother, is taking advantage of her husband's absence to have an away-from-it-all holiday of her own. Cause of death still to be determined, foul play not ruled out. Vague talk of a resurgence of Kurdish terrorism in the region. Sammy stood in the doorway, wearing one of his late father's pullovers as a dressing gown. "What about our billiards?" he demanded. "I've got to go to London," Oliver said, not lifting his head from the newspaper. "How long for?" "A few days." Sammy disappeared. A moment later, the voice of Burl Ives came floating down the staircase, singing, "I never will play the wild rover no more." Chapter 6. For his reunion with Oliver after several years of separation, Brock took all the usual precautions, and others that were less usual, but dictated by the discreet crisis that was breaking over his department, and by his almost religious sense of Oliver's rarity. It is an axiom of Brock's profession that no two informants should ever use the same safe house, but in Oliver's case, Brock insisted on a house without an operational history of any kind. The result was a furnished 3-bedroomed brick villa in the backwoods of Camden, with an all-night Asian grocery store on one side and a bustling Greek restaurant the other. Nobody was interested in who went in or out of the battered front door of number 7. But Brock's precautions did not stop there. Oliver might be hard to handle, but he was Brock's ewe-lamb, his prize acquisition, and his Benjamin, as every member of the crew was made thoroughly aware. At Waterloo Station, rather than entrust Oliver to an unmarked van, Brock had Tanby meet him on the platform and usher him into a tame London cab, sit with him in the back, and pay the fare in cash like any honest citizen. And in Camden he posted Derek and Aggie and 2 equally unlikely-looking crew members on both pavements, with the task of making sure that Oliver, consciously or otherwise, had brought nobody in his wake. In our world, Brock liked to preach, you did best to think dirty and double it. But with Oliver, if you knew what was good for you, you added the number you first thought of as well. It was mid-afternoon. Arriving at Gatwick Airport the previous night, Brock had driven himself straight to his anonymous office in the Strand and telephoned Aidan Bell on the secure line. Bell was commander of the inter-service task force to which Brock was currently assigned. "It's a company town," he told him, after relaying Captain Alley's suicide theory with appropriate scepticism. "It's either we make you rich or we make you dead. The town's chosen rich." "Wise chaps," said Bell, an ex-soldier. "War party after prayers tomorrow, at the shop." Then, like an anxious shepherd, Brock called up his outstations one by one, beginning with a shuttered corner flat in Curzon Street, passing to a British Telecom repair van at the edge of Hyde Park, and from there to the headquarters car of a mobile squad assigned to a lost valley in the emptiest part of Dorset. "What's new?" he demanded of each team leader, without bothering to introduce himself. "Not a peep, sir," came the disappointed answers. "Not a whisper, sir." Brock was relieved. Give me time, he thought. Give me Oliver. A church-like quiet overtook him, while he set to work transferring his operational expenses to a claim form. It was broken by the buzz of his Whitehall internal line and the glib voice of a very senior, hairless Metropolitan Police officer named Porlock. Brock at once pressed a green button that engaged the tape recorder. "Where the hell have you been, Master Brock?" Porlock demanded, all banter. And Brock saw in his memory the naked grin stretched humorlessly across Porlock's pitted jaw, and wondered, as he always wondered, how anyone so brazenly corrupt could walk so bold for so long. "Nowhere I'd like to go again, thank you, Bernard," he said primly. This was how they always spoke, as if their mutual aggression were a sparring game, whereas on Brock's side it was a deadly earnest duel that only one of them could win. "So what's on our mind, Bernard?" Brock asked. "Some people sleep at night, I'm told." "Who killed Alfred Windsor, then?" Porlock demanded, coaxingly, through the same long grin. Brock affected to search his memory. Windsor, Alfred. Ah, yes. Well, it wasn't the common cold that killed him, was it? Not according to the papers. I'd have thought you boys would be out there by now, come to think of it, frustrating the locals in their inquiries. So why aren't we, Nat? Why does nobody love us any more? Bernard, I'm not paid to justify the comings and goings of the distinguished gentlefolk of Scotland Yard. He was still seeing the taunting smile, talking at it. One day, if I live long enough, I'll be talking at it through the bars, I swear. Why are those fairies in the Foreign Office insisting I wait and see the Turkish police report before forcing my nasty attentions on them? There's somebody's hand at work. I've a good idea it's yours when it isn't busy elsewhere, said Porlock. Now you've shocked me, Bernard. Why would a mere downtrodden customs officer 2 years off retirement seek to interfere with the wheels of justice? You chase money launderers, don't you? Everyone knows singles are laundering money for the Wild East. They're practically listed in the Yellow Pages. So how does that lead us to the random murder of Mr. Alfred Windsor, Bernard? You're losing me on the causality, I'm afraid. Windsor's a related case, isn't he? If you can find out who killed Alfred Windsor, maybe you can nail Tiger. I can see that one playing with our Whitehall masters, especially when accompanied by a nice brown nose. He affected an offensively posh accent and rendered it with a homophobe lisp. Let old Ned handle this one. This one is right up old Ned's street. Brock allowed himself a pause for prayer and contemplation. I'm watching it in action, he thought. It's happening to me here and now. Porlock is coming to the protection of his paymaster, and he's doing it under the arc lights. Get back to the shadows, he thought. If you're a crook, act like a crook, and don't sit next to me at weekly meetings. I don't chase launderers, Bernard, you see, Brock explained. I've learned my lesson on that one. I chase their money. There was one I chased long ago, it's true, he reminisced, in a caricature of his Liverpool twang. Put a lot of very expensive lawyers and accountants onto him. Turned him inside out. 5 years and several million quid of public money later, he gave me 2 fingers in open court and walked out a free man. I'm told the jury is still trying to read the long words. So good night to you, Bernard, and many of them. But Porlock had not quite done with him. Here, Nat. What is it? Let your hair down. Little club I know in Pimlico. Very friendly people. Not all of the male gender. On me. Brock nearly laughed out loud. You've got this one a bit wrong, haven't you, Bernard? Why is that, then? Policemen are supposed to be bribed by crooks. They don't go bribing one another, not where I come from. Released, Brock unlocked a formidable wall safe and drew out a hard-backed, quarto-size ruled diary labelled Hydra in his own hand, opened it at the day's date, and wrote as follows in his painstaking courtroom copperplate. 0122 hours. Unsolicited incoming call from Detective Superintendent Bernard Porlock seeking information regarding the state of investigation into the murder of A. Windsor. Taped conversation terminated 0127 hours. And, having filled in the rest of his claim form, he rang his wife Lily at home in Tunbridge, although it was by now 2 a.m, and let her regale him with stories of dark doings in the local Women's Institute, which she confided in a breathless torrent. And that Mrs. Simpson, Nat, she marches straight up to the jams table, and she picks up Mary Ryder's jar of marmalade, and she smashes it on the floor. Then she turns round to Mary, and she says, Mary Ryder, if your Herbert ever stands outside my bathroom window again at 11 o'clock at night with his nasty nature in his hand, I'll set the dog on him, and you'll both be sorry. He didn't say where he'd been these last days, and Lily didn't ask. Sometimes the secrecy saddened her, but more often it was like a shared and precious bond of service. Next morning, prompt at 8:30, Brock and Aidan Bell headed southward in a cab across the river. Bell was a graceful figure, with a seeming courtliness that women trusted at their peril. He sported a military-looking suit of green tweed. Had an invitation from a bald St. Bernard last night, Brock informed him, in the short-range murmur with which he reluctantly imparted secrets. Wants me to go with him to a dirty club he knows in Pimlico, so that he can take compromising photographs of me. Nothing if not subtle, our Bernard, said Bell grimly, and there was a shared moment while they pooled their indignation. "One day," said Bell. "One day," Brock agreed. Neither Bell nor Brock was any longer what he seemed. Bell was a soldier, and Brock, as he had reminded Bernard Porlock, a humble customs man. Yet both had been assigned to the joint team, and both were aware that the first purpose of the team was to close artificial gaps between departments. Each second Saturday of the month, any member not engaged elsewhere was invited to attend these informal prayer sessions, held in a glum, box-shaped building beside the Thames. The speaker today was a wise woman from research, who treated them to the latest doomsday tally of international crime. This many kilos of ex-Soviet weapons-grade nuclear materials, sold under the counter to this or that Middle Eastern maverick. This many thousands of machine guns, automatic rifles, night vision glasses, landmines, cluster bombs, missiles, tanks, and artillery pieces, dumped by means of spurious end-user certificates on the newest terror-friendly African despot or narco-tyrant. This many billions of drug money spirited into the so-called white economy. This many tons of refined heroin shipped via Spain and northern Cyprus to the following European ports. This many tons reached the British wholesale market in the last 12 weeks. Street value, this many hundreds of millions. This many kilos impounded, amounting to an estimated 0.0001% of gross. Illegal narcotics, she said sweetly, now accounted for 1/10 of all world trade. Americans spent $78 billion a year on their drugs habit. World production of cocaine had doubled in the last 10 years. Heroin had tripled. The industry turned over $400 billion annually. South America's military elite now made drugs, not war. Countries unable to grow their own crops were offering chemical refineries and sophisticated forms of transportation as a means of getting a toehold in the business. Uninvolved governments were in a quandary. Should they frustrate the success of the black economy, assuming they were able, or share in its prosperity? In dictatorships where public opinion was irrelevant, the answer was obvious. In democracies, a double standard existed. Those who preached zero tolerance were giving a free license to the black economy, while those who preached decriminalization were offering it safe conduct, which was the wise woman's cue to tiptoe into the Hydra's lair. Crime no longer exists in isolation of the state, if it ever did, she declared, with the firmness of a headmistress lecturing her school leavers. Today's stakes are too big for crime to be left to the criminals. We are no longer looking at adventurous outlaws who will reveal themselves by clumsiness or repetition. When one container load of cocaine safely landed at a British port, it is worth £100 million. And the harbour master is enjoying a salary of £40,000. When one container load of cocaine safely landed at a British port is worth £100 million, and the harbour master is enjoying a salary of £40,000, we are looking at ourselves, at the harbour master's ability to resist temptation on an unprecedented scale, at the harbour master's superior, at the dockside police, at their superiors, at customs, and theirs, at the enforcers, bankers, lawyers, and administrators who look the other way. To imagine that these people can synchronize their collaborative efforts without a central command and control system, and the active connivance from others in high positions, is absurd. That's where the Hydra comes in. A pop from somewhere, as the inevitable visual aid was flashed onto the screen behind her, showing the anatomy of the British body politic, laid out like a family tree. Strewn across it were the Hydra's many heads, and in gold, the ley lines that connected them. Instinctively Brock's eye selected the Metropolitan Police, where the bald silhouette of Porlock, like an arrogant Roman medallion, presided, and the gold lines spewed out of him like fountains of munificence. Born Cardiff, 1948, Brock rehearsed. 1970, joined West Midlands Regional Crime Squad. Reprimanded for excessive zeal in the performance of his duties, i.e. faking evidence. Sick leave. Promoted on transfer. 1978, joined Liverpool Docks Police. secured spectacular conviction of useless drugs gang that was unwisely competing with established rival. 3 days after trial ended, took all expenses paid holiday in southern Spain with leaders of said rival gang. Claimed he was gathering essential criminal intelligence. Exonerated. Transferred on promotion. 1985, investigated for allegedly accepting inducements from identified leader of a Belgian drugs syndicate. Exonerated. Commended. Promoted on transfer. 1992, featured in British tabloid press lunching with 2 members of an illegal Serbian arms procurement team at a girly restaurant in Birmingham. Caption, Porlock the Warlock. Whose side are you on, Superintendent? Awarded £50,000 libel damages. Exonerated by internal inquiry. Promoted on transfer. How do you face yourself in the shaving mirror every morning? Brock asked him in his mind. Answer, easily. How do you sleep at night? Answer, excellently. Answer, I have a Teflon hide and the conscience of the dead. Answer, I burn files, terrify witnesses, buy allies, walk tall. The meeting ended, as such meetings were wont to do, in a mood of jocular despair. On the one hand, the troops were heartened. Anything went. Nothing was too much in the war against human wickedness. But they also knew that if they lived to be 1,000 and all their efforts were successful, they would inflict at best a few flesh wounds on the eternal enemy. Oliver and Brock sat on deck chairs in the back garden of the Camden house, under a brightly coloured parasol. A tray of tea and biscuits lay before them on a table. Nice china, proper tea, no tea bags. Low spring sun. Tea bags are made of dust, said Brock, who had his little fads. If you want a decent cup of tea, you've got to go for the leaves, not dust. Oliver squatted in the parasol shade. He was wearing what he had travelled in, jeans, chucker boots, and a sloppy blue anorak. Brock sported a silly straw hat that the crew had bought him in Camden Lock that morning for a joke. Oliver had no quarrel with Brock. Brock had not invented, seduced, bribed, or blackmailed him. Brock had committed no sin against Oliver's soul that had not been committed long ago. It was Oliver, not Brock, who had rubbed the lamp, and it was Brock who had materialized in obedience to Oliver's command. It is midwinter, and Oliver is a little mad. That much he knows about himself. No more. The origins of his madness, its causes, duration and degree, are not within his grasp. Not now. They are out there. But for another time, another life, another couple of brandies. The neon-lit gloom of a December's night at Heathrow Airport reminds him of a boy's changing room in one of his many boarding schools. Garish cardboard reindeer and taped carols compound his mood of unreality. Snowy lettering dangles from a washing line, wishing him peace and joy on earth. Something amazing is about to happen to him, and he is eager to find out what it will be. He isn't drunk, but technically he isn't sober either. A few vodkas on the flight, a half of red with a rubber chicken, a Remy or two afterwards, have done no more in Oliver's eyes than bring him up to speed with a furore already raging inside him. He has only hand luggage, and nothing to declare, except a reckless ferment of the brain, a firestorm of outrage and exasperation, starting so long ago that its origins are impossible to peg, blowing through his head like a hurricane, while other members of his internal congregation stand around in timid 2s and 3s and ask each other what on earth Oliver is going to do to put it out. He is approaching signs of different colours, and instead of wishing him peace, joy on earth and goodwill among men, they are requiring him to define himself. Is he a stranger in his own country? Answer, yes he is. Has he arrived here from another planet? Answer, yes he has. Is he blue, red, green? His eye drifts to a tomato-coloured telephone. It is familiar to him. Perhaps he had noticed it on his way out 3 days ago, and unknown to himself recruited it as a secret ally. Is it heavy, hot, alive? A notice beside it reads, "If you wish to speak to a customs officer, use this phone." He uses it. That is to say, his arm reaches out for it unbidden. His hand grasps it and puts it to his ear, leaving him with the responsibility of what to say. The telephone is inhabited by a woman, and he is not expected a woman. He hears her saying, "Yes," at least twice. Then, "Can I help you, sir?" which suggests to him that she can see him, though he cannot see her. Is she beautiful? Young? Old? Stern? Never mind. With the courtesy that is innate in him, he replies that, well, yes, actually she could help him. He would like, please, to speak privately to someone in authority on a confidential matter. When he hears his own voice in the earpiece, its composure amazes him. I am in command of myself, he thinks. And with the detachment from his terrestrial self now absolute, he is overwhelmingly grateful to be in the hands of someone so capable. Your problem is that if you don't act now, you never will, the assured voice of his terrestrial self explains to him. You'll go under. You'll drown. It's now or never. One hates to be dramatic, but there comes a time. And perhaps his terrestrial self actually says some of this live into the red telephone, because he senses the alien woman stiffen and pick her words with deliberation. Remain exactly where you are by the telephone, please, sir. Don't move. An officer will be with you in 1 moment. And here, Oliver has an extraneous memory of a telephone bar in Warsaw, where you rang girls at other tables, and the girls rang you, which was how he had found himself buying a beer for a 6-foot schoolteacher named Alicia, who warned him that she never slept with Germans. This evening, however, he draws a small, athletic-looking woman with a boy's haircut and a white shirt with epaulets. Is she the same artful woman who called him Sir before he spoke? He cannot tell, but knows that she is scared of his size and wondering whether he is a nutter. Standing back from him, she takes in his expensive suit and briefcase, and gold cufflinks, and handmade shoes, and red-hot face. She ventures a step closer, and staring straight up at him with her jaw out, she asks his name and where he is arrived from, and mentally breathalyzes his answers. She asks for his passport. He slams his pockets. Can't find it as usual. Locates it, delves for it, nearly buckles it in his anxiety to please, and hands it to her. It's got to be someone high up, he warns her, but she is too busy turning the pages. This is your only passport, is it? Yes, it is, his terrestrial self retorts loftily, and nearly adds, my good woman. You're not dual nationality or anything then, are you? No, I'm not. So this is the passport you're travelling on, is it? Turning another page. Yes. Georgia? Russia? Yes. And that's where you've just arrived from, is it? Tbilisi? No, Istanbul. And was it something about Istanbul you were wanting to talk about? Or Georgia? I wish to speak to a senior officer, Oliver repeats. They traverse a corridor crammed with frightened Asians, seated on suitcases. They enter a windowless interviewing room with a table screwed to the floor and a mirror screwed to the wall. In his self-induced trance, Oliver sits unbidden to the table and marvels at himself in the mirror. So I'm going to find someone for you, right? She says severely. I'm going to keep your passport and you'll get it back later, right? Somebody will come as soon as they can. Right. Right. Everything absolutely right as rain. Half an hour passes. The door opens. But instead of a full admiral dripping with gold braid, a scrawny blonde boy in white shirt and uniform trousers appears, bearing a cup of sweet tea and 2 sugary biscuits. Sorry about this, sir. It's the season, I'm afraid. Everybody going everywhere for Christmas. An appropriate officer is on his way to you. You asked for somebody senior, I believe? Yes, I did. The boy stands himself behind Oliver's shoulder, watching him drink his tea. Nothing like a nice cuppa when we get back to the old country, is there? He says to Oliver's reflection in the mirror. Got a home address at all, sir? Oliver spells out his glitzy Chelsea address, while the boy writes it in a notebook. How long you been in Istanbul, then? A couple of nights. That was long enough, was it, for what you had to do? Quite long enough. Pleasure or business? Business. Been there before? A few times. Always visit the same people, do you, when you go to Istanbul? Pretty much. Travel a lot, do you, in your line of work? Too much, sometimes. Gets you down, does it? It can do. Depends. Oliver's terrestrial self is becoming bored and apprehensive. Wrong time, wrong place, he is telling himself. Nice idea, but a bit over the top. Ask for passport back, taxi home, large nightcap, bite the bullet, get on with life. What do you do then? Investment, says Oliver. Asset management, portfolios, mostly round the leisure industry. Where else do you go apart from Istanbul? Moscow, St. Petersburg, Georgia, wherever business calls, really. Anybody waiting for you in Chelsea, is there? Somebody you ought to ring? Square? Say you're all right? Not really. Don't want people worrying about you, do we? My goodness, no. Jolly laugh. Who have you got then? Wife? Kids? Oh, no, thank God. Or not yet, anyway. Girlfriend? Off and on. They're the best sort, really, aren't they? Off and ons. I suppose they are. Less trouble. Much. The boy leaves. Oliver sits alone again, but not for long. The door opens and Brock enters, bearing Oliver's passport and wearing full customs uniform, the only time Oliver ever saw him in it, and as he later learns, the first time Brock has worn it in the 20-something years he has been assigned to less recognizable duties. And it is not till Oliver is several lives wiser that he pictures Brock standing the other side of the mirror throughout the boy's careless inquisition, unable to believe his luck while he struggles into his regalia. "Good evening, Mr. Single," says Brock, shaking Oliver's passive hand. "Or may we call you Oliver, so that we don't confuse you with your revered father?" The parasol was quartered green and orange. Oliver's side was green, leaving his big face sallow, but Brock's straw hat gave off a jaunty glow, and his sharp eyes shone with hobgoblin merriment beneath its rakish brim. "So who told Tiger where to find you?" Brock inquired comfortably, more in the manner of somebody airing a theme than eliciting a reply. He's not psychic, is he? Not omniscient? Ears everywhere, is he? Who bubbled? "You did, probably," said Oliver gracelessly. "I did? Why should I do that?" "Probably got a new agenda." Brock's smile rested contentedly in place. He was taking stock of his prized possession, checking what had happened to it in the years it had been out to grass. "You're one marriage and one child and one divorce older," he was thinking. "And me still stuck with what I've got, thank God." He was looking for signs of wear in Oliver and not seeing any. "You're a finished product and don't know it," he thought, remembering other informants he'd resettled. "You think the world will come and change you, but it never does. You're who you are until you die." "Maybe you had a new agenda," Brock countered good-humouredly. "Oh, great, sure. I miss you, Dad. Let's kiss and make up. Bygones are bygones, sure. You might have done, knowing you. Got homesick. Dose of the guilt. After all, you changed your mind over your gratuity money a few times, I seem to remember. First you dithered. Then it was, 'No, Nat, not on your Nelly.' Then it was, 'Yes, Nat, I'll take it.' I thought you might have done a U-turn on Tiger, too." "You'd bloody well know the gratuity money was for Carmen's sake," Oliver snapped from his shade, the other side of the tea-table. "This is for Carmen's sake, too. Could be. 5 million of the best. Maybe you and Tiger cut a deal, I thought. Tiger comes up with the money, so Oliver does the love. I can see filial loyalties being restored on the strength of a 5 million down payment on Carmen. What's the logic of it otherwise? None that I'm aware. Not from Tiger's point of view. It's not as if he was burying a bag of fivers in the family allotment, is it?" No answer. None expected. He can't go back with a spade and a lantern and dig them up in a year's time when he needs them, can he? Still none. It's not even Carmen's for another quarter of a century. What's Tiger bought himself for his 5 million quid? His granddaughter's never even heard of him. If you have your way, she never will. He must have bought something. Then I thought, perhaps it's our Oliver he's bought. Why not? People change, I thought. Love conquers all. Perhaps you really did kiss and make up. Given a 5 million quid sweetener to help the medicine go down, anything's possible. In a totally unexpected gesture, Oliver flung up his great arms in surrender, stretched until they creaked, then let them flop to his sides. "You're being bloody ridiculous, and you know it," he told Brock, without any particular animosity. "Somebody told him," Brock insisted. "He didn't just find you from nowhere, Oliver. Some little bird whispered in his ear." "Who killed Windsor?" Oliver countered. "I don't think I mind, do you? Not when I survey the glorious field of candidates. House of Singles got more scoundrels among its valued clients these days than the entire rogues gallery at Scotland Yard. Could be any one of them, as far as I'm concerned." "You're never ahead of him," thought Brock, facing out Oliver's glower. "You never fool him, you never deflect him. He's thought out all the worst things for himself long ago. All you do is tell him which ones have come true." Some case officers of Brock's acquaintance, when they were handling informants, thought they were God in high heels. Not Brock, not ever, and least of all with Oliver. With Oliver, Brock saw himself as a guest on sufferance, liable to be thrown out any time. "Your friend Alex Hoban of Transfinance Vienna killed him, according to a certain whisperer I know, and he was assisted by a full supporting cast of fellow hoodlums. He made a phone call while he was about it too. We think he was reporting progress to somebody. Only we're not telling anyone about all that because we don't want undue attention drawn to House of Single." Oliver waited for the second part of this announcement, but finding none forthcoming, rested his chin in his hand and his elbow on his big knee, and fixed Brock with an appraising stare. "Transfinance Vienna, in my recollection, is a wholly owned subsidiary of First Flag Construction Company of Andorra," he said, through a bunch of heavy fingers. "And still is, Oliver, still is. Your memory is as sharp as ever. It was me set the bloody company up, wasn't it?" "Now you come to mention it, I believe it was." "And First Flag is the wholly owned fiefdom of Yevgeny and Mikhail Orlov, House of Single's biggest clients, or has that changed?" Oliver's tone had not altered. All the same, Brock noticed that it cost him a certain effort to come out with the Orlov name. "No, Oliver, I don't think it has. There are strains, but formally speaking, I would suspect that your good friends the Orlov brothers still rate us Singles #1. "And Alex Hoban is still their man?" "Yes, Hoban is still the Orlov's man." "He's still family?" "He's still family. That hasn't changed either. He's on their payroll. He does their bidding. Whatever else he does on the side." So, why did Hoban kill Windsor? Lost to his own dogged line of reasoning, Oliver frowned into his enormous palms, reading from them. Why did the Orlov's man kill Tiger's man? Yevgeny loved Tiger, more or less, as long as they were making a fortune. So did Mikhail. Tiger returned the compliment. What's changed, Nat? What's going on? Brock had not planned to arrive here half so soon. He had wishfully imagined a gradual process where the truth emerged. But with Oliver you never presumed and you were never surprised. You let him pace you, and you followed in his trail, rewriting your march route as you went along. "Well, I'm afraid it's one of those cases of love turning to gall, Oliver," he explained cautiously. "A full swing of the pendulum, as you might say. One of those weather changes that occur even in the best-conducted households, I'm afraid." Oliver offered him no helping hand, so he continued. "The brothers' luck went sour." "In what way?" "Some of their operations came unstuck." Brock was tiptoeing on hot coals, and Oliver knew it. Brock was putting names to Oliver's worst apprehensions, raising unsleeping ghosts from his past, adding new fears to old ones. A sizable chunk of hot money belonging to Yevgeny and Mikhail got blocked before it could be recycled by Singles. "You mean before it reached First Flag?" "I mean while it was still in the holding pattern." "Where?" "All round the globe. Not every country cooperated. Most did." "All those little bank accounts we opened?" "Not so little anymore. The smallest was around 9 million sterling. The Spain accounts were up to 85 million. My view is the Orlovs were getting a bit careless, frankly. Staying liquid with sums like that? You'd think they could at least have gone for short-term bonds while they were waiting, but no." Oliver's hands had returned to his face, enclosing it in a private prison. Plus one of the brothers' ships got boarded while it was carrying an embarrassing cargo, Brock added. Bound for where? Europe, wherever. What does it matter? Liverpool. All right, Liverpool. Directly or indirectly, it was Liverpool bound. Will you come out of there, please, Oliver? You know how these Russian crooks are. If they love you, you can do no wrong. If they think you've double-crossed them, they'll firebomb your offices, put a missile through your bedroom window and gun down your wife in the fish queue. That's who they are. Which ship was it? The Free Tallinn. Out of Odessa. Correct. Who boarded it? Only Russians, Oliver, their own people. Russian special forces in Russian waters. It was Russians boarding Russians all the way. But you tipped them off. No, that's exactly what we didn't do. Someone else did. Maybe the Orloffs thought Alfie had tipped them off. It's guesswork on all sides. Oliver's face sank deeper into his hands as he continued to consult his internal demons. Windsor didn't double-cross the Orloffs. I did, he said, in a voice from the grave. At Heathrow, Hoban shot the wrong messenger. Brock's anger, when he released it, was a little frightening. It came from nowhere, without warning, and clamped itself across his face like a death mask. Nobody bloody double-crossed them, he growled. You don't double-cross crooks. You catch them. Yevgeny Orloff's a low-life Georgian thug. So's his moronic brother. They're not Georgian, they just want to be, Oliver mumbled. And Mikhail's not moronic. He's different, that's all. He was thinking of Sammy Watmore. Tiger laundered the Orloffs' money for them, and Windsor was 100% willing accomplice. It's not betrayal, Oliver. It's justice. That was what you wanted, if you remember. You wanted to put the world to rights. That's what we're doing. Nothing's changed. I never promised you we'd do it with fairy dust. That's not what justice is. You promised you'd wait. Still from inside his hands. I did wait. I promised you a year. It took me 4. 1 to get you clear. Another to run the paper trails to earth. Another to persuade the ladies and gentlemen of Whitehall to get their thumbs out of their arses, and a 4th to make them realise that not all British policemen are wonderful, and not all British officials are angels. You could have gone anywhere in the world in that time. It had to be England. That was your choice, not mine. Your choice to cut and run. Your marriage, your daughter. Her trust fund. Your country. For those 4 years, Yevgeny Orloff and his brother Mikhail have been flooding what we used to call the free world with every dirty product they can lay their hands on, from Afghan heroin for teenagers to Czech Semtex for Irish peace lovers, and Russian nuclear triggers for Middle Eastern Democrats. And Tiger, your father, has been bankrolling them, laundering their profits and making their beds for them. Not to mention what he's been coining himself. You'll forgive me if after 4 years we grew a tad impatient. You promised you wouldn't hurt him. I didn't bloody hurt him. I'm not hurting him now. The Orloffs are. And if a bunch of villains want to start blowing each other's brains out and informing on one another's shipments to Liverpool, all they'll hear from me is applause. I don't love your father, Oliver. That's your job. I'm who I am. I've not changed. Nor's Tiger. Where is he? Rock laughed contemptuously. In deep shock. Where else? Inconsolable, crying his heart out. Read all about it in the press releases. Alfie Windsor was his lifelong friend and comrade in arms, you'll be pleased to learn. They trudged the same hard road, shared the same ideals, amen. Oliver was still waiting. He's bolted, Brock said, abandoning sarcasm. Vanished from our screens. There's not a bell rung anywhere, and we're watching and listening for him round the clock. Half an hour after he heard the news of Windsor's death, he walked out of the office, dropped by his flat, walked out again, and hasn't been seen or heard of since. It's the 6th day now that he hasn't called or faxed or emailed or sent a postcard. In Tiger's life, that's unprecedented. 1 day without a phone call from him, it's a national emergency. 6! It's the apocalypse. The staff are fronting for him all ends up, casually phoning his known watering holes.
plus any money might have gone to earth with, and doing their damnedest not to raise a storm. Where's Massingham? Massingham, Tiger's chief of staff. Brock's expression didn't alter. Neither did his voice. His tone remained deprecatory, dismissive. Mending fences, roaming the globe, soothing customers' feathers. All because of Windsor. Brock ignored this. Massingham phones him from time to time, mostly to ask if anybody's heard anything. He doesn't say a lot apart from that. Not on the telephone. Being Massingham. Being any of them, come to think of it. They ruminated together in silence until Brock spoke aloud the fear that was taking root in Oliver's mind. Tiger could be dead, of course, which would be nice, for society, if not for you. Hoping at least to wake Oliver from his daydream, but Oliver refused to be stirred. The honourable way out would make quite a change for Tiger, I must say, except I don't think he'd know where to find the door. Nothing. Plus, all of a sudden he turns round and has his Swiss banker transfer 5 million quid to Carmen's trust. Dead men don't do that as a rule, I'm told. And 30. I beg your pardon. I'm a tiny bit hard of hearing these days, Oliver. 5 million and 30, Oliver corrected him in a louder, angrier voice. So which hell have you gone to now? Brock wanted to ask, as Oliver continued to stare sightlessly ahead of him. And if I succeed in getting you out of this one, which hell will you go to next? He sent them flowers, Oliver explained. Sent who? What are you talking about? Tiger sent flowers to Carmen and Heather. Last week by chauffeur-driven Mercedes from London. He knows where they live and who they are. He phoned the order from somewhere, dictated a funny card signing himself an admirer, one of the smart West End florists. Groping around his jacket, slamming pockets, Oliver eventually found a slip of paper and handed it to Brock. Here. Marshall and Bernstein. 30 bloody roses. Pink. £5,030,000. 30 pieces of silver. He's saying thanks for ratting on me. He's saying he knows where to find her any time he feels like it. He's saying he owns her, Carmen. He's saying Oliver can run, but he can't hide. I want her protected, Nat. I want Heather spoken to. I want her told. I don't want them contaminated. I don't want him ever to set eyes on her. If Brock's unexpected silences drove Oliver mad, he was also reluctantly impressed by them. Brock gave you no warning. He didn't say, wait a moment. He just stopped talking until he had thought the thing through and was ready to pass judgment on it. He could be saying that, Brock agreed at last. He could be saying something different, couldn't he? Like what? Oliver demanded, aggressively. Brock again let him wait. Well, Oliver, like he's a bit short of company in his old age. Oliver watched from the shades of his anorak collar as Brock strolled across the garden, tapped on the French windows, and shouted, Tanby! He saw a stalky girl appear, tall as himself, but fit. High cheekbones, long blondish ponytail, and that thing that tall girls have of putting all their weight on one leg while they cock the other hip. He heard her say, Tanby's up the road, Nat, in a Scottish brogue. He watched Brock hand her the slip of paper with the florist's name on it. The girl listening while she read the name. He heard Brock's mumble and set it to words from his informed imagination. I want whoever took the order for 30 roses to Abbott's Quay last week, name of Hawthorne, and the chauffeur-driven Mercedes to deliver them. The girl nodding in time to Brock's undertone. I want how the car and flowers were paid for. I want origin, time, date, duration of the call, and a description of the caller's voice, if they didn't record him, which they may have done, because lots of firms do. He thought he caught the girl's eye over Brock's shoulder, and flapped a hand at her, but she was already on her way indoors. So what have you done with them, Oliver? Brock inquired, cosily, when he had sat down again. The flowers. Don't be bloody silly. Sent them to Northampton to her best friend, if they go. Nora, unmarried dyke.
You want her told what, exactly? But I was on the right side. I may be a traitor, but I'm not a criminal. It was all right to have my child. Brock heard the detachment in Oliver's voice, watched him stand up, scratch his head, then his shoulder, then looked round him while he appeared to take fresh stock of where he was. The little garden, apple blossom just beginning, the rumble of traffic from the other side of the wall, the Victorian backs, each in its rectangle of garden, greenhouses, washing on the line. Watched him sit down again. Waited as a priest might for his penitent's return. Must be hard for a man like Tiger, running and hiding at his age, he mused provocatively, reckoning it was time to interrupt Oliver's reverie. If that's what he's doing. No answer. 1 minute he's eating nice food, riding around in his chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce, all his systems of self-deception nicely in place, nothing rude, nothing bare-knuckle. Then all of a sudden Alfie gets his head blown off, and Tiger wonders if he's next in the queue. Bit chilly out there, I should imagine. Bit lonely for a man in his 60s. I don't think I'd like to have his dreams very much, would you? Shut up, said Oliver. Undeterred, Brock gave a rueful shake of his head. Then there's me, isn't there? What about you? I hunt a man for 15 years. I conspire against him. Hair goes white. I neglect my wife. Fret and worry how to catch him with his pants down. Next thing I know, he's cringing in a ditch with the hounds after him, and all I want to do is reach out for him, give him a hot cup of tea and offer him a total amnesty. Bullshit, said Oliver, while Brock's clever eyes twinkled and measured him from beneath the brim of the straw hat. And you're twice the man I am, Oliver, when it comes to fine feeling. I've seen it. So when you boil it down, it's a question of who finds him first. You, or the Orloff brothers and their merry men? Oliver peered across the lawn to where the girl had stood, but she was long gone. He squidged up his big face, registering a countryman's irritation at the din of city traffic. Then he spoke loudly and precisely, each word cleared well ahead with himself. I'm not doing any more. I've done all I'll ever do for you. I want Carmen and her mother protected. That's all I care about. I'll get another name and set myself up in some other bloody place. I won't do any more. So who finds him? You do. We're not equipped. We're small and British and poor. Balls. You're a bloody great secret army. I've worked with you. But Brock shook his head in equally stern rejection. I can't send squads of my kids around the world on a wild goose chase, Oliver. I can't advertise my interest to every foreign policeman in the phone book. If Tiger's in Spain, I've got to go on my knees to the Spaniards. And by the time they notice me, he's skedaddled, and I'm reading about myself in the Spanish newspapers, except I don't read Spanish. Learn it, Oliver said rudely. If he's in Italy, it's the Italians. Germany, the Germans. Africa, the Africans. Pakistan, the Paks. Turkey, the Turks. And the story's the same every time. Greasing palms as I go and never knowing whether the brothers have greased them better and earlier. If he's gone to ground in the Caribbean, it's scour every island and bribe every telegraph pole before I get a phone tap. So hound someone else. There's enough of them about. But you... Brock sat back and surveyed Oliver with a kind of rueful envy. You can feel him, guess him, live him, just by breathing in. You know him better than you know yourself. You know his houses, his footwork, his women, and what he has for breakfast before he orders it. You've got him here. He patted his own chest with one neat palm, while Oliver groaned, No, no. You're 3/4 of the way to him before you even start. Have I said something? Oliver was rolling his head like Sammy Watmore. You kill your father once and that's it, he was thinking. I'm not doing any of it, hear me? I've had it. I'd had it 4 years ago. I'd had it before I ever started. Find some other poor sod, he said gruffly. It's the old song, Oliver. Brother Brock will meet him any time, any place, nothing up my sleeve. That's my message to him. If he doesn't remember me, remind him. Young Customs Officer Brock from Liverpool, The one he advised to look for other employment after the Turkish ingot trial. Brock's willing, if he is, tell him. Brock's doors open 24 hours a day, he has my word. Flinging his arms round his chest, Oliver hugged himself in some private ritual of prayer. Never, he muttered. What's never? Tiger would never do it, never betray. That's my job. Not his. Bollocks, frankly, and you know it. Tell him Brock believes in creative negotiation, same as he always did. I've wide powers, and one of them is forgetting. It's a memory game, tell him. I forget, he remembers. No public inquisition, no trial, no prison. No confiscation of assets, provided he does his remembering right. All private and between ourselves, and an immunity guarantee at the end of it. Say hello to Aggie. The tall girl had brought fresh tea. Hi, said Oliver. Hi, said Aggie. What's he got to remember? Oliver asked, when she was out of earshot. I've forgotten, said Brock. But he added, he'll know. So will you. I want the Hydra. I want those less-than-perfect coppers and overpaid white-collar civil servants who signed up with him for their second pensions, the bent MPs and silk-shirt lawyers and dirty traders with smart addresses. Not abroad. Abroad can look after itself. In England. Up and down the road. Next door. Oliver released his knees, then promptly rearrested them, locking his fingers round them while he stared into the grass, as if it were his grave. Tiger's your Everest, Oliver. You'll not climb him by walking away from him, said Brock, piously, extracting from his inner pocket a worn leather wallet that his wife Lily had given him for his 30th birthday. Ever seen this fellow in your travels? He inquired, lightly, and he handed Oliver a black-and-white photograph of a heavily built, naked-headed man emerging from a nightclub with an underdressed young woman on his arm. Old chum of your dad's from Liverpool days. Currently a very senior bent officer at Scotland Yard, with excellent connections across the country. Why doesn't he wear a wig? Said Oliver, facetiously. Because he's bloody brazen, Brock retorted savagely. Because he does in public what other villains wouldn't do in private. That's how he gets his kicks. What's his name, Oliver? You've clocked him, I can tell. Bernard, said Oliver, handing back the photograph. Bernard is correct. Bernard who? Not given. He came to Curzon Street a couple of times. Tiger brought him down to legal department and we fixed him up with a villa in the Algarve. For his holiday. As a gift. You're bloody joking. What for? How should I know? My job was to do the conveyancing. It was got up as a sale at first. We were poised to exchange, then Alfie said, there's no money involved, just shut up and sign it over. So I shut up and signed it over. So it's Bernard. Bernard the Bald, Oliver agreed. He got lunch afterwards, too. At Cat's Cradle. Where else? It's not like you to forget a surname, is it? He didn't have one. He's Bernard, an offshore company. Called what? It wasn't a company, it was a foundation. The foundation owned the company. Arm's length, then another arm. A foundation called what? Dervish. Domiciled in Vaduz. The Dervish Foundation. Tiger made a funny joke about it. Meet Bernard, our whirling dervish. Bernard owns Dervish, Dervish owns the company owns the house. So what was the name of the company owned by the Dervish Foundation? Something flighty. Skylight, Skylark, Skyflyer, Sky Blue. Sky Blue Holdings, Antigua. Then why the hell didn't you tell me at the time? Because you never bloody well asked me, Oliver came back, just as angrily. If you'd asked me to look out for Bernard, I'd have looked out for Bernard. Did Singles make a point of doling out free villas? Not that I'm aware of. Did anybody else get a free villa, apart from Bernard? No, but Bernard got a motorboat as well. One of those super-light, long-nosed jobs. We had a joke about not rocking it too hard if he was obliging a lady on the high seas. Whose joke was that? Wince's. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to practice. Watched by Brock, Oliver stretched. ruffled his head with both hands as if his scalp were itching, and ambled off towards the house. Chapter 7. "Oliver, step up here, please. Certain very distinguished gentlemen would like to meet you. New clients brimming with new ideas. Just up your street. At the double, if you please." It is not Elsie Watmore calling Oliver to arms, but Tiger himself on the internal office telephone. It is not Pam Horsley, our 50,000-a-year ice maiden, nor Randy Massingham, our chief of staff and raddled Cassius. It is the man, live on stage, impersonating the voice of destiny. The season is spring, as now, 5 years ago, and it is springtime in the young life of our budding junior and only partner, fresh from law school, our Tsarevich, our heir apparent to the royal house of Single. Oliver has been in Singles 3 months. It is his promised land, his hard-won goal after the buffetings of a privileged English education. Whatever humiliations and deprivals he has suffered until now, whatever scars have been inflicted by a seemingly interminable procession of crammers, tutors and boarding schools of a descending order, he has reached the distant shore, a qualified barrister, like his father, a mover and a shaker designate, brimming with the zeal of his young years, wet-eyed, in love with all of it. And there is much to fire him. The Singles of the early 90s is not just another venture capital investment house. Witness the financial columns. Singles is the knight-errant of Gorbachev's New East, Financial Times. Boldly going where lesser houses dither, Singles is the risk-taker extraordinaire, Telegraph. Quartering the nations of a new-look communist bloc in search of opportunity, sound development, and mutual profit in the spirit of perestroika, Independent. Singles, to quote its dynamic founder, aptly dubbed the Tiger, is willing to listen to anyone, anytime, anywhere, in its determination to meet the greatest challenge to the commercial world today. Tiger is speaking of nothing less than the appearance of a market-orientated Soviet Union. Singles uses a different set of tools, is nimbler, braver, smaller, younger, travels lighter than the hoary juggernauts of yesteryear. Economist. And if there are those who say that Oliver should have been packed off to Kleinwort, Chase, or Bearings to brown his knees, Tiger has a word for them also. We're a pioneering house. We want the best of him, and we want it now. What Oliver wants of Singles is no less admirable. Working alongside my father will be an added dividend for me, he explains to a sympathetic woman diarist from the Evening Standard at a rooftop reception in Park Lane to celebrate his induction into the firm. Dad and I have always had the greatest respect for each other. It's going to be a fantastic learning curve in every way. Ask what he thinks he will be bringing to Singles. The young scion shows he too is not afraid to talk from the hip. Unashamed idealism, with its head screwed on, he replies, to her delight. The emerging socialist nations need all the help, know-how and finance we can bring to the table. To the tattler, he cites yet another Single verity. We're offering solid long-term partnership without exploitation. Anybody hoping to make a fast ruble will be disappointed. A war party, Oliver thinks excitedly as he enters the presence. He asks nothing better. After 3 months of devilling in the backwaters of Alfred Winsor's legal department, he is beginning to have fears of stagnation. His professed intention of learning the workings of every nut and bolt in the house has landed him in a labyrinth of offshore companies from which there seems no prospect of escape in one zealous young man's lifetime. But today, Windsor is in Bedfordshire, buying a Malaysian glove factory, and Oliver is his own master. A dingy back staircase leads from the legal department to the top floor. Likening it in his imagination to a secret passage in the days of the Medicis, Oliver takes it 3 steps at a time. Weightless, eyeless for everything but his goal, he skims through secretarial anterooms and panelled waiting rooms until he attains the famous Wedgwood double doors. He opens them, and for a second the divine glow is too bright for him. "You called, Father," he murmurs, seeing nothing but his own smile mysteriously projected on the brilliance ahead of him. The light clears. 6 men await him, and they are standing, which is not what Tiger likes, given he was born 8 inches shorter than most of his opponents. They are a group photograph, and Oliver is the camera, and they might as well be saying cheese to order, because all of them are smiling simultaneously, having apparently just risen from the conference table. But Tiger's smile is, as usual, the most radiant and energetic. It bestows a glow of saintly purpose over the unlikely company. Oliver loves this smile. It is the sun from which he draws his strength to grow. All through his childhood, he has believed that if he can once wriggle past its rays and peek behind the doting eyes, he will attain to the magic kingdom, of which his father is benign and absolute ruler. "It's the Orloff brothers," he exclaims silently in a tidal wave of excitement and anticipation. "In the flesh, Randy Massingham has hooked them at last." For days now, Tiger has been telling Oliver to stand by, wait for orders, keep his engagement book clear, be sure to wear a decent suit. But only now has he unveiled the reason. Tiger, as team captain, holds centre stage. In his latest double-breasted blue pinstripe suit by Haywood of Mount Street, his raised black brogue shoes by Lobb of St. James's, and haircut by Trumpers down the road, he is your perfect West End gentleman, rendered in exquisite miniature, a jewel, a sparkler in the window, drawing every passing eye. Striving upward as ever, Tiger has one arm round the shoulders of a barrel-built, military-looking man of 60+, with a cherub's double eyelashes, cropped brown hair, and pumice stone complexion. And though Oliver has never met him in his life, he recognizes immediately the fabled Yevgeny Orloff, Moscow's patriarchal fixer, power broker, travelling plenipotentiary and cupbearer to the throne of power itself. To Tiger's other side, but free of his embrace, stands a mustachioed, bandy-legged, fierce-eyed figure in a Bible-black suit that fits him nowhere, and pointed orange-coloured shoes, perforated for ventilation. With his tribesman's mute glower and slouch shoulders, and his wintry hands hanging forward of him, he resembles an emaciated Cossack slumped over a slack rein. With a second leap of recognition, Oliver identifies this unlikely soul as Yevgeny's younger brother, Mikhail, described variously by Massingham as Yevgeny's keeper, axeman, and dimmer brother, Mycroft. And posed possessively behind this trio, and looking as if he has joined them together in holy matrimony, which in effect he has, hovers Tiger's indefatigable Soviet bloc consultant and chief of staff, the Honourable Ranulph, alias Randy Massingham himself, lately of the Foreign Office, ex-guardsman, ex-lobbyist, and public relations whiz-kid, Russian speaker, Arabic speaker, sometime advisor to the governments of Kuwait and Bahrain, whose primary remit, in his most recent incarnation at Singles, consists of whipping in new clients for a finder's fee. How one man can have had so many careers by the age of 40 is a riddle Oliver has yet to solve. Nevertheless, he envies Massingham his buccaneering past, and today he envies him also his success, because for months now, Tiger's had the Orloff brothers obsessively and irrationally in his sights. At in-house policy conferences and focus sessions, Tiger has alternately poured scorn on Massingham, goaded and cajoled him. "Where are my Orloffs, Randy, heavens above? Why do I have to put up with second best?" referring to other, inferior Russian facilitators who have been found wanting and unceremoniously tossed aside. "If the Orloffs are the boys, why aren't they sitting here at this table talking to me?" And then the whiplash, because when Tiger is deprived, everybody must share his discomfort. "You're looking old, Randy. Take the day off. Come in on Monday when you're younger." But today, as Oliver sees at a glance, sitting at Tiger's table, is exactly what the Orloffs have been doing. No longer need Massingham champ restively, waiting in vain for the summons, to fly off to Leningrad, Moscow, Tbilisi, Odessa, or wherever else the Orloffs have their itinerant being. Today, the twin peaks have come to Mohammed, and they are accompanied, Oliver spots them immediately at either wing of the group photograph, by two men whom he correctly casts as bag carriers, the one blonde, hard-bodied and milky-skinned, and Oliver's age at most, the other tubby and 50, with all 3 buttons of his jacket fastened. And cigar smoke, palls of it, improbable, impossible cigar smoke, and unfamiliar ashtrays on the conference table amid the strewn papers. To Oliver, nothing in the room, not even the Orloff brothers, is as momentous as this hated, banned to all eternity cigar smoke, coiling through the rarefied air of the sanctum, forming itself into a mushroom-shaped cloud above the groomed head of tobacco's bitterest foe, Vogue. Tiger abominates smoking more than failure or contradiction. Each year before accounting day, he donates ostentatious sums of taxable income to its banishment. Yet today on the sideboard resides a brand-new silver-bound humidor by Asprey of New Bond Street, containing the most expensive cigars in the universe. Yevgeny is smoking one. So is the bag carrier with 3 buttons. Nothing else could have driven home to Oliver so effectively the unprecedented significance of the occasion. Tiger's opening shot is teasing, but Oliver sees teasing as an indivisible part of his relationship with his father. If you stand 5'3" in your lob's raised heels, and if your son is 6'3", it is only natural that you should wish to bring him down to scale in front of others, and only meet, right, and Oliver's bounden duty that he should collaborate in his reduction. "Good heavens above, what kept you, son?" Tiger protests in a mock-serious tone put on for the company. "Out on the town last night, I suppose. Who is she this time? I hope she's not going to cost me a fortune." Oliver shares the joke, like the good sport he is. "She's rather rich, actually, father. Mountainously so, in fact." "Is she, by God, is she? Well, that's a change, I'll say. Perhaps this time the old man will get his money back, what?" And with the "what," a slippy glance to Yevgeny Orlov at his side, accompanied by a lifting and resettling of the little fist that rests daringly on Yevgeny's massive shoulder, telling him, with Oliver's connivance, that the young shaver here lives the wastrel's life these days, thanks to the munificence of his indulgent dad. But Oliver is used to this. He has practised from childhood in such scenes. If Tiger had demanded it of him, he would have done his parsimul imitation of Margaret Thatcher, or Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca, or told his funny story about the 2 Russians peeing in the snow. But Tiger does not demand it, or not this morning, so Oliver instead grins and shoves his hair back, while Tiger belatedly introduces him to the guests. "Oliver, allow me to present to you one of the most brilliant, fearless, far-sighted pioneers of the new Russia, a gentleman who, like myself, has fought life with his bare knuckles, and won. They don't make many like us any more, I'm afraid." Pausing, so that Randy Massingham from his place behind them can put this into ex-Foreign Office Russian. "Oliver, I want you to meet Mr. Yevgeny Ivanovich Orlov, and his distinguished brother, Mikhail. Yevgeny, this is my son, Oliver, in whom I am fairly well pleased. A man of law, a man of stature, as you see, a man of learning and intellect, a man of the future. A lousy athlete, it's true, a hopeless horseman, dances like an ox." A lifting of the film star brows signals the familiar punchline. "But couples, rumour has it, like a warrior." Gusts of jolly laughter from Massingham and the bag carriers suggest to Oliver that the subject has been aired ahead of his appearance. "A bit short on other forms of experience, perhaps. A bit long on ethical concerns. Weren't we all at his age? But a first-rate academic lawyer, well able to represent our legal department during the absence abroad of our revered colleague, Dr. Alfred Windsor." Bedfordshire is abroad, Oliver wonders, amused, as always, by Tiger's little licenses. Windsor a doctor, suddenly? "Oliver, I want you to listen extremely carefully to a summation of our morning's work. Yevgeny has come to us with 3 very vital, very creative and original proposals which reflect, very accurately and positively, I believe, the turning of the tide in Mr. Gorbachev's new Russia." But first, the handshakes with assorted centres. Yevgeny's cushioned fist wrestles Oliver's untested palm, while the cherubic double eyelashes sparkle an impish smile. Next come brother Mikhail's 4 craggy fingers and thumb. Then a spongy dab from the priestly cigar smoker with 3 fastened jacket buttons. His name, it transpires, is Shalva, and he hails from Tbilisi in Georgia, and, like Oliver, is a lawyer. It is the first time that the word Georgia is spoken, but Oliver, whose ears and eyes are open to every breeze today, at once records its significance. Georgia, and a perceptible pulling back of shoulders. Georgia, and a quickening of glances as loyal troops rally to the call. "You have been to Georgia, Mr. Oliver," Shalva asks, in the wistful tones of a true believer. I'm afraid not, Oliver confesses. I hear it's very beautiful. Georgia is very beautiful, Shalva confirms with the authority of the pulpit. But it is Yevgeny who echoes this, in English, between long horse-like nods. Georgia very beautiful, he roars, and the egregious Mikhail nods also, in holy confirmation of his faith. And finally, a pre-fight touch of gloves with Oliver's pallid contemporary, Mr. Alex Hoban, of whom no description is provided, Georgian or otherwise. And there is something about this Hoban that disturbs Oliver, and obliges him to place him in a separate compartment of his mind. Something cold and faithless and impatient and violent in retaliation. Something that says, if you step on my foot just one more time. But these thoughts are for later. With Oliver now part of the company, Tiger's snappy little hands signal everybody to sit, no longer at the conference table, but in the green leather Regency lounges, reserved for the consideration of what he has called Yevgeny's 3 very creative and original proposals, reflecting the turning of the Soviet tide. And since the Orloffs possess no English, or none today, and since Massingham is not a member of their team, but Tiger's, they are presented by the unexplained Mr. Alex Hoban. His voice is not at all what Oliver expects. It is neither Moscow nor Philadelphia, but a botch of both cultures. Its serrated edge is so penetrating that it seems to be wired to an amplifier. He speaks, you would suppose, at the behest of someone powerful, and no doubt he does, in brusque, paired sentences to take or leave. Only occasionally something of himself flashes like a drawn dagger at the feast. Mr. Yevgeny and Mr. Mikhail Orlov enjoy many excellent contacts in the Soviet Union, okay? He begins, contemptuously addressing Oliver as the newcomer. The okay requires no answer. He sails straight on. Through his experiences in the military and in the government service, through his connections with Georgia also, and certain other connections, Mr. Yevgeny has the ear of the highest level in the land. He is therefore uniquely positioned to facilitate implementation of 3 specific proposals subject to appropriate commissions payable outside Soviet Union. Got it? He asks sharply. Oliver gets it. These commissions are the result of prior negotiation at the highest level in the land. They are a given. You get my drift? Oliver gets his drift. After 3 months in the House of Single, he is aware that the highest level in the land does not come cheap. Commissions in what sort of order, actually? He asks, parading a sophistication he does not feel. Hoban has the answer at the fingertips of his left hand, which he grabs one by one. 1/2 payable in advance of implementation of each proposal. Top-up payments at agreed intervals, contingent on the subsequent success of each proposal. Basis of computation: 5% first billion, 3% all future monies, non-negotiable. And we're talking US dollars, says Oliver, determined not to sound impressed by billions. You'd think we'd talk lira? A gust of rich laughter from the Orloff brothers, and Shalva the lawyer, as Massingham interposes himself to translate this witticism into Russian for their benefit. And Hoban directs his pseudo-American to what he calls specific proposal number 1. Soviet state property can only be disposed of by state, got it? Is axiomatic. Question: who owns today the state property of the Soviet Union? The Soviet state, obviously, says Oliver, top of the class. Second question: who disposes today of Soviet state property in accordance with new economic policy? The Soviet state does, by now seriously disliking Hoban. Third question: who empowers today disposal of state property? Okay, answer. The new Soviet state. Only new state can sell old state's property. It's axiomatic, he repeats, liking the word. Got it? And here, to Oliver's bemusement, Hoban takes out a platinum cigarette case and lighter, extracts a fat yellow cigarette that looks as though he has been storing it since his recent childhood, closes the case and wraps the cigarette on the lid to pacify it, before adding billows of noxious fumes to the existing pall.
The Soviet economy of the last decades was command economy, okay? Hoban resumes. All machineries, plant, armaments, power stations, pipelines, railway lines, rolling stock, locomotives, turbines, generators, printing presses, all belong to state. They can be old state materials. They can be very old. No one gives a shit. Soviet Union of past decades was not interested to recycle. Yevgeny Ivanovich is in possession of blue-chip estimates of these materials composed at highest level in the land. According to these estimates, he is calculating present availability of 1 billion tons good-quality scrap ferrous metals for collection and disposal to interested buyers. All over the world, you've got a keen demand for these metals. Follow me?
Particularly in Southeast Asia, Oliver puts in brightly, for he has been reading a recent technical journal on this very subject. And saying this, he catches Yevgeny's eye, as he has done several times already during Hoban's peroration, and is struck by the dependence of his stare. It is as if this old man feels ill at ease in his surroundings, and is transmitting messages of complicity to Oliver, the fellow newcomer.
In Southeast Asia, demand for high-quality scrap metals is very great, Hoban concedes. Maybe we shall sell to Southeast Asia. Maybe this is convenient. Right now, no one gives a fuck.
With an alarming snort, Hoban clears his nose and throat simultaneously, before delivering himself of an interminable, prefabricated sentence.
Upfront investment for specific proposal regarding scrap metals will be $20 million cash down payment, immediately on signature of state contract, awarding to Yevgeny Ivanovich's nominee exclusive license to collect and dispose of all scrap metals in former Soviet Union, regardless of location and condition. That's a given, no messing.
Oliver's head is reeling. He has heard of such commissions, but only at second hand. But who is the nominee? He asks.
To be determined. Nominee is irrelevant. He will be chosen by Yevgeny Ivanovich. He will be our nominee.
Tiger, from his throne, issues a sharp warning. Oliver, don't be obtuse. Hoban again.
The $20 million cash will be lodged in an agreed Western bank and released by telephone simultaneous to signature. Nominee must also bear cost of collection and assembly of scrap metals. Also necessary will be rental or purchase of seaport yard, 40 hectares minimum. That's another overhead for the nominee. It will be necessary for him to purchase this yard privately. Yevgeny Ivanovich's organization has contacts who can assist nominee to purchase yard.
Oliver suspects that this organization is Hoban himself.
Soviet state cannot provide cutting and shearing equipment. That's also for the nominee. If the state has such equipment, it's certain to be shit. Throw it on the scrap heap.
Hoban's lips part in an ill-humoured smile as he puts down one paper and takes up another. The pause spawns another silky interpolation from Tiger. If we do have to purchase a yard, we must reckon on a few beads for the local chieftains, obviously. I think Randy made this point earlier, didn't you, Randy? Never does to get on the wrong side of the boys on the spot.
It's factored in, Hoban replied indifferently. It's immaterial. All such matters will be resolved pragmatically by House of Single, in combination with Yevgeny Ivanovich and his organization.
So we're the nominee, Oliver cries, shrewdly cottoning on.
Oliver, how very brilliant of you, Tiger murmurs.
Hoban's specific proposal number 2 is oil. Azerbaijani oil, Caucasus oil, Caspian oil, Kazakhstani oil. More oil, says Hoban carelessly, than is to be found in the whole of Kuwait and Iran put together.
The new Klondike,
Massingham purrs supportively from the wings. This oil also is state property, Hoban explains. Okay? Many suitors have approached the highest level in the land for concessions, he says, and interesting proposals have been made regarding refinement, pipelines, dock facilities, transportation, sale to non-socialist countries, and commission. No decision has been reached.
The highest level in the land is keeping its powder dry. Got it? Got it, Oliver reports, military style. In area Baku, old Soviet methods of extraction and refinement are still in place, Hoban announces from his notes. These methods are complete crap. It has therefore been decided at the highest level that the interests of new Soviet market economy will be best served if responsibility for extraction is awarded to one international company. He is holding up the index finger of his left hand, in case Oliver can't count. One only, okay? Sure, fine, okay. One only. Exclusive. Identity of this international company is delicate, is extremely political. This company must be a good company, sympathetic to needs of all Russia, also of Caucasus. It must be expert company. This company must have, he speaks the words as if they are one, proven pair of hands, not some Mickey Mouse outfit from Yonkers. The big battalions are simply baying to get their hands on it, Oliver, Massingham explains insinuatingly. Chinese, Indians, the Maltese, Americans, Dutch, Brits, name them, gum-chewing round the corridors, waving their checkbooks, handing out their $100 bills like confetti. It's a zoo. It sounds it, Oliver assures him keenly. Important for the selection of international company will be respect for many special interests of all peoples of the Caucasus region. This international company must be enjoying the confidence of such peoples. She must cooperate. She must enrich not just herself, but them. She must accommodate the apparatchiks of Azerbaijan, Dagestan, Chechnya, Ingushetia, Armenia. A glance for Yevgeny. She must make happy the nomenclatura of Georgia. The highest level in the land has very special relationship with Georgia, very special regard. In Moscow, goodwill of Republic of Georgia is maximum priority, ahead of all other republics. This is historical. This is axiomatic. He consults his notes again before pronouncing the resonant cliché. Georgia is the most precious stone in Soviet Union's crown. That's a given. To Oliver's surprise, Tiger hastens to confirm this. In anybody's crown, thank you, Alex, he asserts. Marvelous little country. Am I not right, Randy? Marvelous food, wine, fruit, language, beautiful women, incredible landscape, literature going back to the flood. Nowhere like it in the world. Hoban ignores him. Yevgeny Ivanovich has lived many years in Georgia. Yevgeny and Mikhail Ivanovich were children in Georgia when their father was Red Army commandant in Senaki. They have from this time many friends in Georgia. Today these friends are very influential. The brothers spend much time in Georgia. They have dacha in Georgia. From Moscow, Yevgeny Ivanovich has diverted many important favors to his beloved Georgia. Therefore, he is most eligible to reconcile needs of the new Soviet Union with needs of the local community and traditions. His presence is a guarantee that interests of Caucasus will be respected, okay? The beam is on Oliver again. The entire audience is sloped towards him, attentively observing his reactions. Okay, he confirms dutifully. Therefore, Moscow has made following informal dispositions. Disposition A. One licensee will be appointed by Moscow for all Caucasus oil. Disposition B. Yevgeny Ivanovich personally will nominate this licensee. It will be his personal decision. Disposition C. Tenders from competing oil companies will be formally and publicly solicited. However, a huge suck of breath and cigarette smoke catches Oliver by surprise, but he recovers. However, screw them. Informally and privately, Moscow will select whatever consortium is nominated by Yevgeny Ivanovich and his people. Disposition D. Terms for nominated consortium will be calculated on royalties of existing Azerbaijani oil fields on basis of average annual yield over last 5 years. With me? With you. Very important to remember is Soviet extraction methods are horseshit. Lousy technology, lousy infrastructure, lousy transportation, shit-awful managers. Therefore, calculated sum will be very modest in comparison with efficient extraction by modern Western methods. It will be based on history, not the future. It will be fraction of the future. This sum will be accepted by highest level in Moscow in full discharge of license fee. Disposition E. All surplus revenue from future oil extraction will be property of Caucasus Consortium, nominated by Yevgeny Ivanovich and his organization. Private and formal agreement will be granted on receipt of one-time payment of $30 million advance commission. Public and formal agreement will follow automatically. Top-ups of original commission to be related to future actual earnings on informal basis. They will be negotiated. "Lucky old highest level in the land," drawls Massingham, whose voice is permanently husky, as if he too were short of oil. 50 mil for writing his name a couple of times. Lovely fat top-ups to follow. Not bad picking, says I. Oliver's question pops out of him unbidden. Neither the surly tone nor the aggressive formulation is of his choosing. If he could unask it, he would, but it's too late. Some half-familiar ghost has taken possession of him. It is what remains of his sense of legality after 3 months before the single mast. Can I interrupt you here a second, Alex? Where does House of Single come into this exactly? Are we being asked to put up $50 million of bribe money? Oliver has the feeling that he has let out a loud, involuntary fart in church as the last strains of the organ die away. An incredulous silence fills the big room. The rumble of traffic in Curzon Street 6 floors below has ceased. It is Tiger who, as his father and senior partner, comes to his rescue. His tone is fond, congratulatory. "A good point, Oliver, and courageously made, if I may say so. Not for the first time I am moved to admire your integrity. House of Single does not bribe, of course. That's not what we do at all. If legitimate commissions are to be paid, they will be paid within the discretion of our correspondent in place, in this case our good friend Yevgeny, with due respect to the laws and traditions of the country in which that correspondent is operating. The details will be his concern, not ours. Obviously, if a correspondent is short of funds, not everybody can put their hands on $50 million overnight, Singles will consider making a loan in order to enable him to exercise his local discretion. I think it's hugely important to make this point, and very right and proper of you, in your capacity as our legal counsellor today, to have made it. I thank you. We all do." Massingham's hoarse "Hear, hear," delivers the death blow, as Tiger slides smoothly into a plug for the great House of Single. "Singles exist to say yes where others say no, Oliver. We bring vision, know-how, energy, resources, to wherever the spirit of true adventure leads. Yevgeny is not hypnotized by the old Iron Curtain. Never were you, Yevgeny?" Out of the edge of his misted gaze, Oliver is aware of Yevgeny Orlov's cropped head, shaking itself from side to side. He's a proxy Georgian, a lover of Georgia's beauty and culture. Georgia boasts some of the earliest Christian churches in the world. I don't expect you knew that, did you? Not really. He dreams of a common market of the Caucasus. So do I. A great new trading entity, based on fabulous natural resources. He's a pioneer, aren't you, Yevgeny? Like us. Of course he is. Randy, translate, please. Well done, Oliver. I'm proud of you. We all are. Does the consortium have a name? Does it already exist? Oliver asks, while Massingham translates. No, Oliver, it does not, Tiger retorts through his weatherproof smile. But if you will exercise a little patience, I am sure it very soon will. Yet even while this distressing exchange goes back and forth, distressing for Oliver, if for no one else, he finds himself being tugged almost by gravity in an unexpected direction. Everybody is peering at Oliver, but Yevgeny's wily old gaze is fixed to him like a ship's line, pulling at him, feeling his weight, guessing him. And guessing him, Oliver is convinced of it. Correctly. Out of nothing, Yevgeny's goodwill is evident to him. Stranger still, Oliver feels he is taking part in a resumption of an old and natural friendship.
He sees a small boy in Georgia, in love with everything around him, and the child is himself. He feels an unguarded gratitude for favours he has never consciously received. Meanwhile, Hoban is talking about blood. Blood of all types. Common blood, uncommon, extremely rare. The shortfall between world demand and world supply. The blood of all nations. The cash value of blood, whole and retail, by category, in the medical marketplaces of Tokyo, Paris, Berlin, London and New York. How to test blood, separate good blood from bad. How to cool it, bottle it, freeze it, transport it, store it, dry it. The regulations covering its importation to the major industrialized countries of the West. Health and hygiene standards, customs. Why is he doing this? Why is blood suddenly so attractive to him? Tiger hates blood as much as he hates smoking. It offends his notions of immortality and contradicts his passion for order. Oliver has known of this aversion all his life, sometimes seeing it as a sign of hidden sensitivity, sometimes despising it as weakness. The smallest cut, the least sight and smell of the stuff, the very mention of it, are enough to panic him. His chauffeur, Gasson, was nearly sacked for offering assistance at a gory accident, while his master sat whey-faced in the back of the Rolls-Royce, screaming at him to drive on, drive on, drive on. Yet today, judging by his exultant expression, as he listens to Hoban's droning delineation of specific proposal number 3, blood is what he loves best in life. And this is blood in bucketfuls, free from the tap, thanks to generous-spirited Russian donors, $99.95 per pint retail to the American sufferer in need. And we are looking here at anything up to 500,000 pints a week. Got it, Oliver? Hoban becomes a humanitarian. He does this by altering his voice to a reverential monotone, but also by a prudish pursing of the lips and lowering of the eyelids. The conflicts in Karabakh, Abkhazia and Tbilisi, he intones, have provided the Orlov brothers with a tragic insight into the shortcomings of Russia's run-down medical services. They do not doubt that there is worse to come. The Soviet Union possesses, alas, no national transfusion service, no program for collecting and distributing blood to our many beleaguered capitals, none for storing it. The very notion of selling blood or buying it is foreign to finer Soviet feelings. Soviet citizens are accustomed to giving blood freely and spontaneously, in moments of particular empathy or patriotism, not, God forbid, on a commercial basis, says Hoban, in a voice now so anemic that Oliver wonders whether he himself could do with a transfusion. For example, please, when the Red Army is fighting at a certain front, an appeal is made over radio for donors. For example, in case of natural disaster, when whole village will stand in line to make this sacrifice. If crisis is big, Russian people will provide much blood. In New Russia will be many crises. Also crisis can be created. It is axiomatic. Where on earth is he going with this nonsense? Oliver wonders. But one glance round the room tells him that he is alone in his scepticism. Tiger wears a threatening smile that says, "Question me if you dare." Yevgeny and Mikhail are joined in prayer, their hands linked on their laps, heads down. Shalva listens with a dreamy look of reminiscence. Massingham, with eyes prettily closed and elegant legs stretched towards the unlit fire. Policy decision has therefore been taken at highest level that national blood banks will immediately be established in all major cities of Soviet Union, Hoban reports, sounding now less like a revivalist pastor than an adenoidal Radio Moscow news announcer on a chilly morning. And still Oliver doesn't catch on, even though everyone around him seems to know exactly where all this is leading. "Great," he murmurs defensively, conscious of their collective gaze. But no sooner has he uttered this than he finds himself exchanging stares across the circle with Yevgeny, who has tilted his head backward and to one side, and, with his rock-like chin protruding, is quizzing Oliver from between the double fringes of his eyelashes. "Consistent with state of national objective, all republics of Soviet Union will be advised to establish separate blood facility
in each designated city. This facility will contain at least... Oliver's confusion about the project does not permit him accurately to receive the number. Gallons of blood in each category. State funding will be available for this project, subject to certain compliances. State will also declare crisis. Also, in spirit of reciprocity, he raises one white finger, demanding attention. Each republic will be ordered to send specified quantity of blood to Central Reserve Blood Bank in Moscow. This is axiomatic. Any republic not contributing specified quantity of blood to Central Reserve will not receive state funding. Hoban waxes momentous, or as momentous as his misshapen voice allows. This Central Reserve will be known as Crisis Response Blood Reserve. It will be showpiece. It will be fine building. We shall select fine building, maybe with flat roof or helicopter. In this building, paramedics will be on standby at all times to meet sudden demand that is beyond resources of local services anywhere in Soviet Union. Example, an earthquake. Example, a major industrial accident. Example, rail crash or small war. Example, terrorist outrage by Chechnya. There will be television program about this building, newspaper articles. This building will be pride of all Soviet Union. Nobody will refuse to give to it, even when crisis is small, provided crisis is declared by highest level. You follow me, Oliver? Of course I follow you. A child could, Oliver blurts. But his confusion has been noticed by himself alone. Not even old Yevgeny, granite head propped in granite fist, has heard his cry. However, Hoban declares, except that, dropping his linguistic guard, he pronounces the initial H as hard G, which at any other time would have caused Oliver an inward grin. However, it is already clear that operating costs of Crisis Response Blood Reserve are prohibitive to state. Soviet state has zero money. Soviet state must accept principles of market economy. So we have question for you, Oliver. How can Crisis Response Blood Reserve be financially self-supporting? How to achieve this? What is your personal specific proposal to highest level in the land, please? All their eyes scorching him, tigers scorching fiercest, demanding his approval, his blessing, his complicity, wanting him aboard, complete with ethics and ideals. Oliver's face darkens under their collective heat. He shrugs, pulls a stubborn frown to no effect. Sell the surplus blood to the West, I suppose. A little more volume, please, Oliver, cries Tiger. I said, sell the spare blood to the West, resentfully. Why not? It's a crop, like any other. Blood, oil, old iron, what's the difference? To himself he sounds like someone bursting loose from his chains. But Hoban is already nodding in concurrence. Massingham is grinning like an idiot, and Tiger is wearing his widest and most proprietorial smile of the day. An astute suggestion, Hoban pronounces, pleased with his choice of adjective. We shall sell this blood, officially, but also secretly. Sales will be state secret, sanctioned in writing at highest level in Moscow. Blood that is surplus to crisis will be transported daily by refrigerated Boeing 747 ex-Moscow Sheremetyevo Airport to east coast of United States. All freight costs will be borne by contracting company. He has a note of the terms and is consulting it as he speaks. Transportation will be conducted on extremely confidential basis, eliminating negative publicity. In Russia, we must not hear, they sell our Russian blood to victorious imperialists. In the States, it is not convenient to hear that American capitalists are bleeding poor nations, literally. This would be counterproductive. He licks a white fingertip and turns a page. Assuming mutual confidentiality can be observed, this contract also will be signed by highest in the land. Terms will be following. First term, Mr. Yevgeny Ivanovich will appoint his own nominee. This will be his prerogative. Nominee can be foreigner. can be Westerner, can be American. Who gives a shit? This nominee's company will not be registered in Moscow. It will be foreign company. Preferred will be Switzerland. Immediately on signature of contract between Soviet nominee of Mr. Yevgeny Orlov, $30 million in bearer bonds will be lodged at foreign bank. Details will be arranged. Maybe you have suggestion for this bank? Do indeed, Tiger murmurs off-stage. This $30 million will be regarded as advance payment against down-the-line profits, calculated at 15% of gross profit, accruing to nominees of Mr. Yevgeny Orlov. You like this, Oliver? You think it's pretty good business, I believe. Oliver likes it, hates it, thinks it is good business. Disgusting business. Not business at all, but theft. But he has no time to set his revulsion into words. He lacks the age, the sureness, the address, the space. As you rightly say, Oliver, it's a crop like any other, says Tiger. I suppose it is. You sound worried, don't be. You're among friends here. You're one of the team. Speak out. I was thinking about testing and stuff, Oliver grumbles. Good point. So you should. Last thing we need is a lot of do-gooders from the press telling us we're peddling tainted blood. So I'm pleased to tell you that testing, grading, selecting, all those problems are no obstacle in these modern times. They add a few hours to shipment, at most. They increase overheads, but the cost will obviously be factored in. Do it in flight is probably the answer. Save time and handling. We're looking into it. Anything else troubling you? Well, there's the larger issue, I suppose. Of what? Well, you know what Alex said. Selling Russian blood to the rich West. Capitalists living off the blood of peasants. You're absolutely right again, and we'll have to watch it like hawks. The good news is, Yevgeny and his chums are as determined as we are to keep the whole thing under wraps. The bad news is, sooner or later everything leaks. Think positive, that's the trick. Hit back. Have your answers ready and slam them home. He flings up one trim arm in the manner of a wayside preacher, and adds a tremor to his voice. Better to trade blood than shed it. What finer symbol can there be of reconciliation and coexistence than a nation giving blood to its former enemy? How's that? They're not giving, though, are they? Well, the donors are, but that's different. So would you rather we took their blood for nothing? No, of course not. Would you rather the Soviet Union had no national transfusion service? No. We don't know what Yevgeny's chums are doing with their commission. Why should we? They could be building hospitals, propping up an ailing health service. What could be more moral than that? Massingham provides what he calls the nutshell. Tot it all up, Ollie, old lad. We're looking at an upfront sweetener of 80 mil for 3 specific proposals, he calculates with polished carelessness. My guess, top of my head, don't quote me, anybody asking 80 will round down to 75. Even if you're the highest level in the land, 75's a tidy sum. After that is a question of who we invite to the table. Seen from this end, we'll be handing out gold bars. Lunch at Cat's Cradle in South Audley Street, billed in the gossip columns as the private lunch club even you cannot afford. But Tiger can afford it. Tiger owns it, and owns Cat, and has owned her a little longer than Oliver is allowed to know. The weather is kind. The walk around the corner takes all of 3 minutes. Tiger and Yevgeny lead. Oliver and Mikhail make a second pair. The rest trail behind, and Alex Hoban trails last, speaking soft Russian into a cell phone, which, as Oliver is learning, is something Hoban likes to do a lot. They turn the corner. Chauffeured Rolls-Royces wait like a mafia cortege along the curbside. A closed, unmarked, black-painted front door opens as Tiger reaches for the bell. The famous round table in the bay is waiting for them. Waiters in the palest sherry jackets push silver trolleys, fawn and murmur. A sprinkling of mistresses and lovers watch from the safety of their corners. Katrina, whose name the place bears, is puckish, stylish, and ageless as a good mistress should be.
She stands at Tiger's side, nudging her hip against his shoulder. "No, Yevgeny, you're not having vodka today," Tiger tells him down the table. "He's having a Chateau Yquem with his foie gras, Cat, and a Chateau Parma with his lamb, and a shoot-up of 1,000-year-old Armagnac with his coffee, and no bloody vodka. I'll tame the bear if it kills me. And shampoo cocktails while we wait." "So what's poor Mikhail getting?" Katrina protests, who with Massingham's connivance has mastered everybody's name ahead of their arrival. "He looks as though he hasn't had a decent meal for years, don't you, darling?" "Mikhail's beef chap, bet he is," Tiger insists, while Massingham translates whatever of this he reckons appropriate. "Tell him beef, Randy, and he's not to believe a word he reads in the newspapers. British beef's still best beef in the world. Same for Shalva. Alex, time to live a little. And put that phone away, please, Alex, rule of the house. Give him a lobster. Like lobster, Alex? How's the lobster, Cat?" "And what's Oliver getting?" Cat asks, turning her sparkling ageless gaze on him and leaving it there like a gift for him to play with as he pleases. "Not enough," she answers for him, to make him blush. Cat has never hidden the pleasure that she takes in Tiger's virile young son. Every time he walks into the cradle, she eyes him like an impossibly priced painting she would love to own. Oliver is about to reply when the room explodes. Seating himself at the white piano, Yevgeny has fired off a wild prelude, evoking mountains, rivers, forests, dance, and, if Oliver is not mistaken, cavalry charges. In a trice, Mikhail appears at the centre of the tiny dance floor, his hollowed, mystical gaze fixed upon the kitchen doors. Yevgeny starts to sing a peasant lament, while Mikhail slowly swings his arms and provides a backing refrain. Spontaneously, Cat threads her arm through Mikhail's and mirrors his movements. Their song gallops up the mountain, touches the peak, and mournfully descends. Indifferent to the astonished hush, the brothers resume their places at the table, as Cat starts the applause. "Was that Georgian?" Oliver asks Yevgeny shyly, through Massingham, when the clapping dies. But Yevgeny, it turns out, has less need of an interpreter than he pretends. "Not Georgian, Oliver. Mingrelian," he says, in a thick Russian growl that echoes all round the room. "Mingrelian peoples are pure peoples. Other Georgians got so many invasions, they don't know if their grandmothers was raped by Turks, Dagestanis or Persians. Mingrelians was smart peoples. They protect their valleys, lock up their women, get them pregnant first. Got brown hair, not black." The stately bustle of the room recovers. Tiger smoothly proposes a first toast. "To our valleys, Yevgeny. Yours and ours. May they flourish, separately but together. May they bring prosperity to you and your family, in partnership, in good faith." It is 4 o'clock. Father and son saunter arm in arm along the sunny pavement in the haze of after lunch, while Massingham escorts the party back to the Savoy for a rest before the evening's festivities. "Big chap for family, Yevgeny," Tiger muses. "As I am. As you are." Squeeze of the arm. "The Georgians are thick as thieves in Moscow. Yevgeny's got them wired. Not a door he can't open. Total charmer. Not an enemy in the world." It is rare for father and son to touch each other for so long. Given their conflicting heights, it is difficult to find a hold that works for both of them, but this one does. Doesn't trust people much. Makes two of us. Doesn't trust things. Computers, phone, fax. Says he only trusts what's in his head. And you? Me? The Orloffs are family men, famous for it. They like fathers, brothers, sons. Send them your son, it's a pledge of good faith. That's why I bundled Windsor off for the day. Time you moved into the spotlight where you belong. But what about Massingham? They're his catch, aren't they? The son's better. No skin off Randy's nose. We'd all rather have him with us than against us. Oliver makes to detach his arm, but Tiger keeps it trapped. You can't blame them for being suspicious. The world they grew up in. Police state, everyone informing on everyone. Firing squads. Makes a chap secretive. The brothers did a spell in prison themselves, Randy tells me. Came out knowing half tomorrow's men. Better than Eton, by the sound of it. There'll be contracts to draw up, of course. Side agreements. Keep it simple, that's the message. Your basic legal English for foreigners. Yevgeny likes to understand what he's signing. You up to that? I should think so. He's green as a leaf about a lot of stuff, bound to be. You'll have to hand-feed him, teach him our Western ways. He hates lawyers and doesn't know banking from his elbow. Why should he, when they don't have banks? No reason on earth, Oliver replies, obsequiously. Poor chaps have still got to learn the value of money. Privileges were the currency till now. If they played their cards right, they got everything they wanted. Houses, food, schools, holidays, hospitals, cars, all privileges. Now they've got to buy the same treats with hard cash. Different ball game. Needs a different sort of player. Oliver is smiling, and there is music in his heart. So, it's a deal? Tiger proposes. You do his nuts and bolts, I'll handle the heavy stuff. Shouldn't be more than a year or so, max. What happens after a year? Tiger laughs. A real, rare, amoral, happy West End laugh, as he pulls his arm free of Oliver's and claps him affectionately on the shoulder. At 20% of the gross? Still laughing. What do you think's going to happen? A year from now we'll have squeezed the old devil out of the loop. Chapter 8. Oliver is in tethered flight. If he has ever doubted the wisdom of entering his father's firm, the golden summer months of 1991 provide him with his answer. This is living, this is connecting, this is being one of the team on a scale he has only dreamed. When the tiger leaps, the financial columnists like to say, lesser men stand clear. Now Tiger is leaping as never before. Dividing his executive staff into separate task forces, he appoints Massingham his field commander, oil and steel, which does not at all please Massingham, who would prefer the lesser post of blood. Like Tiger, he has seen where the richest pickings lie, which is why Tiger has kept blood for himself. Twice, 3 times a month, he is to be found in Washington, Philadelphia, or New York, often with Oliver in attendance. With an awe tinged by apprehension, Oliver looks on as his father dazzles senators, lobbyists, and health officials with his persuasive powers. To listen to Tiger's pitch, you would hardly know the blood came from Russia at all. It is European, for does not Europe stretch from the Iberian Peninsula to the Urals? It is Caucasian. It is, more embarrassing still to Oliver's hard-surviving sensitivities, white Caucasian. It is surplus to European requirements. For the rest, he cannily confines himself to such uncontroversial issues as landing rights, grading, storage, customs exemptions, onward shipment, and the establishment of a mobile staff of troubleshooters to oversee the operation. But if Russian blood is assured of a safe arrival, what of its departure? Time Yevgeny had a visit, Tiger rules, and Oliver sets off in pursuit of his new hero. Sheremetyevo Airport, Moscow, 1991, on a perfect summer's afternoon. Oliver's first in Mother Russia. Faced with the arrival hall's sullen queues and scowling frontier guards, he succumbs to a moment's trepidation until he spots Yevgeny himself, accompanied by a squad of docile officials, wading towards him with shouts of pleasure. His huge arms lock round Oliver's back. His rough cheek presses against his own. A smell of garlic, then the taste of it, as the old man plonks a third traditional Russian kiss on Oliver's startled mouth. In a trice, his passport is stamped, his luggage swept through a side door, and Oliver and Yevgeny are reclining in the rear seat of a black Zil, driven by none other than Yevgeny's brother, Mikhail, dressed today not in a rumpled black suit, but knee-length boots, military breeches, and a leather bomber jacket, in which Oliver glimpses the hatched black butt of a family-sized automatic pistol. A police motorcycle rides ahead of them. 2 dark-haired men in a Volga follow. "My children," Yevgeny explains, with a wink. But Oliver knows he is not being literal, for Yevgeny, to his grief, has daughters and no sons. Oliver's hotel is a white wedding cake in the centre of town. He checks into it. They drive down broad, pitted streets, past gigantic apartment blocks, to a leafy suburb of half-hidden villas, guarded by security cameras and uniformed police. Iron gates open before them. The escort peels away. They enter the gravel forecourt of an ivy-covered mansion, teeming with yelling children, babushkas, cigarette smoke, ringing telephones, oversized televisions, a ping-pong table, everything in motion. Shalva the lawyer greets them in the hall. There is a blushing cousin called Olga, who is Mr. Yevgeny's personal assistant. There is a nephew called Igor, who is fat and jolly. There is Yevgeny's benign and stately Georgian wife, Tinatin, and 4 daughters, all full-bodied, married, and a little tired, and the prettiest and the most doomed is Zoya, whom Oliver, with a kind of aching recognition, takes instantly to his heart. Female neurosis is his nemesis. Add a trim waist, broad maternal hips, a large, inconsolable brown gaze, and he is lost. She nurses a baby boy called Paul, who shares her gravity. Their 4 eyes examine him with forlorn complicity. "You are very beautiful," Zoya declares, as sadly as if she were reporting a death. "You have the beauty of irregularity. You are a poet?" "Just a lawyer, I'm afraid." "The law is also a dream. You have come to buy our blood?" "I've come to make you rich." "Welcome," she intones, with the profundity of a great tragedienne. Oliver has brought documents for Yevgeny to sign and a personal sealed letter from Tiger, but "Not yet, not yet. First you will see my horse." And of course he will. Yevgeny's horse is a brand-new BMW motorbike that stands pampered and glistening on a pink oriental carpet at the centre of a drawing-room. With his household crowding at the doorway, but Oliver sees mostly Zoya, Yevgeny kicks off his shoes, climbs onto the beast's back, lowers his rump onto the saddle, and wraps his stockinged feet round the pedals, while he revs the engine all the way up, then down again, and shines out his delight from between matted eyelashes. "You now, Oliver, you!" Watched by an applauding audience, the heir apparent to the house of Single hands Shalva his tailor-made jacket and silk tie, and springs onto the saddle in Yevgeny's place. Then demonstrates what a good chap he is by setting the building shuddering and rattling to its foundations. Zoya alone takes no pleasure in his performance. Frowning at this vision of ecological mayhem, she clutches Paul to her breast and keeps her hand protectively over his ear. She is straggle-haired and carelessly dressed, and has the deep shoulders of a mother courtesan. She is alone and lost in the big city of life, and Oliver has already appointed himself her policeman, protector, and sole companion. "In Russia we must ride fast in order to stand still," she informs him as he reties his tie. "It is normal." "And in England?" he asks with a laugh. "You are not English. You are born in Siberia. Do not sell your blood." Yevgeny's office is a chapel of calm. It is a sweetly panelled annex, roof-high, perhaps formerly a stable. No sound from the villa penetrates. Sumptuous antique birchwood furniture glows with a golden-brown intensity. "From St. Petersburg Museum," Yevgeny explains, caressing a great writing table with his palm. When the revolution came, the museum was sacked, and the collections scattered across the Soviet Union. Yevgeny spent years tracking it down, he relates. Then he found an 80-year-old ex-prisoner from Siberia to restore it. "We are calling it Karelka," he says proudly. "Was from Catherine the Great, the favourite." On the walls hang photographs of men that Oliver somehow knows are dead, and framed diplomas featuring ships at sea. Oliver and Yevgeny sit in Catherine the Great's armchairs, under an Arthurian iron chandelier. With his hewn old face, gold-rimmed spectacles and Cuban cigar, Yevgeny is every man's good counsellor and powerful friend. Shalva, the priestly lawyer, smiles and puffs his cigarettes. Oliver has brought letters of agreement drafted by Windsor and restored to plain English by himself. Massingham has provided Russian translations. From the end of the table, Mikhail watches with the alertness of the deaf, his deep-sea eyes devouring words he cannot hear. Shalva addresses Yevgeny in Georgian. While he speaks, the door closes, which surprises Oliver, since it was not open. He glances round to see Alex Hoban standing inside the room, like some beckoned henchman forbidden to advance until instructed. Yevgeny orders Shalva to be silent, removes his glasses, and addresses Oliver.
"You trust me?"
he demands. "Yes."
"Your father, he trusts me?"
"Of course."
"Then we trust,"
Yevgeny declares, and waving aside Shalva's objections, signs the documents and shoves them down the table to Mikhail to sign also. Shalva leaves his chair and stands at Mikhail's shoulder, indicating the place. Slowly, every letter a masterpiece, Mikhail laboriously carves his name. Hoban sidles forward, offering himself as witness. They sign in ink, while Oliver thinks blood. In a flagstone cellar with an open hearth, skewers of pork and lamb are roasting on a wood fire. Garlic mushrooms sizzle on hollowed bricks. Loaves of Georgian cheese bread are stacked on wooden plates. "Oliver must call it khachapuri," says Tinatin, Yevgeny's wife. To drink, there is sweet red wine that Yevgeny mysteriously proclaims to be homemade from Bethlehem. On the birchwood dining table, plates of caviar, smoked sausage, spicy chicken legs, home-smoked sea trout, olives and almond cake are precariously heaped on top of each other, till not a square inch of the lovingly polished surface can be seen. Yevgeny and Oliver have the head and tail of the table. Between them sit the big-chested daughters beside their taciturn husbands, all but Zoya, who languishes in becoming isolation with little Paul seated on her knee, spoon-feeding him as if he were ailing, and only rarely diverting the spoon to her own full, unpainted lips. But in Oliver's head, her dark eyes are fixed eternally upon him, as are his own on her, and the child Paul is an extension of her ethereal solitude. Having cast her as Rembrandt model, then as Chekhov heroine, he is outraged to see her raise her head, and frown in conjugal disapproval, as Alex Hoban with his cell phone enters between a couple of hard-faced young men in suits, kisses her perfunctorily on the same shoulder on which Oliver, in his imagination, has this minute been planting his own impassioned kisses, pinches Paul's cheek so that the child snarls in pain, and dumps himself beside her, while continuing his conversation on the cell phone. "You have met my husband, Oliver?" Zoya asks. "Of course, several times." "I too," she says, enigmatically. Down the length of the table, Oliver and Yevgeny toast each other repeatedly. They have toasted Tiger. They have drunk to each other's families, their health, prosperity, and, though these are still the days of communism, the dead who are with God.
"You will call me Yevgeny. I will call you Postboy," Yevgeny roars. "You mind I call you Postboy?"
"Call me what you like, Yevgeny."
"I am your friend. I am Yevgeny. You know what is meaning, Yevgeny?"
"No."
"Is meaning noble. Is meaning I am special people. You also are special people?"
"I would like to think so." Another roar. Silver-chased rams' horns are fetched and filled to the brim with homemade wine from Bethlehem.
"To special people, to Tiger and his son, we love you. You love us?"
"Very much." Oliver and the brothers toast their friendship by draining their horns at a draught, then turning them upside down to prove they are empty.
"Now you are true Mingrelian," Yevgeny announces,
and Oliver once more feels Zoya's reproachful gaze fixed upon him. But this time Hoban is observing it, which perhaps is what she wants, for he lets out a coarse laugh and says something to her between his teeth in Russian, which causes her to laugh scathingly in return. "My husband is overjoyed that you have come to Moscow to assist us," she explains. He likes very much blood. It is his métier. You say métier? Not really. Late night drunken billiards in the basement. Mikhail is coach and umpire, masterminding Yevgeny's shots. Shalva watches from one corner. From another, the supercilious gaze of Hoban covers every move of the game, while he burbles into his cell phone. Who does he talk to in such caressing terms? His mistress? His stockbroker? Oliver thinks not. He has a picture of men in shadow, like Hoban himself, in dark doorways and dark clothes, waiting for their master's voice. The brass-bound cues have no tips. The yellowed balls barely fit the deeply angled pockets. The table slopes, the cloth is ripped and stretched from previous revelries. The cushions clank when struck. Whenever a player succeeds in potting a ball, which is rare, Mikhail bellows the score in Georgian, and Hoban disdainfully puts it into English. When Yevgeny misses a shot, which is often, Mikhail gives vent to an oil-rich Caucasian oath against the ball, the table, or the cushion, but never against the brother he adores. But Hoban's contempt grows with each demonstration of his father-in-law's incompetence. The intake of breath, like a wince of pain suppressed. The ghostly sneer of the hairline lips as they continue talking into the cell phone. Tinatin appears, and with a grace that melts Oliver's heart, leads Yevgeny off to bed. A driver waits to take Oliver back to his hotel. Shalva escorts him to the Zill. About to climb into it, Oliver looks back fondly at the house and sees Zoya, childless and topless, gazing down at him from an upper window. Next morning, under a half-cloudy sky, Yevgeny takes Oliver to meet some good Georgians. With Mikhail at the wheel, they drive from one grey barracks to another. In the first, they are marched down a medieval corridor, smelling of old iron. Or is it blood? In the next, they are embraced and plied with sweet coffee by a lizard-eyed 70-year-old relic of the Brezhnev time, who guards his great black desk as if it were a war memorial. You are Tiger's son? Yes, sir. How come such a little guy makes such big kids? I hear he's got a formula, sir. Huge laughter. You know his handicap these days? 12, they tell me. They have told him no such thing. Tell him Dato is 11. He will go crazy. I'll tell him. Formula. That's good. And the envelope that is never spoken of, the grey-blue, war-quality, foolscap-sized envelope that Yevgeny conjures from his briefcase and slides across the desk, while jollier matters are aired. And Dato's oily downward glance that records the envelope's passage, while refusing to acknowledge it. What does it contain? Copies of the agreement that Yevgeny signed the day before? It is too thick. A wad of money? It is too thin. And what is this place? The Ministry of Blood? And who is Dato? Dato is from Mingrelia, Yevgeny declares with satisfaction. In the car, Mikhail slowly turns the pages of a pirated American comic. A doubt springs to Oliver's mind, and his face does not disguise it quickly enough. Can Mikhail read? Mikhail is genius, Yevgeny growls, exactly as if Oliver had asked the question aloud. They enter a penthouse of groomed women secretaries, like tigers, but prettier, and rows of computers showing the stock markets of the world. They are welcomed by a svelte young man called Ivan, in an Italian suit. Yevgeny hands Ivan an envelope, like the last. So how are things in the old country these days? Ivan inquires, in a blasé remake of Oxford English from the 30s. A beautiful girl sets a tray of Campari sodas on a rosewood sideboard that looked as if it too had once resided in a St. Petersburg museum. Chin, chin, says Ivan. They are wafted to a Western-style hotel a stone's throw from Red Square. Plainclothes men guard the swing doors. Pink-stained fountains play in the lobby. The lift is lit by a crystal chandelier. On the second floor, women croupiers in low-cut dresses eye them from empty roulette tables. At a door marked 222, Yevgeny presses a bell. It is answered by Hoban. In a circular drawing room filled with cigarette smoke, a bearded, bitter-faced man of 30 called Stepan sits in a gilded chair. A gilded sofa table stands before him. Yevgeny sets his briefcase on it. Hoban watches, as he watches everything.
"Does Mastingham have the fucking jumbos yet?" Stepan asks Oliver.
"My understanding when I left London was that we're all set to go as soon as you're ready this end," Oliver replies, stiffly.
"You the son of a British ambassador or some fucking thing?"
Yevgeny addresses Stepan in Georgian. His tone is admonishing and firm. Stepan rises reluctantly to his feet and extends his hand.
"Nice meeting you, Oliver. We are blood brothers, okay?"
"Okay," Oliver agrees. A huge, sick laugh that Oliver does not enjoy echoes in his ears all the way back to his hotel.
"Next time you come, we take you to Bethlehem,"
Yevgeny promises, as they once more hug each other. Oliver goes up to his room to pack. A parcel wrapped in brown cloth paper lies on his pillow, together with an envelope. He opens the envelope. The letter is set out like a handwriting test, and Oliver has the feeling it was written several times before an acceptable version was achieved. "Oliver, you have pure heart. Unfortunately, you are pretending everything. Therefore, you are nothing. I love you. Zoya." He opens the parcel. It contains a black lacquered box of a sort on offer in every tourist trap. Inside it is a heart, cut from apricot-coloured tissue paper. No blood adheres to it. To go to Bethlehem, it is necessary to be whisked off your British Airways plane as soon as it is taxied to a halt at Sheremetyevo. Processed at breakneck speed by yet another squad of compliant immigration officers, and transferred to a twin-engine Ilyushin with Aeroflot markings, but no unfamiliar passengers, which is waiting impatiently to fly you to Tbilisi in Georgia. All Yevgeny's extended family is aboard, and Oliver salutes them en bloc, embracing the nearest and waving to the more distant, and in the case of Zoya, who is the most distant of all, being seated in the furthest corner of the fuselage with Paul, while her husband sits up front with Shalva, bestowing on her a vapid, half-familiar wave, implying that, well, yes, now he comes to think of it, why, of course, he does indeed recognize her. At Tbilisi, you are likely to arrive in a scalding hurricane that causes the wings to rock and flings grit and smuts at you as you dash for the cover of the terminal. Otherwise, there are no formalities, unless you count half the worthy men of the city in their best suits, and a shiny albino fixer called Timur, who, like everyone in Georgia, is Tinatin's cousin, nephew, godchild, or the son of her closest friend at school. Coffee and brandy and a pyramid of food await you in the VIP lounge. Toasts are drunk and redrunk before you can proceed. A convoy of black zills, motorcycle outriders, and a chase truck with special troops in black uniforms then spirits you at hectic speed, without benefit of safety belts, westward, over a giddy mountain range, towards the promised land of Mingralia, whose inhabitants had the wit to make their womenfolk pregnant ahead of the invader, and can therefore boast the purest blood in Georgia, a claim Yevgeny happily repeats as the Zil careers over snake roads and zigzags between stray dogs, sheep, piebald pigs with triangular wooden collars, pack mules, oncoming lorries, and enormous potholes. All this in a mood of childlike euphoria, enhanced by frequent draughts of wine and Oliver's duty-free malt whisky, but also by the knowledge that after months of manoeuvring, the 3 specific proposals will be signed, paid for, and delivered any time within the next few days. And is this not Yevgeny's personal protectorate, the home of his youth? Does not every landmark on the perilous road to Bethlehem call for the region's perfections to be highlighted, shared and marvelled at by Yevgeny's wife Tinatin and his brother Mikhail at the wheel, and above all by Oliver himself, the sacred guest to whom everything is new. Behind them, in another car, ride two of Yevgeny's daughters, and one of them is Zoya, and Paul is sitting on her lap, and Zoya has her hands linked round him and her cheek against his cheek, as their car bumps and swings and follows. And even with the back of his head, Oliver knows that her melancholia is for him alone. He should not have come. He should have left this work. He is pretending everything, and therefore he is nothing. But her all-seeing eye cannot mar his pleasure in Yevgeny's joyous alchemy. Russia never deserved Georgia, Yevgeny insists, speaking partly his own brand of English, and partly through Hoban, who crouches spikily between Oliver and Tinatin on the back seat. Every time Christian Georgia sought Russia's protection from the Muslim hordes, Russia stole her wealth and dropped her in the mire. But this homily is interrupted by another, as Yevgeny must point out the hilltop forts, and the road to Gori, which boasts the accursed hovel where Joseph Stalin made his entry to the world, and the cathedral, that, to believe Yevgeny, is as old as Christ himself, where Georgia's earliest kings were crowned. They pass houses with fretted balconies, tottering at the edge of a great gorge, and an iron scaffold like a bell tower that marks a rich boy's grave. This rich boy was an alcoholic, Yevgeny recounts earnestly through Hoban, embarking on some kind of morality tale. When the rich boy's mother came to remonstrate with him, the boy blew out his brains in front of her with a revolver, and Yevgeny's own fingers are at his temple to show how. The father, a businessman, was so stricken with grief that he had the boy's body interred in a 4-ton vat of honey, so that he would never decompose. "Honey?" Oliver repeats incredulously. "For preserving corpses, honey is pretty fucking good," Hoban replies dryly. "Ask Zoya, she's a chemist. Maybe she'll preserve your corpse for you." They drive in silence till the scaffold disappears. Hoban makes a call on his portable telephone. It is of a different breed, Oliver observes, to the type he favours in Moscow or London. It is attached by a coil to a witch's black box. One drop of your blood, and it can decipher all your secrets. 3 buttons, and he is already murmuring. The convoy stops at a solitary petrol station to refuel. In a makeshift cage next to the reeking toilet, a brown bear examines the company without favour. "Mikhail Ivanovich says it's important to know which side bear sleeps," Hoban translates, with patent derision, lifting his mouth from the cell phone, but without switching it off. "If bear sleeps on left side, you eat the right side. Left side of bear will be too hard to eat. If bear jerks off with left paw, you eat right paw. You want to eat some bear?" "No, thank you." "You should have written to her. She went crazy waiting for you to come back." Hoban returns to his telephone conversation. The sun beats onto the road surface, making puddles of tar. The car fills with the scents of pine forest. They pass an old house, set in a coppice of chestnut trees. The door stands open. "Door closed, the husband's home," Hoban intones, translating Yevgeny again. "Door open, he's out at work, so you can go in and fuck the wife." They climb, and the plains to either side flatten below them. White-capped mountains glisten under an infinite sky. Ahead of them, half drowning in its own haze, lies the Black Sea. A wayside chapel marks a precarious bend in the road. Lowering his window, Mikhail tosses a handful of coins into the lap of an old man seated on the step. "Guy's a fucking millionaire," Hoban says, wistfully. Yevgeny calls a halt at a willow tree, with tags of coloured ribbon tied to its old branches. It is a dream tree, Hoban explains, once more interpreting for Yevgeny. "Only good wishes may be attached to it. Dirty wishes rebound on the one who wishes them. You have dirty wishes?" "None," said Oliver. "Personally, I have dirty wishes all the time, especially at night and first thing in the morning." Yevgeny Ivanovich was born in the city which the Soviets renamed Senaki. Hoban resumes, while Yevgeny shouts and points a thick arm into the valley. Mikhail Ivanovich was also born in Senaki. Our father was commandant of military base at Senaki. We had house in military town outside Senaki. This house was very good house. My father was good man. All Mingrelians loved my father. My father was happy here. Yevgeny's voice lifts and his arm swings towards the coastline. I was at kids' school in Batumi. I was at marine school in Batumi. My wife was born in Batumi. You want any more of this shit? Yes, please. Before Leningrad, I was at university in Odessa. I study ships, building, marine. My spirit is on the waters of the Black Sea. It is in the mountains of Mingrelia. I shall die in this place. You want me to leave my door open so you can fuck my wife? No. Another halt. Mikhail and Yevgeny get out of the car purposefully and make their way across the road. On an impulse, Oliver goes after them. At the roadside, lank men driving donkeys laden with oranges and cabbages pause to watch. Ragged gypsy children lean on sticks and stare as the brothers, trailed by Oliver, pass between them and ascend a narrow black stairway overgrown with weed. The brothers have reached a black paved grotto. The stairway is of marble. A black marble handrail runs beside it. Set into the wall stands a statue of a bandaged Red Army officer, heroically urging his troops into battle. In a misty glass case, cut into the rock, is the foxed and faded photograph of a young Russian soldier in a peaked cap. Mikhail and Yevgeny are standing shoulder to shoulder, heads bowed, hands folded in prayer. In ragged order, they take a step back and cross themselves several times. Our Father, Yevgeny explains gruffly. They return to the Zil. Mikhail negotiates a hairpin bend and comes face to face with a military checkpoint. Lowering his window, but not stopping, he hammers his left shoulder with his right hand, indicating high rank, but the sentries refuse to be impressed. With an oath, Mikhail pulls up while Timur, the fixer, leaps out of the car behind them and kisses one of the men, who hugs and kisses him in return. The convoy may continue. They reach the summit. A lush land opens before them. He says we got another hour from here, Hoban translates. On horse, he says it would take 2 days. That's where he belongs, in the fucking horse age. A valley field, sentries, a helicopter with its fins rotating, a mountain wall. Yevgeny, Hoban, Tinatin, Mikhail and Oliver ride in the first helicopter, with a case of vodka and a painting of a sad old lady in white lace collars, who has travelled with them all the way from Moscow, shedding chunks of gesso frame. The helicopter climbs a waterfall, follows a pony track, scales the mountain wall, and dips between white peaks to lower itself into a green valley, made in the shape of a cross. A hamlet nestles in each limb. An old stone monastery stands at the centre, amid vineyards, barns, grazing cattle, forests, and a lake. The party clumsily dismounts, Oliver after them. Hillsmen and children advance on them, and Oliver is amused to notice that the children do indeed have brown hair. The helicopter lifts off, taking the din of its engines with it as it drops below the crest. Oliver smells pine and honey, and hears the stirring of grass and the trickle of stream water. A skinned sheep hangs from a tree. Wood smoke billows from a pit. Rich, hand-woven carpets of pink and crimson lie in the grass. Drinking horns and wine gourds are stacked on a table. Villagers crowd round. Yevgeny and Tinatin embrace them. Hoban sits on a rock, the telephone to his ear and the black box at his feet, embracing no one. The helicopter returns with Zoya and Paul and 2 more daughters and their husbands, and again departs. Mikhail and a bearded giant, armed with hunting guns, stride off into the forest. Oliver drifts with the group towards a wooden 1-story farmhouse at the centre of a sloping paddock. Inside, it is at first pitch dark. Gradually he sees a brick fireplace, a metal stove. He smells camphor, lavender, and garlic. The bedrooms have bare floors and garish icons in battered frames. The hallowed Jesus as a baby, being nursed at his mother's covered breast. Jesus nailed to the cross, but stretched there so gaily that he is already flying up to heaven. Jesus arrived safely home, sitting on the right hand of his father.
"What Moscow forbids, Mingrelians love," says Hoban for Yevgeny, and yawns. "You bet," he adds.
A cat presents itself and is made a fuss of. The old sad lady in crumbling gesso must have her place above the fire. Children are standing in the doorway, waiting to see what wonders Tinatin has brought from the city. In the village, someone is playing music. In the kitchen, someone is singing, and it is Zoya.
"Do you agree she sings like a goat?"
Hoban inquires. "No," says Oliver.
"Then you are in love with her,"
Hoban confirms, with satisfaction. The feast lasts 2 days, but it is not till the end of the first that Oliver discovers he is attending a high-level business conference of the valley's elders. He learns many other things first. That when shooting bear, you do best to shoot them in the eye, because on the rest of their bodies they wear a bulletproof armour of dried mud. That it is customary when feasting to pour wine onto the earth to nourish the spirits of our ancestors. That Mingrelian wines come from many different grapes with names like Koloshi, Paneshi, Chodi, and Kamuri. That to drink a toast in beer is to swear a curse on the person toasted. That Mingrelia's ancestors are none other than the fabled Argonauts, who, under Jayston's generalship, built themselves a great fortress not 20 kilometers from here, to house the Golden Fleece. And from a wild-eyed priest, who seems never to have heard of the Russian Revolution, he learns that to cross himself he must first join 2 fingers and his thumb. Or was it only the thumb and 4th finger? His magician's fingers were too clumsy to be sure. And point them upward to indicate the Holy Trinity, then touch the brow and afterwards the right and left sides of the belly, so that he doesn't see the devil's cross as he looks down.
Alternatively, you can shove clover up your ass,
Hoban advises sotto voce, and repeats the joke in Russian for the edification of his telephone partner. The business conference, which Oliver attends, turns out to be a consequence of Yevgeny's great dream. And the great dream is to unite the 4 villages of the Cruciform in a single wine-growing cooperative, that by pooling land, labour and resources, and redirecting watercourses, and employing the techniques of countries such as Spain, will produce the finest wine, not just in Mingrelia, not just in Georgia, but in the entire world.
"It will cost many millions,"
Hoban reports laconically.
"Maybe billions. Nobody has smallest fucking idea. We must build roads, we must build dams, we must buy machinery and make depot in the valley. Who will pay for this shit?"
The answer, it transpires, is Mikhail and Yevgeny Ivanovich Orlov. Yevgeny has already flown in viniculturists from Bordeaux, Rioja, and Napa Valley. With one voice they have declared the vines superb. His spies have recorded temperatures and rainfall, measured the angles of hillsides, taken soil samples and pollen counts. Irrigators, road builders, shippers and importers have testified to the surefire feasibility of the plan. Yevgeny will find the money, he tells the villagers. They can rest assured.
"He'll give the assholes every ruble we ever make,"
Hoban confirms. Dusk is falling fast. A furious blood-red sky proclaims itself behind the mountain tops and dies. In the trees, lanterns are lit, music plays, the skinned sheep is turning on the fire. Men start singing, others make a ring and clap. A troop of girls performs a dance. Outside the circle, the elders talk among themselves, though Oliver can no longer hear them, and Hoban has given up translating. A dispute breaks out. An old man shakes his rifle at another. Eyes are on Yevgeny, who makes a joke, earns a scattered laugh, and takes a step closer to his listeners. He opens his arms. He rebukes, then he promises. To judge by the applause, the promise must be substantial. The elders are appeased. Hoban leans against a cedar tree, growing larger with the dark, while he murmurs lovingly into his witch's telephone. In the house of Single, the tension is audible. The primly clothed typist tread gingerly. The trading room, barometer of morale, is buzzing with rumour. Tiger has gone out there for the big one. It's boom or bust for Singles. Tiger is poised for the kill of the century. And Yevgeny in good heart, you say? Excellent, says Tiger briskly, at one of the haphazard debriefings that follow Oliver's sorties to the Wild East. Yevgeny's terrific, Oliver replies loyally, and Mikhail's right there beside him. Good, good, says Tiger, and darts away into the thickets of operational costs and stock flotations. A letter from Tinatin urges Oliver to make contact with yet another distant cousin, a girl named Nina this time, who teaches at the School of Oriental and African Studies, and is the daughter of a Mingrelian violinist, now dead. Taking it as a kindly hint from Zoya's mother to cast his impressionable eye elsewhere, Oliver dashes off a letter to the violinist's widow, and is invited round to Bayswater for tea. The widow is a retired actress in a smock, with a habit of brushing away her fringe with the back of her hand, but her daughter Nina is black-haired, with smouldering eyes. Nina agrees to teach Oliver Georgian, beginning with its beautiful but daunting alphabet, though she warns him it will take him years to learn. "The more years the better," Oliver cries gallantly. Nina is of a high-minded disposition, and her Georgian and Mingrelian ties have been strengthened by exile. She is moved by Oliver's uncritical admiration of everything she holds dear, though of oil, scrap, blood, and $75 million bribes she providentially knows nothing. Oliver preserves her in her innocence. Soon she shares his bed. And if Oliver is aware that Zoya is in some devious sense the inspiration of their union, he feels no guilt. Why should he? He is grateful that by going to bed with Nina, he is able to distance himself from the predatory wife of an important business associate, whose naked body still shines provocatively at him from the upper window of the Moscow house. Under Nina's guidance, he surrounds himself with works of Georgian literature and folklore. He plays Georgian music, and pastes a map of the Caucasus along one wall of his disgracefully untidy prestige flat in a tower block in Chelsea Harbour, built with single brokered finance. And the postboy is happy. Not happy, for Oliver does not believe in pleasure as an attainable ideal, but active happy, creative happy. Happy cautiously in love, if love is what he feels for Nina. Happy also in his work, as long as work is visiting Yevgeny and Mikhail and Tinatin, and provided that the insidious shadow of Hoban does not hang too near, and Zoya continues to ignore him. For where once her unhappy eyes devoured Oliver constantly, now they refuse to acknowledge him at all. She steers clear of the kitchen when he is chopping vegetables with Tinatin. In corridors, on staircases, flitting from room to room with Paul in tow, she uses the curtains of her hair to hide her face. "Tell your father, in 1 week they will sign all documents," says Yevgeny, over stone-age billiards, when he has satisfied himself that nobody but Hoban and Mikhail and Shalva is within hearing distance. "Tell him, when they have signed, he must come to Mingrelia and shoot a bear." "In that case you must come to Dorset and shoot a pheasant," Oliver counters, and they embrace. There is no hand-carried mail this time. Oliver brings the two messages in his head. On the flight home he is so excited by them that he has half a mind to propose marriage to Nina. The date is August the 18th, 1991. It is 2 nights later, and Nina is weeping in Georgian. She is weeping on the telephone. She is weeping when she arrives at Oliver's flat, weeping as they sit like an old couple side by side on the sofa, watching in horror as the new Russia trembles on the brink of anarchy. Its daring leader is seized by the old guard risen from the grave. Newspapers are closed. Tanks flood the city, and people at the highest level in the land tumble from power like ninepins. taking with them their best-laid, specific proposals for scrap metal, oil, and blood. It is summer still in Curzon Street, but no birds sing. Oil, scrap, and blood are as if they had never been. To acknowledge them is to acknowledge their demise. The recent history books have been tacitly rewritten, the young men and women of the trading room dispatched in search of other bounty. Otherwise, nothing, absolutely nothing has occurred. No precious tens of millions of investment have turned to dust. Nothing has been lavished on advance commissions. There have been no sweeteners bestowed on American intermediaries and officials. No down payments have been made on the lease of refrigerated jumbo jets. The heat, light, rent, cars, salaries, bonuses, health insurance, educational insurance, phone and entertainment bills for 5 prime floors of Curzon Street and their spendthrift inhabitants are not in jeopardy. And Tiger is the least affected of everyone. His tread is lighter, his walk prouder than ever before, his vision grander, his Hayward suit crisper. Oliver alone, and perhaps Gupta, who is Tiger's Indian factotum, knows the pain that lies beneath the armour, knows how close the brittle hero is to snapping. But when Oliver, in his incurable compassion, chooses a moment to commiserate with his father, Tiger retaliates with a ferocity that leaves Oliver rocking with internal anger. I do not want your pity, thank you. I do not want your tender feelings or your safe ethical concerns. I want your respect, your loyalty, your brains for what they are, your commitment, and for as long as I am senior partner, your obedience. Oh, well, sorry, Oliver mumbles, and when Tiger does not unbend, returns to his room and telephones Nina in vain. What has become of her? Their last encounter was not a happy one. At first he persuades himself that Zoya has launched a spoiling operation. Then, grudgingly, he remembers that he was drunk, and while drunk let slip to Nina, out of the goodness of his lonely heart, no more, a couple of unguarded details of his transactions with our uncle Yevgeny, as she calls him. He dimly recalls remarking in a frivolous moment that while the Soviet Union might have lost its way, Singles had lost its shirt. When she pressed him, he had felt it incumbent on him to provide a sketchy version of how Singles, with her uncle Yevgeny's help and inspiration, had planned to make a killing out of certain life-essential Russian substances, such as, well, yes, not to put too fine a point on it, blood, at which Nina went pale and raged, beat her fists against his chest, and stormed out of his flat, swearing, not for the first time, for she has her share of Mingrelian volatility, never to return. She has taken new lover to revenge you, Oliver, her distracted mother confesses over the telephone. She says you're too decadent, darling, worse than bloody Russian. But what of the brothers? What of Tinatin and the daughters? What of Bethlehem? What of Zoya? The brothers have been deposed, snaps Massingham, who has been simmering with envy ever since the role of go-between was snatched from him and handed to the detested junior partner. Banished, exiled, sent to Siberia, warned never to show their ugly faces in Moscow or Georgia or anywhere else. How about Hoban and his friends? Oh, my dear chap, their lot never go down. Their lot? Whose lot? Massingham does not elaborate. Yevgeny's on the scrap heap, darling. Not to mention oil and blood, he retorts nastily. Communications with strife-torn Russia are chaotic, and Oliver is forbidden by standing order to telephone Yevgeny or his outstations. A whole evening long, nevertheless, he crouches in an insanitary public phone booth in Chelsea, cajoling and beseeching the overseas operator. In his imagination, he sees Yevgeny in his pyjamas on his motorbike, revving up the engine, and the phone ringing inaudibly a few feet from him. The operator, a lady from Acton, has heard that a mob is storming the Moscow exchange. Give it a few days, dear, I should, she advises, like matron at school when he complained of an ache. It is as if the last window upon hope has been slammed in Oliver's face. Zoya was right. Nina was right. I should have said no. If I can go along with selling the blood of poor Russians, where, if anywhere, will I draw the line? Yevgeny, Mikhail, Tinatin, Zoya. The White Mountains and the feasts haunt him like his own broken promises. At his flat in Chelsea Harbour, he takes down the map of the Caucasus and shoves it in the waste bucket of his empty white kitchen. Nina's mother recommends a substitute teacher, an elderly cavalry officer who was once her lover until he lost his powers. Oliver endures a couple of lessons from him and cancels the rest. At singles, he goes silently, keeping his door closed and ordering sandwiches for lunch. Rumour reaches him like garbled dispatches from the front. Massingham has heard of a store of military electrolyte buried outside Budapest. Tiger bids him inspect it. After a wasted week, he returns with nothing. In Prague, a stable of adolescent mathematicians will repair industrial computers at a fraction of the manufacturer's charge, but they need $1 million worth of equipment to set them up. Massingham, our roving ambassador, flies to Prague, meets a couple of 19-year-old bearded geniuses, and returns declaring that the proposal is a confidence trick. But with Randy, as Tiger is at pains to remind Oliver, you can never be sure. In Kazakhstan, there is a textile factory capable of producing miles of curly Wilton carpet, twice as splendid as the real thing and at a quarter of the price. Having purportedly inspected a waterlogged building site of rusted iron girders, Massingham advises that production is some way off. Tiger is sceptical, but keeps his counsel. Word has come in of a stupendous gold find in the Urals. Don't tell a soul. It is Oliver this time who squats for 3 days in a farmhouse in the Mugadzar Hills, buffeted by imperious phone calls from his father, while he waits for a trusted intermediary who fails to materialize. Tiger himself has chosen the path of solitude and contemplation. His gaze is remote. Twice, it is rumoured, he has been summoned to the city to explain himself. Ugly words like foreclose are being whispered in the trading room. Mysteriously, he starts to travel. On a visit to accounts department, Oliver happens on a statement of expenses showing that a Mr. and Mrs. T. Single took the royal suite at a grand hotel in Liverpool for 3 nights and entertained lavishly. For Mrs. Single, Oliver presumes Katrina of Cat's Cradle. Petrol vouchers rendered by Gasson, the chauffeur, reveal that Mr. and Mrs. travelled by Rolls-Royce. Liverpool is an old stamping ground of Tiger's. It is where he earned his spurs as a defending barrister of the oppressed criminal classes. The trip is followed a week later by the appearance in Curzon Street of 3 wide-shouldered Turkish gentlemen in glistening suits, who record their address in the janitor's book as Istanbul, and are appointed to see Tiger personally. Most ominously, Oliver could have sworn he heard Hoban's nasal voice alongside Massingham's, issuing through the Wedgwood double doors, when he calls on Pam Horsley under a pretext. But Pam, as usual, is opaque. "It's a conference, Mr. Oliver. That's all I can tell you, I'm afraid." All morning he waits tensely for the summons that doesn't come. At lunchtime, Tiger departs for Cat's Cradle with his burly guests, but they are out of the lift and into the street before Oliver can grab a sight of them. When a few days later he undertakes a second inspection of Tiger's expenses, he finds a string of entries with the one word Istanbul against them. Massingham, too, has resumed his travels. His most frequent destinations are Brussels, northern Cyprus, and the south of Spain, where an offshore single company recently spawned a chain of disco bars, timeshare villages, and casinos. And since Randy Massingham is regarded by the trading room as a sort of go-getting pimpernel, there is speculation about why he seems so sunny, and what secrets he may be carrying in his black ex-Foreign Office briefcase. Then, one evening, when Oliver is locking up his desk, Tiger himself appears in the doorway to suggest they pop round for a bite at the Cradle. Just the two of them, like old times. Cat is not in evidence. Oliver suspects Tiger told her not to be. They are tended instead by Alvaro, the head waiter. Tiger's corner table, which is permanently reserved for him, is a low-lit red nest of velveteen. He has chosen duck and claret. Oliver chooses the same. Tiger orders 2 house salads, forgetting that Oliver detests salad. They begin, as always, by discussing Oliver's love life. Reluctant to admit to the breakup of his affair with Nina, Oliver prefers to embellish it. "You mean you're settling down at last?" Tiger cries, greatly amused. "Good heavens! I pictured you as a dashing bachelor of 40. "I suppose there are things you just can't plan for," Oliver says, all dewy-eyed. "Have you told the good news to Yevgeny?" "How can I? He's out of touch." Tiger pauses in mid-chew, suggesting that the duck may not be to his liking. His eyebrows draw together to form a broken pediment. To Oliver's relief, the jaw resumes its rotation. The duck gives pleasure after all. "You went out to that country place of his, I seem to remember," says Tiger. "Where he plans to grow fine wines, yes?" "It's not a place, Father. It's a bunch of villages in the mountains." "But a decent house, presumably?" "I'm afraid not by our standards." "Viable sort of project, is it? Something we ought to take an interest in?" Oliver gives a superior laugh, while a part of him turns icy cold at the thought of Tiger's shadow reaching all the way to Bethlehem. "It's a bit of a pipe dream, I'm afraid, quite honestly. Yevgeny's not a businessman in our sense. You'd be standing under the proverbial shower tearing up £10 notes. "Why is that?" "He hasn't costed the infrastructure for a start," remembering Hoban's contemptuous dismissal of the project. "It could be a bottomless pit. Roads, water, terracing the fields, God knows what. He thinks he'll use local labour, but it's not skilled. There are 4 villages, and they're all at each other's throats." A reflective pull of claret, while he urgently thinks up other reasons. "Yevgeny doesn't even want to modernise the place. He just thinks he does. It's a fantasy. He's sworn to keep the valley as it is, but also to industrialise it and make it rich. He can't do both." "But he's serious." "Oh, as the Pope. If he ever makes a few billions, that's where they'll go. Ask his family. They're terrified." Tiger's many doctors have advised him to drink an equal quantity of mineral water with his wine. Aware of this, Alvaro sets a second bottle of Evian on the pink damask cloth. "And Hoban?" Tiger asks. "He's your peer group. What sort of fellow is he? Keen? Handy at his job?" Oliver hesitates. As a rule, he is unable to dislike anyone for more than a few minutes, but Hoban is the exception. "I haven't much to go on, really. Randy knows him better than I do. He seems a bit of a lone wolf to me, a bit too much on the make, but okay in his way. Randy tells me he's married to Yevgeny's favourite daughter." "I don't know that Zoya is his favourite," Oliver protests anxiously. "He's just a proud dad, loves all his children equally." But he is watching Tiger intently, if only in the pink mirrors round the wall. He knows. Hoban's told him. He knows about the letter and the paper heart. Tiger takes a peck of duck, follows it with a sip of claret, a sip of Evian, and a kiss of the napkin. "Tell me something, Oliver. Did old Yevgeny ever chat to you about his maritime connections?" "Only that he was at marine school and in the Russian Navy for a while, and that the sea's in his blood, as the mountains are." "He never mentioned to you that he once held sway over the entire Black Sea merchant fleet?" "No, but you learn about Yevgeny in fits and starts, depending what he decides to dole out." An intermission, while Tiger conducts one of those internal dialogues with himself that end with a decision, but withhold the reasoning that leads to it. "Yes, well, I think we'll give Randy his head for a little while yet, if you don't mind. You can take over once the show's back on the road." Father and son stand on the pavement of South Audley Street and admire the starry sky. "And look after that Nina of yours, old boy," Tiger advises, sternly. "Cat thinks the world of her. So do I." Another month, and, to Massingham's undisguised fury, the post-boy is dispatched to Istanbul, where Yevgeny and Mikhail have pitched their tent. Chapter 9. In the gloom of a wet Turkish winter, Yevgeny looks as drab and ashy as the mosques around him. He hugs Oliver with half his old force, reads Tiger's letter with distaste, and hands it to Mikhail with the humility of an exile. The rented house in a new suburb on the Asian side of Istanbul is gimcrack and unfinished, set in a puddled mess of abandoned builders' hardware, and surrounded by unfinished streets, shopping malls, bankomats, petrol stations, fast chicken stops, all empty, all going gently to the devil, while crooked contractors and frustrated tenants and immovable Ottoman bureaucrats slug out their differences in some archaic courthouse devoted to insoluble lawsuits in this sweltering, howling, heaving, traffic-suffocated city with an uncounted population of 16 million souls, which, as Yevgeny never tires of repeating, is 4 times as many souls as inhabit the whole of his beloved Georgia. The one moment of enchantment comes as daylight dies, and the friends sit drinking raki on the balcony under an enormous Turkish sky, and smell the unlikely scents of lime and jasmine that somehow prevail against the stench of an unfinished drainage system, while Tinatin reminds her husband, as by now she has 100 times, that it's the same Black Sea out there, and Mingrelia is just across the border. Even if the border is 800 mountainous miles away, the roads to it are impassable in times of Kurdish insurrection, and Kurdish insurrection is the norm. Tinatin cooks Mingrelian food. Mikhail plays Mingrelian music on an old gramophone that takes 78s. The dining table is strewn with yellowing Georgian newspapers. Mikhail carries a pistol on a lanyard under his bulky waistcoat, and a smaller one in the top of his boot. The BMW motorbike, the children and the daughters are gone, all but Zoya and her small son Paul. Hoban's movements are mysterious. He is in Vienna. He is in Odessa. He is in Liverpool. One afternoon he returns unannounced and leads Yevgeny into the street, where they are to be seen walking up and down the sliver of unfinished pavement, with their jackets over their shoulders, Yevgeny bowing his head like the prisoner he used to be, and little Paul trailing after them like an undertaker's mute. Zoya is a woman waiting, and she is waiting for Oliver. She is waiting with her eyes and languid spreading body, while she derides the new super-materialistic Russia, recites details of the latest wholesale robberies of state property, the names of overnight billionaires, and complains about the lodos, a Turkish south wind that gives her a headache every time she doesn't want to do something. Sometimes Tinatin tells her to find herself an activity, look to Paul, take herself off for a walk. She obeys, then comes home to wait and sigh about the lodos. "I shall become a Natasha," she announces once, in the silence that she has created for herself. "What's a Natasha?" Oliver asked Tinatin. "A Russian prostitute," Tinatin replies wearily. "Natasha is the name the Turks have given to our whores." "Tiger tells me we're back in business," Oliver says to Yevgeny, choosing a moment when Zoya is paying her weekly visit to the local Russian fortune-teller. The statement casts Yevgeny into the depths of gloom. "Business," he repeats heavily. "Yes, postboy, we do business." Oliver remembers with unease how Nina once explained to him that in both Russian and Georgian this innocent English word has become synonymous with crookery. "Why doesn't Yevgeny go back to Georgia and live there?" he asked Tinatin, who is filling baked aubergines with a spicy crab concoction that was once Yevgeny's favourite dish. "Yevgeny is of the past, Oliver," she replies. "Those who remained in Tbilisi do not wish to share their power with an old man from Moscow who has lost his friends." "I was thinking of Bethlehem." "Yevgeny has made too many promises to Bethlehem. If he does not arrive in a gold coach, he will not be welcome." "Hoban will build it for him," Zoya predicts, entering like an estranged Ophelia, and holding her hand to her brow to contain the effects of the lodos. "Massingham will be the coachman." Hoban, Oliver thinks. Not Alex anymore. Hoban, my husband. "We have also Russian ivy here," Zoya remarks to the long window. "It is very passionate. It grows too fast. It achieves nothing. Then it dies. It has a white flower. The scent is most elusive." "Oh," says Oliver. His hotel is big and western and anonymous. It is after midnight on his third night when he hears a knock at the door. They've sent up a hooker, he thinks, remembering the over-friendly smile of the young concierge. But it is Zoya, which does not surprise him as it should. The room is small and overlit. They stand face to face beside the bed, blinking at each other under the fierce ceiling light. "Do not make this trade with my father," she tells him. "Why not?" "It is against life. It is worse than blood. It is sin." "How do you know?" "I know Hoban. I know your father. They can possess. They cannot love, not even their children. You know them also, Oliver. If we do not escape them, we shall be dead like them. Yevgeny dreams only of paradise. Who promises him money to buy paradise, commands him? Hoban promises.
It is not clear who strikes first. Perhaps each is the initiator, for their arms collide and must be redirected before they can embrace, and on the bed they fight until they are naked, then take each other like animals until both of them are satisfied.
You must revive what is dead inside you, she tells him severely as she dresses. Very soon you will be too late for yourself. You can make love to me whenever you wish. To you, it is not important. To me, it is everything. I am not a Natasha.
What is worse than blood? He asks her, staying her arm. What sin am I supposed to be committing? She kisses him so gently and sadly that he wishes he could begin again with her in tranquillity.
With blood, you destroyed only yourself, she replies, holding his face in both hands. With this new trade, you will destroy yourself and Paul and many, many children and their mothers and their fathers.
What trade?
Ask your father. I am married to Hoban.
Yevgeny's regrouped, says Tiger approvingly next evening. He had a setback, he recovered. Randy breathed new life into him, with help from Hoban. Oliver sees Yevgeny's embattled head staring across the valley at the lights, the tracks of tears running down his wrinkled cheeks. The scent of Zoya's juices is still on him. He can smell it through his shirt. Still dreams of his fine wine, you'll be pleased to hear. I'm looking out some books on viniculture for him. You can take them over on your next trip. What business is he into suddenly? Shipping. Randy and Alex have persuaded him to revive his old naval contacts. Call in a few promises. Shipping what? A wave of the hand. The same wave that dismisses the unwanted pudding trolley. The spectrum. Whatever's in the right place on the right day at the right price. Flexibility, that's his watchword. It's a fast trade, it's cutthroat, but he's up to it, given help. That's where we come in. What sort of help? Singles are facilitators, Oliver. Little head to one side. Eyebrows sanctimoniously raised. You forget that. You're young. We are maximizers, creators. One small index finger points to God. Our job is to provide our clients with the tools they need and to husband the harvest when they bring it in. Singles aren't where they are today because they clip their clients' wings. We go where others fear to trade, Oliver, and we come out smiling. Dutifully, Oliver tries his hardest to reflect his father's enthusiasm, hoping that by mouthing the words he will believe them. And he'll jolly well come up trumps, I know he will, he says. Of course he will. He's a prince. He's an old robber baron. They'll have to drag him out feet first. I beg your pardon? Tiger has risen from his desk to take Oliver by the arm. I'll trouble you not to use that term, thank you, Oliver. Our role is a sensitive one. It will need a careful use of language. Is that understood? Absolutely. I'm sorry. It was just a turn of phrase. If the brothers make the kind of money Randy and Alex are talking about, they're going to want our whole package. Casinos, nightclubs, a chain or two of hotels, holiday villages, everything we're best at. Yevgeny once again insists on total confidentiality, and since I am similarly minded, I have no problem humouring him. Back to his desk. I want you to deliver this envelope to him personally. And take a bottle of the Berry's Speyside out of the strong room with my compliments. Take 2, one for Alex. Father, my boy, I need to know what we're dealing in. Finance. Derived from what? Our own sweat and tears, our intuition, our flair, our flexibility, our merit. What comes after blood? What's worse?
Tiger's wafer-thin lips have drawn together in a white crease. Curiosity is worse, thank you, Oliver. Idle, callow, misinformed, self-indulgent, gratuitous, moralistic problem-making. Was Adam the first man? I don't know. Was Christ born on Christmas Day? I don't know. In business we play life as we find it, not as it is handed down from the infant throne of the liberal newspapers. Oliver and Yevgeny sit on the balcony, drinking Cuvée Bethlehem. Tinatin is in Leningrad, caring for a distressed daughter. Hoban is in Vienna. Zoya and Paul are with him. Mikhail brings hard-boiled eggs and salted fish.
You are still learning the language of the gods, postboy.
Indeed I am, Oliver answers untruthfully, afraid to cause the old man disappointment, and promises himself that he will telephone the awful cavalry officer as soon as he gets back to London. Yevgeny accepts Tiger's letter and passes it unopened to Mikhail. In the hall, luggage and packing cases are piled to the ceiling. A new house has been found, Yevgeny explains, in the tone of someone submitting to authority. Somewhere more appropriate to future needs. Will you get a new motorbike? Oliver asks, striving for a more hopeful note.
You want me to?
But you must.
Then I get a new motorbike. Maybe I get 6.
And then to Oliver's horror, he weeps, long and silently into his clenched fists. It is terrible that you are not a coward, Zoya writes, in a letter waiting for him at his hotel. Nothing breaks you. You will kill us with your politeness. Do not deceive yourself that you cannot know the truth. It is the eve of Christmas party at Singles. In the trading room, everything that is movable has been pushed against the walls. Modern music, which Tiger, at all other times of year, abhors, is about to howl from stereophonic loudspeakers. Vintage champagne flows. There is lobster in pyramids, foie gras, and a 5-kilo bucket of imperial caviar, which, according to Randy Massingham's amusing speech, was landed informally by clients of the House of Single, with a line to the Caspian, where virgin sturgeons keep their legs crossed in order to produce these delicious little eggs for us. The traders cheer. A Tiger Redux cheers along with them, straightens his tie, and steps onto the rostrum to deliver his annual rousing speech. Singles, he says to his excited audience, is today in a stronger position than it has been in its entire history. The music strikes. The first revellers are advancing on the table to take a frugal spoonful from the bucket as Oliver discreetly climbs the back staircase, past his native legal section, until he arrives at the partners' strong room, to which he and Tiger alone possess the combination. 20 minutes later, he is back again, pleading a temporary sickness of the stomach. But the sickness is real, even if the stomach is the least affected part of him. It is the sickness of a nightmare realized, of sums so vast, so sudden, so swiftly hidden, that they can only have one source. From Marbella, $22 million. From Marseille, 35. From Liverpool, £107 million. From Gdansk, Hamburg, Rotterdam, $180 million cash, awaiting the attentions of the Single laundering service.
You love your father, postboy.
It is dusk. It is philosophy time in the living room of the newly appointed $20 million villa on the European bank of the Bosphorus, to which the brothers have been elevated. Catherine the Great's majestic Karelka furniture, the same precious gold-brown sideboards, corner cupboards, dining table and chairs that in the days of Oliver's innocence graced the villa outside Moscow, stands about the ground floor, waiting for a home. Russian snowscapes with horse-drawn sledges queue for places on the newly painted walls. And in the drawing room stands the most splendid, glistening BMW motorcycle that hot money can buy.
Ride it, postboy, ride it!
But Oliver, for some reason, doesn't feel the urge. Neither does Yevgeny. Wet, unusual snow lies on the descending garden. On the straights, Freighters, ferryboats and pleasure barges spar nose to nose in a constant duel. Yes, I love my father, Oliver assures Yevgeny, vaguely in reply. Zoya stands at the French window, willing Paul to sleep on her shoulder. Tinatin has lit the tiled stove and dozes thoughtfully beside it in her rocking chair. Hoban is in Vienna again, opening a new office. It is to be called Transfinance. Mikhail crouches at Yevgeny's shoulder. He has grown a beard.
He makes you laugh, your father.
When things are going well and he's happy, yes, Tiger can make me laugh. Paul grizzles, and Zoya comforts him, her hands splayed on his naked back inside his shirt.
He makes you mad, postboy?
He means American mad, Zoya explains. Hoban's kind of mad. Angry. Sometimes he makes me mad, Oliver concedes, not understanding where this catechism is leading. But I make him mad too.
How you make him mad, postboy?
Well, I'm not exactly the Rolls-Royce son he wanted, am I? He's a bit mad at me all the time, if he only knew it.
Give him this. He will be happy.
Reaching inside his black overcoat, Yevgeny pulls out an envelope and hands it to Mikhail, who passes it silently to Oliver. Oliver draws a breath. Now, he thinks. Go. What's it about? He asks. He has to repeat his question. The letter you just gave me, what's it got in it? I'm beginning to worry that I'll be stopped at customs or something. He must have said this louder than he intended, for Zoya turns her head, and Mikhail's fierce dark eyes are already staring at him. I don't know the first thing about your new operation. I'm on the legal side. That's all I am, legal.
Legal?
Yevgeny repeats, raising his voice in angry puzzlement.
What is legal? How come you are legal, please? Oliver is legal? You are alone among us, I would say.
Oliver shoots a sideways glance, intended for Zoya, but she has disappeared, and it is Tinatin who is lulling Paul to sleep. Tiger says you're in general trade, he stumbles on. What does that mean? He says you're making huge profits. How? He's going to take you into the leisure industry, all in 6 months. How? In the glow of the reading lamp beside him, Yevgeny's face is older than the mountain crags of Bethlehem.
Do you lie to your father, postboy?
Only in small matters, to protect him, the way all of us lie.
This man should not lie to his son. Do I lie to you?
No.
Go back to London, postboy. Stay legal. Take the letter to your father. Tell him an old Russian says he's a fool.
Zoya is waiting for him in his hotel bed. She has brought gifts for him in small brown paper parcels. An icon that her mother, Tinatin, wore secretly on saints' days through the years of communism. A scented candle. A photograph of her father, Yevgeny, in naval uniform. Poems by a Georgian poet who is precious to her. His name is Huta Berulava, and he is a Mingrelian who writes in Georgian, her favourite combination. Oliver's desire for her is an addiction. A finger to her lips for silence. She undresses him. He is strung to bursting point. But he forces himself to lie apart from her. If I am going to betray my father, you've got to betray your father and your husband, he says carefully. What does Yevgeny trade in? She turns her back on him. It is all bad things. What's the worst thing? All things. What's the one worst thing? Worse than all the rest? What's making all the money? Millions and millions of dollars. Flinging herself round to him, she traps him between her thighs and lunges at him with ferocity, as if by taking him inside her she will silence him. He laughs, she says, panting. Who does? Hoban. Another lunge. Why does Hoban laugh? What at? It is for Yevgeny, he says. We are growing a new wine for Yevgeny. We are building him a white road to Bethlehem. A white road made of what? Oliver insists, breathlessly. Of powder.
What is the powder made of? She screams it, loud enough for half the hotel to hear. It is from Afghanistan, from Kazakhstan, from Kyrgyzstan. Hoban has arranged it. They are making the new trade across Russia from the east. And her choking, abject cry of shame as she desperately assaults him. Pam Horsley, Tiger's ice maiden, sits at her crescent-shaped desk behind framed photographs of her 3 pugs, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and the red telephone that links her directly to the Almighty. It is the morning of the following day. Oliver has not slept. Lying wide-eyed on his bed in Chelsea Harbour, he has tried unsuccessfully to convince himself that he is still in Zoya's arms, that he never in his life sat on a papier-mâché interviewing room at Heathrow, telling a uniformed customs officer things that till then he has not told himself. Now, standing in the huge anteroom to Tiger's state apartments, he is assailed by altitude sickness, speech loss, sexual remorse, and a hangover. He clutches Yevgeny's envelope, first in his left hand, then in his right. He shuffles his feet and clears his throat like an idiot. Nerve ends tingle up and down his back. When he speaks, he sounds to himself like the worst actor in the world. It can only be a matter of moments before Pam Horsley closes the show for its sheer lack of verisimilitude. If you could just give Tiger this, Pam. Yevgeny Orlov asked me to hand it to him personally, but I reckon you're personal enough. Okay, Pam? Okay? And it really might have been okay if the ever-charming Randy Massingham, freshly back from Vienna, had not chosen that moment to appear in his doorway. If Yevers said personal, then personal is what it's got to be, Ollie boy, he drawls. Name of the game, I'm afraid. Beckoning with his head to the fatal doors, crowned with Wedgwood ribbons. Only your dad, for Christ's sake. Thump on the door and charge in if I were you. Ignoring this gratuitous advice, Oliver sinks 20 fathoms into the boneless white leather sofa. The embossed S&S colophon brands him whenever he leans back. Massingham continues to loll in his doorway. Pam Horsley's head sinks among her pugs and screens. Its silvered top reminds Oliver of Brock. Clutching the envelope to his heart, he embarks on an in-depth examination of his father's credentials. Testimonials from diploma mills nobody has heard of. Tiger in wig and gown being called to the bar by handshake of some ghastly earl. Tiger in the fatuous habiliments of a doctor of whatever, clutching an engraved gold plate. Tiger in suspiciously perfect cricket gear, acknowledging applause of unseen spectators with a wave of pristine bat. Tiger in polo mode, accepting silver cup from turbaned princeling. Tiger at Third World Conference, enjoying camera-conscious handshake with Central American narco-tyrant. Tiger rubbing shoulders with the great at an informal German lakeside seminar for senile untouchables. One day I'll do a prosecuting counsel's job on you, starting with your date of birth. Mr. Tiger will see you now, Mr. Oliver. Oliver rises without oxygen from the seabed, where he has fallen into an escaper's waking dream. Yevgeny's envelope is sodden in his hand. He raps on the Wedgwood double doors, praying Tiger will not hear. The dreadfully familiar voice calls, "Come!" and he feels the love rise in him like old poison. He stoops his shoulders and urges his weight into his hips in a routine effort to reduce his height. Heavens above, dear boy, do you know what it costs an hour to have you sitting out there? Yevgeny asked me to give you this personally, Father. Did he, though? Did he? Good on him. Not so much accepting the envelope as tweaking it from Oliver's fist, at the same moment as Oliver hears Brock refusing to accept it. Thank you, Oliver, but I'm not quite as familiar with the Orloff brothers as you are, so what I suggest is that, tempting as it is, we leave this envelope just the way it was given to us, virgin and intact, because what I'm afraid of here is our old-fashioned biblical loyalty test. And he has a message for you, Oliver tells his father, not Brock. Message? What message? Selecting a 10-inch silver paper knife. You've given me the message. A spoken message.
It's not terribly polite, I'm afraid. He says to tell you an old Russian says you're a fool. It's the first time I've heard him call himself a Russian, actually. He's usually Georgian. Meekly softening the blow. Tiger's all-weather smile is still in place. The voice is richer by an extra drop of unction as he makes the dangerous incision, draws out a single sheet of paper and unfolds it. But, dear boy, he's so right. Of course I am. A total fool. Nobody else would give him the terms we're giving him. Nothing I like better than a fellow who thinks he's robbing me. Won't be taking his business round the corner, will he? What? Tiger folds up the sheet of paper, replaces it in his envelope, and tosses the envelope in his in-tray. Has he read it? Hardly. But Tiger rarely reads anything these days. He has armed himself with the cloudy vision of a seer. I expected to hear from you last night, Oliver. Where were you, if I may ask? Oliver's brain cells shrivel in rejection. My bloody plane was late. But his plane was early. I couldn't get a bloody cab. But there were cabs galore. He hears Brock's voice. Tell him you met a girl. Well, I did mean to ring you, but I thought I'd pop round and see Nina. He lies, blushing and rubbing his nose. Did you, though? Nina, eh? Old Yevgeny's grandniece, once removed, or whatever she is. Only she hasn't been too well. She's got this flu. Still fancy her, do you? Well, I still do quite, actually, yes. Not losing your edge? No, not at all. Quite the reverse. Good, Oliver. Somehow they are arm in arm, standing in the great bay window. I've had a spot of luck this morning. I'm very glad. Quite a large spot. Luck in the sense that good men make their luck. Do you follow me? Of course. Congratulations. Napoleon, when he was considering an applicant, would ask his young officers, "Are you lucky?" Oliver supplied for him. Precisely. That piece of paper you brought me just now is the confirmation that I have made £10 million. Splendid. Cash. Better still. Brilliant. Fantastic. Tax-free, offshore, arm's length. We shall not be troubling the revenue. The grip tighter. Oliver's arm spongy. Tiger's sinuous and strong. I've decided to split it. Do you follow me? Not really. I'm a bit slow this morning. Overexerting yourself again, were you? Oliver simpers. 5 mil for me. For the rainy day I do not propose to experience. 5 mil for our firstborn grandchild. What do you make of that? It's incredible. I'm extremely grateful, thank you. Are you pleased? Immensely. Not half as pleased as I shall be when the great day comes. Just remember, your first child, £5 million, a done thing. Will you remember that? Of course, thanks. Really, thanks. It's not for your gratitude, Oliver. It's to put a third S into single and single. Right, great, a third S, terrific. Cautiously he takes back his arm and feels the blood return to it. Nina's a good girl. I've checked her out. Mother's a tart. Never bad if you're looking for a bit of sport in bed. Small aristocrats on the father side. A dash of eccentricity, but nothing to scare. Healthy brothers and sisters. Not a penny to their name, but with 5 million for our firstborn, who's counting? You won't find me standing in your way. Super. I'll keep it in mind. And don't tell her about the money. It could affect her aim. When the day comes, let her find out for herself. That way you'll know her heart was in the right place. But good thinking. Thanks again. Tell me, old boy, confidingly, a hand on Oliver's arm, what are we running at these days? Running at? Oliver repeats, mystified. He racks his mind, trying to call up turnover figures, profit margins, net and gross. With Nina, how many times? Twice a night and once in the morning? Oh, my God. Smirk, wipe of the forelock. I'm afraid that we sort of lose count. Good lad. Well done. Runs in the family.